No, well, the conflict is sending $100 billion to Israel right now to kill Palestinians. That's the conflict. I don't know why you're comparing the both. He made a statement that Jerusalem is the capital of a country. That's absolutely fine. But he didn't send billions to Israel right now.
He did actually. I mean, foreign aid is
No, he
sent every
didn't.
year to Israel. Yes.
Did he say
What are you talking
$100 billion? No, what are
Wait,
you talking
100
about?
billion. Wait. Where are you getting the 100 billion number from?
Do you know Biden right now is sending $100 billion to Israel?
Where are you getting that number from?
I'll ask you.
What?
It's literally right now under Congress. And the Congress is deciding whether to release that budget or not. Right now it's happening.
To Israel.
$100 billion aid to Israel. Didn't you send Ukraine a lot of aid as well?
Biden's submitting $100 billion supplemental request to Congress. Wait, let me see if all of it goes to...
There's a lot of money that you guys are paying for. You're paying a lot of money.
He
for
proposed
outsiders.
$100 billion to Israel and Ukraine. So this isn't just specifically, not all to Israel.
Yeah.
This figure includes $30 billion for Pentagon equipment from Ukraine and replenishing military stocks. It includes $14.4 billion for Pentagon intelligence and other defense support, $16.3 billion for the State Department and USAID to give economic operation and security assistance to Ukraine. The Ukrainian portion of the funding also provides $481 million to support Ukrainians who flee the United States.
Okay.
$14 billion in Israel-related assistance. Israel had requested $10 billion. Mr. Biden request includes $10 billion for air and defense missile support, or missile defense support, as well as the replenishment of Pentagon stock. Specifically, the Biden administration is requesting support for Israel's procurement of the Iron Dome.
Technology, yeah.
There's $9 billion for humanitarian assistance. These funds will be used by the State Department to help with the humanitarian needs in Ukraine, Israel, and the Gaza Strip, and elsewhere. Okay, so
That's a lot of money.
So you saying $100 billion? That's $14 billion. So
it was $100 billion overall.
yes,
I mean,
$100 billion. That was to other things, not to Israel.
yeah, but it's still coming out from your pocket, isn't it?
I think Athena wants to speak real quick. Let me add Athena. See what she has to say real quick.
Sure.
Yeah, what's up, Athena?
Oh, sorry. No, I was going to say, he didn't only say that Jerusalem was the capital of Israel. He also moved the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, which actually did increase a lot of tensions in that whole region. And it was heavily, heavily criticized as being the wrong move because he just, the U.S. was supposed to be supporting peace deals between the two countries, but instead it exacerbated the peace deal conference or talking as well, discussions, because he literally picked a side by choosing Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. He also did increase drone strikes in Iraq, Afghanistan, Somalia, Syria. He also withdrew from the Iran nuclear deal, which was also considered to be criticized as well. He also funded Saudi Arabia. Like, he had, I think, one of the biggest arms deal with Saudi Arabia so that Saudi Arabia could bomb Yemen.
True, he didn't fund. Saudi Arabia paid for that. They bought military
he had
aid
the biggest.
from them.
He had the biggest arms deal, though, the largest arms deal
But that's
with
not funding.
Saudi Arabia.
It's a purchase.
That could continue.
I agree.
Yes,
I
it
agree
can
with you. I agree
continue
with you.
committing war crimes in Yemen, because of what it was doing
How
in
is that a
Yemen
war
already, right?
Do you think what's happening
So-
in Israel now a war crime?
I never said not. What are you talking about?
No, you said Yemen is a war crime because of Trump gave funding.
And when
now
did I
Biden
say-
gave funding to Israel right now. Do you think what's happening now is a war crime under Biden?
Do you think Trump didn't fund Israel? I'm so confused.
Yeah, like I think Athena's response is that like it would be the case under both, so there wouldn't be a distinction between
Please
the two.
don't deflect from the question. You said Yemen, what's happening in Yemen was a war. No, not you, Parker. Sorry.
Of course, what's happening in Gaza, what's happening in Gaza is a war crime.
Under Biden.
Of course, there are multiple
Under
war
Biden.
crimes that are happening and human rights violations.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Don't be sassy, please. I'm not 12. I'm just talking nice to you.
I'm not being sassy.
She's being very nice to you.
No, she's not.
Yeah.
What's happening now is a war crime in Israel.
Wait. How so? How is she not being nice to you?
Oh my God, Gen Z man. Okay,
Gen Z,
bro.
I literally just asked you to clarify, and then apparently that's too much.
Yeah, I'm not being sassy at all. This is literally how I talk. I'm answering your questions. I'm saying that, of course, what's happening in Gaza is a war crime. Of course, what's happening in the West Bank with 75 people being unalived in refugee camps like Nur al-Shams is a war crime. Those are human rights violations. The United Nations has already claimed this. Nobody is disagreeing with that. What I'm saying, though, is your assertion that Trump actually made the Middle Eastern politics better.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Oh, I think it's
not
cutting
true.
out a
There
little
are
bit.
multiple. He
No,
increased
no.
regional conflicts as well. He also.
Yeah, Athena, you're lagging a lot right now, by the way.
Sorry, it was that liberal Wi-Fi.
You're good.
But what I was saying was, so he also appointed Jared Kushner, who had absolutely no idea about all the different regional conflicts and geopolitical issues in the Middle East. He appointed him. What did he do? He said that Jared Kushner was going to try to accomplish peace in the Middle East when he had absolutely no idea about the area. Because he was his son-in-law, exactly. So he didn't actually make anything better. He made it worse. And the huge difference between just saying that Jerusalem is the capital of Israel and saying that he moved the Israeli embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, which was a huge move that was heavily criticized.
Your pause, by the way, Joseph.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
No, I was listening. It's just my screenshot. Do you think under the what's been happening under Biden's term? Do you think he made worse decisions from what you've stated? Which, by the way, I've agreed with 80% with what you said. But do you think he's worse than what decisions Biden has been made since he was elected?
No, all American presidents are imperialistic because the American government is in the global north, and the global north always attempts to exploit the global south. So I think as a whole, Western European and North American economies are rooted and built in imperialism of the global south. So I'm going to say that all American presidents, including the U.S. military, are responsible for what's happening in the global south.
Okay, I appreciate the answer. I 100% agree with you. I think my approach came here when I answered the question, why do you support Trump, came in with comparison that you guys favor Biden. And I was basically stating that he was a better president than Biden. This is what I was coming from. But
wait, no. So you're making an argument that Trump is better than Biden. We're rejecting that.
For us, at least for what's happening in the Middle East, he's better for us. Don't know about America. But
when it relates to Trump being president, so why would that be true?
I've already stated there is better decisions has been made, peaceful decisions within the Middle East, because we are in the Middle East. We see it happening. Forget what's happening on the what you hear, guys, from there. We not at war when he was under his administration. It was very peaceful. So a lot of peaceful deals were happening, worse than what Biden or Obama or that party was happening.
Also, Trump in 2020 actually told Israel it could annex the West Bank. Like Trump literally gave Israel the green light and told Netanyahu that he could annex parts of the West Bank to belong to Israel. So I don't know how that's better for Palestinian sovereignty.
It is better. Trust me, it is better.
To tell them to annex the West Bank into Israel? Do you think Palestinians want to be a part of Israel?
Yeah. Are you Palestinian? You know why? Even when he said that Jerusalem is the capital of Israel, when he stated that, I appreciate actually a president that just says clearly where he stands with Israel, but he doesn't fund the killing of civilians that is happening
Wait,
right
are you
now. It's not on the
Palestinian?
second. What?
Are you Palestinian?
Yes.
Called bio. I'm so
My
confused.
my mom is Moroccan.
Okay, but you know that Palestinians don't want to be a part of Israel because under the current Netanyahu state, which is the most right-wing state that Israel has ever had, Israeli Arabs themselves have literally been occupied and also been discriminated against. The Israeli Supreme Court itself has actually agreed that Israeli Arabs within Israel are subjected to a lot of discrimination, including job discrimination, including lack of funding as well. So I'm a bit confused. Like, what are you trying to say?
I didn't understand what I said at the end. Sorry.
I'm saying that under the current Israeli Netanyahu state, which is extremely right wing, Israeli Arabs are discriminated against as well. So I'm a bit confused as to why Palestinians would want to be ruled by the current Netanyahu government.
Well, it depends when you talk about Palestine. Are we talking about Gaza or West Bank? Because in Gaza, we rather have Netanyahu, believe it or not, rather than have Hamas. That's a different topic. But if I talk about West Bank, I can see your argument. We wouldn't like to.
Yeah, but this was about the West Bank.
Why are you talking about the West Bank? Gaza is as well part of Palestine.
Yeah, no, I know that, but I'm saying is like this was about annexing the West Bank.
Can I ask you to define annexing? Maybe I'm a bit arrogant on that word.
To take it and make it a part of Israel. Like the same way that Russia annexed Crimea, for example.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, that's a different subject.
And Trump gave Israel the green light to do that.
I support it 100%. Believe it or not.
Wait, you support Israel annexing the West Bank?
Absolutely.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's a different topic, but it's better than what's happening right now. It's absolutely different topic. I mean, I'm talking about the Palestinian civilians. Just an example for Gaza, we were like 98% voted for Hamas because it's the government that runs it, and we regretted it. Like the civilians regretted it, and we pay a lot of taxes to Hamas, and we're not living the life that we need. And we get a lot of funds from outsiders, and we get it from Israel as well. Believe it or not, I'm telling you, it's a bit shocking what I'm saying, but it's just the reality. The people are
so let's not talk about that because you're talking about elections that happened around 2005 and 2006, and about like half of the Gaza population didn't even exist. Like they either weren't even born during those elections, or they were just too young to even vote. So let's not pretend like those elections happened 2 years ago when everybody was allowed to vote. And also this isn't like an Israel-Palestine live, so we can have this discussion. I don't know if Parker would want to have this discussion, but I specifically was talking about how how Donald Trump himself also supports the annexation of parts of Palestine. That's what I asked. That's what I told. And you said that he hasn't had a lot of negative impacts in Middle Eastern politics when you've given you a lot of examples that he has.
Yeah, well, you're talking about statements. I'm talking about military. It's different. He can make a lot of stupid statements that didn't take a lot of effect on the ground. I'm talking he pulled U.S. troops from Syria, where Syria was under attack for 8 years.
Wait, moving the embassy from Tel Aviv to like Jerusalem is a statement?
Yeah, what happened after that? What did we lose any civilians? Did the war happen with that decision? No.
Wait, you said he did absolutely nothing though. When he gave Saudi Arabia the biggest arms deal, and Saudi Arabia went and committed war crimes in Yemen, was that also just a statement?
No, that's a deal. It's the same that the deal that Biden is making right now with Netanyahu.
But you said he didn't do that though, right? You said he didn't make any deals to harm Middle Eastern people, and when he increased drone strikes as well in Somalia.
No,
And
no,
and
no. You're
in
putting words in
the
my mouth. I'm saying I agree with half of what you said, but there is the other half as well. You just putting words in my mouth. I'm sorry, Kimberly, but
what
he
words did I
said,
put in your mouth?
well, I said Trump made a deal. Saudi Arabia had the money to purchase military aid, and the deal happened. How is that funding a war crime? They can do whatever they want with military aid. They had the money, they needed military aid, and they purchased it from the U.S. What's happening with that aid? It's not the U.S. to blame or Trump to blame. You said
Wait,
it's a war
that's
crime.
disingenuous. If you know that Saudi Arabia is committing war crimes in Yemen, and you continue to give them that money and fund their war crimes, how is that not the U.S. not knowing what's going to be done with the weapons? I'm a bit confused.
Well, why are you being confused? Well, how is the same thing literally happening right now? Is the 100 billion that I was talking about right now that is happening when people dying right now and the war crimes? How is that different from Trump? Please explain that to me. I'm confused.
I never said it was different, but I'm saying is, how are you going to say that America did not know, that America is not co-signing a war crime if they literally gave Saudi Arabia the biggest arms deal, knowing full well that Saudi Arabia was using those weapons against Yemenis?
How do you know they don't know full well? You act like it's the first time a country is buying
Because
from
there
the
was
US.
a war
It's
going
not.
on. What are you
It's
talking
not.
about? There was a war going on between Yemen and Saudi Arabia.
It's not the first time countries purchase military aid from the US or Russia. By the way, it's a business.
I know it's not the
It's
first time
business.
that countries purchase military aid. I know that military aid and guns and weapons are also given not only to militaries but also to Central American people like gang members and Mexican gang members and other people in Syria and all those stuff. I know all of that, right? You don't have to tell me that. But I'm saying is, knowing full well that Saudi Arabia was accused of committing war crimes in Yemen, the war had already started, and Trump decided to sign the biggest arms deal ever. How did he not know that those weapons were going to be used in Yemen?
I don't know, to be honest, but I know you guys made a lot of money from that deal. So I don't know. For the Yemen conflict with Iran and the Saudi Arabia, it's a touchy subject. It's the same thing. I don't separate that from what's happening right now. To be honest,
You're not addressing any of the points that I made. Like you're not actually
don't believe
listening
in.
to any
Okay,
of the
okay.
points that I made.
Go off. Okay, sorry, go off. Say again.
No, you're pretending as if the American government did not know what was going to happen with those weapons.
Well, I don't know the American government to give you a concrete answer. Like, I don't work with Trump to tell you.
So let's say it's
And please stop being
1940s.
condescending to me, please.
I'm
Don't be
not being condescending at all.
You are.
What are you
Don't please a
saying?
little bit.
Wait,
But it's
hold
okay.
on.
You
I'm
have the
not being
luxury.
condescending
How
at
is she
all.
being condescending?
It's okay. Exactly. You have the luxury to be defended. I'm on my own, but go off.
Can I just ask the question? Can you answer it, please?
Yeah, let's carry on. Let's carry on. I've been quiet all this time. Just asking questions.
Can you please explain how she's being condescending?
No, that's fine. I'm sorry. My bad.
Dude, come on, right? All I did was ask you just to tell how she's being condescending because you've said that now twice, right?
Yeah,
and I've asked you both times and you haven't
That's how I
explained either
feel.
time.
Why you question? That's how I feel. Why you question? I felt.
Why do you feel that way?
That's how I felt. That's fine. If she doesn't mean to be condescending, that's fine. You can move on.
Okay.
So my question is, let's say it's 1940s Germany, right? And the war had already started in 1939, and people know what Germany is doing with regards to invading Poland, invading France, invading other countries, and what it's doing to its own German citizens. Now imagine if another country decided to sign an arms deal with Germany, knowing full well that there was a war. Do you think that country did not know what Germany was going to do with those weapons?
Is that a hypothetical question, or is that
Yeah,
fact?
it's a hypothetical question because you're trying to say that the American government didn't know what the weapons were going to be used for when it was signing an arms deal with Saudi Arabia in the middle of
Do you
a
have a
war
statement?
with Yemen.
Kim, do you have a statement from the US telling, by the way, we sold these to Saudi Arabia because we know they're going to use it for Yemen? Do you have a statement from the US?
Wait, hold
don't
on,
know.
Parker. I'm so sorry.
If you do, then that's fine.
If a country funds another country that is accused of committing war crimes in the middle of war,
accused by who?
Is that country not going to know that those weapons are going to be used to continue those war crimes? I'm very confused at this point.
You seem to be very confused a lot. But
no, I'm very confused as to how you're trying to pretend to be obtuse.
No, I'm confused.
Right? That's what's confusing me.
By the way, saying confused every 2 minutes doesn't mean you have a valid point. I'm sorry. You've been confused a lot. But
I'm confused.
Maybe you need to provide clarification.
Being obtuse. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Why are you laughing and being impatient? Actually, you're being condescending right now when you're not giving any explanation for what you're saying.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Would you like to provide any explanation?
I'm gonna drop so he can continue his conversation with him. But you clearly weren't sure as to how Trump worsened the area in Middle Eastern countries.
No, you're right. I was wrong. You're absolutely right. You won, Kimberly. Bye. Thank you. You won.
Oh my God, you're
Bro, why
such
is he
a man,
so
baby.
condescending?
No. Bye.
He's so defensive.
You're such a man, baby. You need some uppies. Do you want like uppies, babes? Do you want like a milk bottle with that condescension?
No,
Because you're being very rude.
Carry on. You won, Kimberly. Whoa, woohoo! You've beat
You're
Joseph.
acting like a child.
Okay. Bro actually does need a bottle, low key. I can go to the grocery store and get some formula if you need, bro.
Okay, I'm gonna drop because he clearly doesn't like talking to women, so I'm gonna drop. Thank you, Parker.
Oh, fuck that! Don't go there, please. Don't be. Yeah, please go down.
Complaining about her being bias. How am I being biased?
Don't waste your guest's time just for you to be biased to them.
How am I being biased?
Spent time and energy. No, well, you are clearly. You are.
How am I being biased?
And for the people, do you think I was misogynistic?
Hey, Joseph, can you please answer my question? How was I being biased? You always deflect. How was I condescending? How was I? You can't. That's not deflecting. You say, wait. You called her condescending. I asked, how is she condescending? That's not deflecting. Actually, hold up. Stop talking. Actually, you were deflecting when you're not answering my question because you made the claim that she is being condescending. I just asked why. That is not. In no world is that a fucking deflection. That's not being biased. Right, it's you being biased for you not trying to answer it and then trying to try to make it seem like I'm the one that's not engaging when clearly there you just didn't engage and you deflected. That's called projection at its finest.
Thank you. I think I've given my opinion already on what's been happening. So maybe I should leave time for the next guest and for people that say I'm misogynistic or have mommy issues or do I need my mommy? My mom passed away when I was 2. So how dare you make that fucking joke? It's absolutely sick. And I'm not being misogynistic.
I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that, by the way.
But I apologize to you and I apologize to Kim. My intentions was not to cause anything. I genuinely still believe that I have a valid point, but my expression or my argument, my arguing style is not as pragmatic and in order as Kimberly. She seemed to have good English to word it out, but I have a lot of things to say about this. It just blocked in my head. I couldn't get it out. But thank you. Thank you.
All right, sure. All right, let's go to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you disagree. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you support Trump. Everyone tap the screen in the meantime. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. Let's go into the next person, though, here real quick, everyone. No, Athena, do not take blame for that. That is wild. That was completely him. That was completely him. Do not take blame for that, Athena. I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, I didn't accept this person. We're gonna go to the next person. Again, only do send a guest request if you disagree. We are just looking for some debates. Okay, yeah, everyone say W Athena in the chat, everyone say W Athena. Yeah, that is absolutely not Athena's fault. Okay, I can't even type, but you know what I'm saying, Athena. You know what I'm saying. All right, let me go to the next person. Everyone's not accepting people for some reason, so I'm trying to get someone up here real quick. Everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Are you driving? Okay, that person's not even here. We're gonna go to the next. Everyone, keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. Copy link. Send it to a few friends. Everyone, you already know the deal. Everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
19. Do you support Trump?
No, I just wanted to come on here and say I'm the one that got Dean banned.
How'd you do that? Connor, how'd you do that, buddy? Okay. All right, let's go to the next person, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello. I'm
Yeah,
19.
Yeah, do you support Trump?
So, in the beginning, I kind of agreed with what Joseph was saying, but like he's like a lunatic. But there is like a notion with most of us Palestinians that like, and I'm sorry to bring this topic up again, but there is a notion that for Middle Easterns, we do believe that like Trump was definitely better when it came to like dealing with war over there. And I know he wasn't good either, but the whole point is to like pick between the lesser of two evils. And I feel like in that circumstance, he was better just because he funded less money towards the Israeli military. He still funded a lot, but like there is a huge difference. And whenever Biden like was
Actually, wait, do you think that he would have funded Israel like the same or even more in this circumstance if this would have happened under his administration?
Trump?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I mean, yes.
Okay, so if that's the case, wouldn't we have expected to see similar sorts of policy with Democrats when it relates to the Obama administration as the Biden administration? So how do you know that it's not specific to like the particular environmental circumstances, given that we see within Obama's administration, right, that they actually gave less money than under Trump's?
I'm confused what you're saying. You're saying since Obama sent less money that Biden would do the same?
Yeah, given similar environmental situations.
Did he though?
Again, we would see differences in how much we're spending now based upon the idea that like these are particular events happening now, or like it would be related to like inflation, stuff like that. So we have to be able to account for like inflation as well.
But I'm saying prior to the event, like aside from what's going on like right now, I like with the, it's just, he still sends more. Like, I'm confused. I don't know why we're comparing Obama to Biden just because they're both Democrats.
Oh, we have better data for that. That's why.
Right. But like the argument is between like Biden versus Trump.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. No, I
Obama's
understand.
gonna do
And
something
do
different.
you understand that I'm trying to isolate for like environmental variables?
Yeah, of course. But like, I guess like with inflation, wouldn't Biden want to send less though?
No,
For example.
inflation would mean that like the overall amount of money would be spent would be more because the value of the dollar is less.
But that affects us more, no?
What do you mean?
Like if we're sending more of our money to Israel to commit more war crimes during
By the way, I'm against this particularly, right? But I think it should just be humanitarian aid and stuff, right, for everyone. But like when it relates to this, I'm seeing the same sorts of notions in the context of Trump.
Can you restate how so?
Yeah, because we see relatively similar spending spending, given the environmental concerns of like what was happening under like Trump's administration versus versus Obama's, right? So given that Democrats have similar types of policies, right, it seems like we would indicate that in this circumstance, it would likely just be like an environmental circumstance as to why the money is being spent to a higher degree now, right? So there would have to be some sort of reason for justification as to why what's it called? As to why it would be different under Trump.
Okay, so did you just say that how much Biden and Trump are sending is relatively similar?
I said Obama.
Oh, Obama. Okay.
And I was using that to isolate the variables, right? Like whether or not there's an environmental circumstance that would be indicating a difference in the amount of spending.
Okay, but so
that was to isolate that it would like the same type of trend would happen under Trump. So I was giving reason that it would happen under Trump, but actually the person who has the burden in this scenario would be you, as like typically speaking, they would have like similar type of policy when it relates to foreign aid, right? In this scenario, especially when it relates to Israel, right? So like the point would be is that there'd have to be good reason to believe that they would have treated this differently in this particular circumstance.
So you do not believe that Trump would have reacted differently in terms of how much we send to Israel? If he was in the same spot?
I think it would have been the same, around the same, yeah. Especially because like it has to go through Congress, yeah. Can you give me good reason to believe that they would be different? I gave you good reason to believe that they are pretty similar.
I mean, I don't know. Like I said, like Biden has always been pushing like the imperialism in Palestine. I mean, Trump, he has been as well, but
same thing with Trump. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think both presidents are doing really bad when it relates to this.
But the difference is so much greater with Biden. Like,
how do you know?
I mean, in terms of, for example, the support, there isn't a huge notion with Trump supporters that are like super, super pro-Israel compared to
there
Biden.
are. What are you talking about? What?
In terms of the support?
Yeah. What?
But most people most Zionists are pro-Biden.
I don't think that's true.
Why not?
I mean, that from my experience, it's the other way around.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, thank you, I guess. I didn't know about that.
Yeah. So do you want me to send you multiple stuff on like the different types of foreign aid? So it's here, I'm trying to get that. It's from the Congressional Research Service. You can just look up U.S. foreign aid to Israel.
Wait, sorry, wait. Give me one sec. Can you say that again?
Yeah, it's U.S. foreign aid to Israel. It's from the Congressional Research Service. And then if you want to like visualize it in a different way, I have a different link that's from the jewishvirtuallibrary.org. And it kind of gives like a data table to show that like it's the same in terms of spending. Like, for example, like look at this. This is by year.
Oh, okay. I see. Thank you. Is there any way I could, I know she's already been through a lot, but if I could also get Athena to like shed light on this, because I want to hear her perspective since she's more like involved with like the politics there. I just want to know if she would agree with you on the matter that like Trump would have reacted the same way in terms of spending.
Yeah. I mean, we have good empirical reason. If she wants to send a guest request, yeah, she can right now, of course. But I mean, based upon the spending patterns, right, we see like the same stuff.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think she sent a request.
Thank you. All right. That's fine.
For sure. All right. Well, oh wait, no. Athena sent a request here.
Okay, cool.
Sorry, I'm down. Thank you for letting me up. I agree with Parker 100%, especially with regards to how Trump perceived Muslims in the first place in his speech and his verbiage. And even though Palestinians are not all Muslims, like we have to understand that Christian Palestinians exist, Jewish Palestinians, and Muslim Palestinians as well, and atheists as well. He wouldn't probably know that distinction because he literally dehumanized Middle Eastern people as a whole through his Muslim ban and through I don't know, just how he dealt with Middle Eastern politics in general, and how he dehumanized people not only in the Middle East but also in North America. So I am pretty sure that he would have been very much pro Israeli government as well, had this conflict happened under his administration. So I agree with Parker there 100%. And unfortunately, again, as I said, because the global north, and because the American government and military are so imperialistic, unfortunately, they would always be more pro-Israel, and fund Israel. So regardless of what president is in office,
I agree.
That's how it's to be, unfortunately.
Yeah, I agree with you. But so would you say that Biden would be like the lesser evil in the case of like Palestine situation? Or would it be exactly the same?
Let me listen. I feel like Biden is genuinely kind of like very disappointing with regards to the recent like his comments on the hospital bombing as well. And
Right.
so I think I'll have to see how he continues to react and respond to the whole conflict currently. But up until now, he has been very disappointing. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, right, like I
As
just feel like
what
he's
he has
really
said, but I genuinely don't think Trump would have been better. I feel like Trump would have been much worse than Biden in this case, unfortunately.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I wanted to know. All right, thank you. Thanks to you both.
For sure. Appreciate it.
Nice.
All right, everyone, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates. Everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live. Copy link, send it to a few friends. We're going to go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you do disagree, everyone. All right, everyone, keep tapping that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
How old, or what's your birth year?
2002.
You have terrible math. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate the 6 month. Thank you so much, Les. I appreciate it. Let's go on to the next person. Everyone, keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. You already know the deal, everyone. TikTok's been a little bit weird since the banana. Everyone's been really weird. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
38.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Gas prices and food were way better when Trump was in office. That's my main reasons.
So gas prices and what else? Sorry?
Food.
Okay, so yeah, prices particularly, this is like inflation in of itself is a global phenomena. It's not specific to the United States. So saying that it would have been, different under Trump, right, would have been it would be hard to justify as it's a global phenomena.
Well, it jumped like almost $3 where I live just for gas prices.
Yeah, so correlation doesn't equal causation. So just because two variables are associated does not mean that one caused the other. For example, it is the case that during the summertime, there's an increased, consumption of ice cream, but there's also an increased risk of violent crime. So does that mean that like there's the increase in ice cream consumption is causing the increase in violent crime?
I mean, that's pretty slick, but I believe most Americans believe that it's BS that gas prices went up that high.
Yeah, but what my argument here is that it's that just because two things are associated does not mean one caused the other. So can you demonstrate some idea here that like Biden caused the prices to be that way?
No, I mean, all that's set up. There is no left or right. There is only top and bottom.
I'm confused what you're trying to say.
Meaning there is no left or right. There's only top versus bottom, and that's it.
Are you trying to say that there's not like political division, there's class division?
No, there's
the mic check, thank
division.
you.
There's division, but that's on purpose.
So do you think everything's controlled?
Yes.
Do you think Trump is president?
It's possible, but
it's possible for Trump to be president right now?
Yes.
How so?
I look at security detail for one.
You mean the Every ex-president has security detail.
Yeah, but not that much.
Yeah, they do.
He has more security detail than Biden does right now.
I don't think that's necessarily true. One, especially from the what's
Have
it
you
called?
seen it in person?
No, I have not seen it in person.
I
But
have.
from the okay, have you seen it in person when it relates to Biden?
Yes.
Okay, where do you live? Washington D.C.
No.
So how'd you see it?
Seen it in my own person.
Where?
Saying D.C., but I don't live in D.C.
Oh, okay, so you went to D.C.
Yes.
Where were you on January 6th?
Not in D.C.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Do you have any friends that were in D.C.?
Yes.
Any of them at the Capitol?
Yes.
Did they ask you to go?
That was the smallest inauguration ever.
Yeah, so what? Do you think they inaugurated Donald
I'm
Trump?
talking about Biden. Like, that was the smallest inauguration ever.
I'm talking January 6th. January 6th.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, so your friends were at the Capitol on January 6th?
I had a couple.
Yeah, and did they tell you to go?
No.
No? Do you know why they went?
Not a clue.
No? Okay. Would you have gone?
Probably not.
No. So do you believe the election was stolen?
Yes.
Yeah, why?
Because many states tried to get the voter stuff out there, but they couldn't do the audit completely.
So the audits, right? But how many of the audits in terms of the court cases, right, won?
There was many, but it
Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. Which one's won?
All of it's been set up regardless.
Can you tell me which particular case won?
What do you mean, which case?
Can you tell me one audit or one case that won?
I base on video footage.
Yeah, in the video footage, was it used in court?
No, it wasn't used in court because
Why
they
not?
didn't allow it. They didn't.
Why not?
Because they didn't want that out to the public.
No, it was out to the public. That's how you saw it. But why didn't they look at it?
It's kind of like, they're going after Trump right now, with the money thing, with the his
fact
property.
that he was literally like making his things look like they've overvalued more so that he can get better loans.
Yeah, I believe Mar-a-Lago is worth a hell of a lot more than $18 million.
I would have to look at where the Mar-a-Lago is placed, but so again, what particular audits did they win that showed them that there was fraud?
I'm not saying like they didn't allow the audits to go through to look at the votes.
Trump appointed judges?
I'm talking about the audits of the mail-in votes.
Trump appointed judges didn't look at them?
They did.
And also you said many won. By the way, you said many won.
Do what?
You said many won, by the way.
Many won.
That's what you said.
I'm confused now. But no, I'm just saying there was a lot more to the situation that was allowed in the media. I'll just say that.
What? Like what? How do you know?
Video footage.
What video
many
footage?
states.
So they did let the information get out.
There's video footage in Michigan. There's video footage in Arizona.
Yeah, so how come this wasn't used in any of the cases?
because they did not allow it.
And why didn't they allow it?
Because they wanted the outcome.
How do you know that?
Biden and president.
So Trump appointed judges wanted Biden to win. So Trump appointed judges that were biased and corrupt. Right?
I didn't say that.
But like
no.
They literally defrauded him in terms of the election.
No, it's all set up. Just like.
Wait, it's all set up. So was 2016 set up? Wait. If it's all set up in 2016, was it set up for him to win?
Yes.
Yes. So.
Yes. Just like Biden was set up to win.
Wait, so if Trump was set up to win, you believe he's a part of the elite?
They're all in on all of it. Every one of them.
So then why do you support Trump?
I'm between.
You're between what?
I don't support anybody that's up there because they're all full of crap.
Why'd you join a lot of this? Why do you support Trump?
Because I wanted to make a point.
Your point being everyone's controlled? So here's my question. If everything is controlled, would you... My
point is every 8 to 12 years, gas prices go up or down. There's a reason for that.
Environmental reasons, it's not every 8 to 12 years as well. It can fluctuate. You can look at global gas prices for decades.
How old are you?
21.
21. You hadn't been around as long as I have.
I don't have to. You can look at global gas prices and look at the statistics.
Yeah. Go back and look at them.
And do they agree with you? No.
Go back and look at them.
It's not every 8 years. It's definitely fluctuating.
Okay, well, go back, 4 to 6 years. Look at the gas prices.
You want me to show you global gas prices over the years?
I didn't say global. I'm talking about U.S.
You want U.S. gas prices over the years?
Yes.
Okay. U.S. gas by year. All right. Let's run it back. So it is the case. In 1994, it was a bit like $1. What is this? 1994, it was 98.
It was $1.89 when Trump was in
98. I think. Wait, hold up. That's different. Here, hold up. So we see this. Okay. So here's what it looks like. So it's definitely not every. Oh, hold up. Fuck! It just randomly cut out. It's definitely not every 8 years. Oh my gosh! Now it's not gonna. It's definitely not every 8 years. Like this is what it's done since the 90s.
Yeah.
That's not going up every 8 years. Okay, so your claim is false.
Okay, so it hasn't.
So here, let's go back to the original claim that you were making. Hold up. Let's go back to the original. Let's go back to the original claim that you were making. They can. There's some sort of puppet controlling and setting up all the elections. Okay, so there's some sort of puppet controlling all the little elections. Well, then it is the case, right, that you voting doesn't matter. Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. So why'd you do that, knowing that it doesn't matter?
Well, I knew like gas prices and everything would go down. That's why.
How do you know?
Because I just know.
You just know? Trust me, bro?
Yep. Well, I'm just saying I just knew, and they did.
Trust me.
It was down to $1.89 when Trump was in office. It's
over
that's
because of
now.
That's because demand was extraordinarily low because of COVID, right? Because people were staying at the house more.
Yeah, and it went up when Bush was in office, and that's because there was investments that he had in oil.
I mean, I would have to look at that particularly, but like the claim that you just made was an absolute trustmebro.org. Or no, let me not give you the org, trustmebro.com.
No, it wasn't a trust. No, that's just what it was.
Yeah, so how do you know?
Because I look at the gas prices.
Yeah, so if you look, well, I just looked at the gas prices. I just showed you gas prices in the U.S.
Yes.
It does not go up every 8 years.
Okay, well, was it every 4 years?
No. From 1994 to 2004, there was barely any increase to the gas prices. Okay, increases
that's
to gas price. I'm literally looking at the data right now. This is literally from the EIA. It's from the Energy Information Administration. This is a .gov website, bro.
Okay, I don't care. I look at what the gas prices are. How much?
Yeah, this is looking at the gas prices across the entire nation.
How much is gas where you live?
I think it's like, I live in Los Angeles. It's gonna be way more than the rest of the country.
It's like $6 and something, probably, or $7.
Like $5, $5.50
or $5 and something. How much was it when Trump was in office?
Again, that's correlation and causation. Correlation versus causation. It was way less. It was probably somewhat in like the twos, threes.
Okay.
Or no, it was not in the twos. It was threes.
Okay. That saves you a lot of money to go.
Are you not listening to me at all? Are you not listening to me?
No.
Correlation doesn't equal causation. Just because two variables are associated does not mean one caused the other. It is the case that this would have happened even if Trump was president, because global gas prices are going up due to the fact that OPEC is limiting how much they're distributing in terms of oil, and same thing in terms of the Western European countries and the U.S. in terms of them getting Russian oil. Right? We're producing the same level of oil, U.S. field production in terms of oil, as we were under the Trump administration.
What about food prices?
Food prices are going to be derivative. Food prices are volatile. They're volatile because they can be based upon the fact that there's gas at a higher extent, because food has to be transported.
Basically, you're saying it does not matter whether the prices go up or down.
No, it does matter, right? But what I'm saying is that this would have happened regardless of whether or not Trump or Biden was president, as it doesn't specifically relate to the president of the United States. It specifically relates to global economic concerns, right? Things like OPEC, things like the Russia-Ukraine situation, right? These are like the very, very big impacts in terms of the prices that we see today in terms of gas.
Yeah, why does all the money go to other countries based on, the U.S.? That don't make no sense.
Wait, say that one more time. Say that one more time. Sorry.
If everything was good when Trump was in office, like everything was good.
And not everything was good, but
most things were good, like price wise.
Okay, you're talking in terms of prices. Okay, so one variable we see prices low with Trump. Do you not remember? Wait, hold on. Do you remember 14.8% unemployment under Trump? That happened.
Actually,
I can send you a source from the Federal Reserve, right, that shows you, right, that 14.8% unemployment happened under Trump. Was that caused by Trump?
No.
Okay, so just because it exists and just because it's associated with Trump's administration does not mean it was caused by Trump. So you apply that reasoning when it relates to Trump, but you do not apply that reasoning when it relates to Biden.
Okay. I'm just saying there was way less unemployment under Trump.
Actually, unemployment was the same. Unemployment was relatively the same. That's actually one of the big reasons why.
I don't care what kind of models you look at. That does not make a shit.
The Federal Reserve, literally, I'm not looking at a model to look at unemployment. I'm just looking at the statistics. Appreciate the elephant. Thank you so much. Like, what are you talking about, bro?
I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Like,
I'm telling you, the unemployment rate is extraordinarily low.
On everything.
The unemployment rate's 3.8% right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, that's extraordinarily low, right? It is
How's
the case
the economy doing?
The rest of the economy is negatively impacted due to inflation. But the idea that I'm referencing is that the reason why they were questioning whether or not there was a recession in the first place, because we saw multiple different quarters of lower GDP growth or negative GDP growth, right, was the fact that there was such low unemployment. Because typically speaking, within the context of recessions, there's an increase in there being unemployment. But we didn't see that. Unemployment stayed low.
Man, well, I hope one day you wake up, man. Like, for real, after you
How
grow
am I not
up,
wake up?
After you realize everything in this world, man.
What have I not realized?
You haven't realized the truth.
And what is that?
What I just told you.
Yeah. Jacob, please just let me know. What specifically?
about gas prices being way lower under Trump, about food prices being lower, rent was lower, everything has been lower under Trump.
No, the unemployment. Look at the unemployment. Unemployment. This is unemployment over.
I don't need to look at. I don't need to look at that.
You don't want to look at it.
No, I don't.
So we don't like statistics from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. We don't like information from the Fed. We don't like information from the Energy Information Administration. We don't take anything from like actual reputable sources. We just say whatever we feel and we run with it. Is that your view?
I see how society really is, man. I don't have to look
at
some diagram. Yes, I do.
Yeah. So that's what tells you what society is. Okay, you understand that this information is literally things that are taken from the entirety of the United States. This is the best available data we have. Do you not understand that?
You might look at society as a whole, not just look at some diagram.
Dude, I don't think Jacob Ryan 000 from whatever state you live in is going to have better data about the overall U.S. economy than the Fed, than the Bureau of Labor Statistics. I appreciate the orange. Thank you so much. And any of these reputable economic sources. Okay, let's get a fucking grip. Let's wake up for a minute. Okay, I don't think it's me that needs to wake up. I think it's you that needs to wake up.
No, you think I'm blind? You think I'm blind?
No, I just think that you have a bad thought process, right? Because you don't look at the best available data. You just look at whatever's around you, and you're subject to selection bias.
I talk to a lot of people myself.
Yeah, you can talk to whoever you want, but you're not going to have better data than when it relates to the overall U.S. economy, or like information that's coming from the Fed, or like the Federal Reserve, or that's coming from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, or it's coming from the Energy Information Administration. You're just not going to have better data, right? I promise you.
And they're all trusted, right?
Yeah, well, within the respect of giving data that relates to economics, absolutely, right? Ask any economist. This is where they get their data, oftentimes. Like when I write my papers in my econ classes, right? I have to get data from these places to be able to like justify my positions.
Let me ask you this. What is, do you have faith? Like, do you have any religion you follow?
I don't follow religion, no.
Okay.
I grew up Christian, but I don't know. Why? What is that like the standard of truth?
No, I'm just, I'm wondering what your stance is, Israel and Palestine and Hamas and all that right now. Like
I'm against
the effects of what it has on the world as a whole.
I don't know how that relates to this, but like I can give you like what my thoughts are so far. I don't have a fully fleshed out opinion on it, but when it relates to this, I think that the actions of certain actions of Hamas and certain actions of like the state of Israel are absolutely fucking disgusting and terrible, horrendous acts. Okay, we can see innocent civilians dying when it relates to both of those scenarios, right? And I'm against those innocent civilians dying, right? But that does not mean that the occupation of Israel, in terms of Palestine, is justified, right? We need to acknowledge like a legitimate occupation that exists. Right? Yeah. And we need to acknowledge the immoral acts that exist there while also acknowledging the immoral acts the other way around, right? When it relates to like Hamas, right? Because Hamas is not Palestine, right?
No, I know.
There's a very clear distinction. And the same way that Hamas is not Palestine, right? The state of Israel, right, is not the same thing as the people of Israel, right? Fundamentally different, right? Not to confuse people who are Jewish with Zionists. And not to confuse Hamas with people who are Palestinian. Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. And that is the biggest thing.
Do you believe Hamas is the spirit of the Antichrist?
The spirit of the Antichrist? I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. No.
Yes. You don't?
I don't know what the spirit of the Antichrist is. Like, can you explain to me what that is?
The evil.
Yeah, please let me know on this mystical lore.
Okay. Have you ever looked at King Charles III heraldic achievement?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, that's the image of the beast.
Okay, well, I don't believe in religion, so I don't think that the religious.
I mean, I know you don't. But I thought I'd put that out there based on Revelation 13:2, King James Version Bible.
Okay, so why should I care about what the Bible says?
Oh, you don't have to. You don't have to.
Okay. So, I mean, if we don't care about any of these religious texts, like what they say, what's the response to what I'm saying? And also, how does this relate to the rest of what we were talking about?
This relates to everything that's going on in the world right now based on a global scale. That's why I brought this point up.
Appreciate the cauldron. Thank you so much. Okay. Now, would you like to give me a reason why you support Trump?
I already told you.
You think the election was stolen?
Absolutely.
So the election was stolen, but at the same time of the election being stolen, it is the case that all of the elections are predetermined. So they predetermined the election to be stolen.
No, it's all based on Israel. Israel, the people, or the people over Israel, are the ones that pick the presidents over the U.S.
The people, what?
The people that rule Israel are the same people that run the U.S.
Can you give me evidence of that?
No, I probably can't.
Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. University has inspired this one to take apart the educations.
I just,
Did you get your degree from Trust Me, Bro University?
I gave you something to look up later. You don't got to do it right now.
Thank you so much, Trust Me, Bro University. TMB? Is that where you graduated, TMB?
Look up the heraldic achievement of King Charles III.
Okay.
And look at Revelations 13:2, King James Version Bible. And I think everybody will be shocked.
Everybody will be what?
Shocked.
Okay. All right. So if you have no evidence for your assertions, why do we accept them? Right? Because you making that assertion is going to be the same thing as me saying that the tooth fairy is what caused that event to occur.
The thing is, I pointed out a specific image, and you choose not to look it up.
I don't see how that's related to justifying your claim, though, to be honest with you.
That's everything that's going on right now, and you don't realize it.
This one Bible verse?
And King Charles III, heraldic achievement.
Okay. And what is this supposed to show me?
Just look it up right now.
All right. Let's look it up. What is it?
King Charles III, heraldic achievement.
Okay, let's look this up. Heraldic achievement.
Yes.
Okay. And what does this show me?
Okay. Look at that image and then type in Revelations 13:2, King James Version Bible.
Okay, Revelations 13:2.
Yes.
Did you set a vape?
Hit a cigarette.
Oh, okay. Sorry, it sounded like a vape. So and the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, and his feet were as the feet of a bear, and his mouth of the mouth of a lion, and the dragon gave him his power and the seat and great authority.
Yes. And study that image of King Charles III.
Is that supposed to be this image?
Yes. Just look at it.
What?
Do you see with the scripture? Study that image and tell me that ain't to a T what that says.
Okay, let's say it is. What does that mean?
That means what comes next, Israel's going to get attacked by the UAE.
Wait, this isn't the UAE. This is the coat of arms for the Prince of Wales.
Yes. I'm just telling you what's coming next.
So how does that relate to UAE?
that relates to the seven crowns in the Bible that's going to attack Israel.
Yeah, so how do you know that that's going to happen? Didn't it also say that like 200
It's in the Bible.
Didn't it also say in the Bible that like 200 million soldiers are
Yes,
going
that's
to
China
invade
and
Israel?
Russia.
Yeah, how big is China's military?
I'm not sure, but China.
How big is
China,
Russia's military?
Russia, China, Russia, and many others.
Yeah, and I guarantee if you add up their militaries, their active members on duty, it's not going to hit 200 million. Okay?
It's going to be
China
close
has like a
to
few
everybody.
million soldiers. I think they have like 2.8 million.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, 2.8 million is not the same as 200 million, especially if we add
I
on.
know. That's a lot of people attacking Israel.
Yeah, and that's not going to happen. So like, I don't know what you're talking about, right? I'm confused.
I'm just saying
That's
all
not going
this
to be
will
like
unfold.
actually seen when we look at like reality. Okay.
Well, I'm just basing everything that's been going on right now with Israel.
Yeah, but there's no basis for the claim at all, because it is the case that your Bible brings up something that claims that there's going to be literally multiple hundreds of millions of soldiers taking over, right, Israel, right? And when you add up Russia and China's militaries, you're barely going to reach like 3 or 4 million. Like 4 million, I'm pretty sure, is what you'd
It's not
get the
just
number
China
to.
and Russia. I said multiple.
Yeah,
I said multiple. I
those are
didn't
the
just say
biggest.
China and Russia.
China has the biggest military in the world. You add up all the other militaries, you're still
Yes.
not going to end up with 200 million. And that's if every single one of all these different nations that aren't even literally
it's not just gonna
with
be
China.
the military that does it.
Yeah, so is it going to be people?
It's not just going to be the military that does it.
So there's going to be 200 million people in that area of the world that invade Israel.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. All right. I can't wait to see that.
From the four corners of Israel.
I can't wait to see that. Where are these people going to come from?
But the reason I bring that point up is because that's really what's going on with the world right now. If people would open their eyes and see that.
Yeah, so I don't see how that's happening. Can you give me any evidence? And by the way, it's Revelations 9:16 through 18, chat.
I mean, everything's playing out that's in the Bible. I mean, everything.
No, what things in the
Literally.
Bible? What things in the Bible?
Everything in Revelations that's unfolding, like the image of the beast has been put out. It's when people start to worship King Charles is when it's really going.
I don't see people worshiping King Charles. I don't see where that's happening. Can you tell me?
I mean, that's why like different grocery stores have already switched over to you got to pay with your palm.
Where?
And stuff like that.
Where?
Have you been to Whole Foods?
I don't go to Whole Foods, but where do they have a mandated palm thing where you like pay?
No, it's not. It's not mandated yet. It's not mandated yet. Like,
so they have they have voluntary chips that you can put into your arm and pay with?
No. I'm not saying that yet. What I am saying is
here's my question.
They're already paying with their hand.
Here's my question.
Their hand.
What's the point of putting a fucking chip in your hand when you're carrying around a phone everywhere that you can pay with Apple Pay?
The phone is a pretext for the mark of the beast.
How?
Because you get used to carrying your phone around. They get you used to it first. So that way it's easier for people to get in.
I don't see how that relates to getting a fucking chip in my arm to pay for things, right? Like, could you say using cash is to like predispose us to doing that too?
Well, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, cash. I mean, cash is currency of the world. Pretty much, and But the image of the
So
beast.
us using cash is predisposing us for using microchips in our arms or in our hands to pay for everything and be mandated to do that.
No, I'm just saying they're getting people used to it right now.
Yeah. So how so? With cash.
With cash been going on for a long time, but I'm talking about the mark of the beast. The mark of the
you
beast.
said the cash is predisposing us for the mark of the beast.
Yes, the mark of the beast is being implemented right now, and within the next 7 years, it's going to amplify a lot.
Is it going to be mandated?
Eventually, yes, it will be.
Yeah, I'd love to see evidence of that. That's just a claim in the Bible. That's another trust me, bro. Would you like to provide me anything in the Bible that's actually coming to fruition?
I can't come out and say that there's some kind of mandate on it, because there's not. Everybody's got free will. They'll do it or not do it. That's what it boils down to. The people that do get it, they'll feel safe for a while. I'll say that.
So we got another trustmebro.com. Do you want to give me anything in the Bible that has come to fruition?
There's a lot of stuff. Actually, Euphrates River is drying up.
It's dried up multiple times throughout history. How come end times hasn't begun?
when throughout history has it dried up?
Would you like me to send you a source on this? Because
Yes.
I have stuff. I need to add that to my bibliography. I need to make a separate bibliography for this, right? But I can send you that. Would you like to DM me and then I can send that to you?
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Just DM me. My DMs are open. What else would you like to?
I just wanted people to realize how close we are to the end. Because we are close to the end, and I don't think many are prepared. Like everything's fun and games right now. We can all discuss everything in the world right now, but when the image of the beast is already out there, I think that should be an awakening to many people.
The image of the beast,
especially Christians.
I don't know. I don't know what image of the beast.
King Charles III.
So that's just like
is the image of the beast.
Yeah, I don't see how that means everyone's being controlled. 1, 2, I appreciate. Thank you for the love. Thank you so much. 2, right? You understand that like different types of pictures could be like literally coming from different types of things written in the context of the Bible. That doesn't necessarily mean that like the Bible is true, right? These are things that you believe to be true, right? But you haven't necessarily actualized evidence for.
You have to see he's a leader in this world, and he's the only leader in this world that has a image that has anything to relate to the Bible.
Wait, sorry, say that one more time.
He's the only leader in the world that has anything that relates to the Bible in context of Revelations.
Appreciate the end art. Yeah, I don't see how that relates to the Bible being true.
Well, that's
like you understand. Wait, where does he live?
King Charles?
Yeah.
Buckingham Palace?
Yeah, and do you think he has control?
Not yet. He will after the war with Israel.
So he doesn't have control? Appreciate that had mustache. Thank you so much. Okay. So another trust me, bro. Nothing been actualized. So what's going to be the reason?
What's going to be the reason?
Actually, we can go back because you made all this claim about other types of stuff. Would you like to give me a reason as to why we should support Trump? Like, or actually, not support Trump. We can go back to the idea that you say that you say the election was stolen, right? So let's go into that.
I mean, I do believe the election was stolen. Nobody.
How do you know?
At this point, none of that matters. I mean, it doesn't matter. Life's going on, but at the same time, when Trump was in office, prices of everything was lower. And,
no, how do you know? But like, again, that's correlation versus causation. 1, 2. How do you know that? Wait, actually, again, how do you know that that specifically that's caused by Biden? Like the
I'm
gas
not saying it
prices.
was caused by Biden. I'm just based on
That's kind of what you're implying here. So if it's not caused by Biden, then why is this an argument against Biden?
I just look at the economy and how everything's went up since Biden's been in office, and that's what I base everything on.
So a correlation. So just an association again, which doesn't determine causation. 1, 2. How does this tell us whether or not there was a stolen election?
You got to look at the evidence of it and the audits that did not get to be presented in court.
And were they? What about the Trump-appointed judges? I thought we already referenced that.
Yes, he appointed judges, but it was
that
not
were corrupt.
allowed. Like all the evidence was.
So he appointed corrupt judges?
I mean, I don't know if he did or not.
Okay, so if they're not corrupt, well, if they are corrupt, well, then that would explain why the election was stolen, right? But if they are not corrupt, well, then that means he lost the election, which is what happened.
Okay. Believe to not believe.
Believe to not believe.
Yep.
I don't know what that means.
Like you believe, I don't believe. So, you know,
and what do you base that on?
I just base on I don't believe that Biden won the election fair and square.
And how do you know that?
Just based on because the audits were supposed to be presented in court, but they were never allowed.
Yeah, by literally Trump-appointed judges, by the way.
I know that.
And so why weren't they allowed?
Because it showed all the corruption throughout the U.S.
How do you know that's the case?
Voter fraud.
How do you know that's the case?
There's too many cases. There's too many cases out there. Like there's literally
and none of them actually came back on your side.
What do you mean none came back on my side?
Yeah, so none actually told us there was sufficient evidence to overturn the election. None.
What do you mean?
What? None of these audits indicated to us that there was sufficient evidence to overturn the election.
No, there was a lot. There was a lot of evidence.
Name which audit?
Michigan, Georgia,
Michigan
Arizona.
and Georgia proved. Okay. So then
it was millions of fucking people. Millions.
So how do you know that they proved it?
They didn't.
Ashley, thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate it, Ashley. Thank you very much.
They didn't approve it.
They didn't?
If it would have went through the court system, all the audits like it was supposed to, it would have showed that there was millions that voted
How do you know
that didn't even exist.
How do you know?
Because they proved it.
Well, where did they prove that? They didn't prove it in court. Where did they prove that?
They did it video footage.
Again, you're just claiming this video footage, but that was not proven in court.
They looked through.
Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much, Junior.
The mail-in voters. They looked at. There was dead people that voted.
That happens in every election. It is the case. There was less fraud in this election comparative to other elections, and yes, it does happen in every election. There are some people that die after voting.
Yes, I know that. So okay. you don't think there was any election fraud?
No, I'm saying that there was election fraud in every single election, but there was less election fraud proportionally in this election comparative to other elections.
Okay, where do you get that evidence from?
I can send you a source that indicates actually that this was literally the safest election in recorded history when it relates to that. Right? It just depends on what your standard for that is.
Is it based on left-leaning or right-leaning material that you're going to send me?
Yeah, so I mean, this is actually unbiased, right? Like notions of unbiased. Like there are actually pretty.
I will take a look. I'll take a look at it.
Yeah, for sure. I'd love to send you stuff on that because, like, I mean, this isn't something just Democrats are saying, right? There are lots of Republicans that are saying this. There are lots of people on the right saying this. It's not a specifically like only like partisan sort of thing.
anyways, I'm gonna have to get off here.
All right. Appreciate you coming on, man.
Yeah, you have a good one.
All right, let's go to the next person. Everyone, if you like the content, follow me. If you're ready, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live copy link, send it to a few friends. We're going to go on to the next person. Only do send a guest request. If you disagree, we're just looking for some debates, everyone. All right, let's try to get to this next person. Again, only do send a guest request. If you disagree, everyone, we are just looking for some debates, y'all. Oh, what the hell is going on with my... What is going on? It's not adding people. There we are. Where is Dean? He doesn't come on for another, like, 50 minutes at least. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
35.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
I support him in certain aspects.
Like what aspects?
Like him putting pressure on the trade deal we had with China.
So you mean like the tariffs and stuff?
Yep.
Yeah. So like, are you okay with like the tariffs hurting American consumers and American producers? Like making it more costly for there to be like goods and services for like provided like for American consumers, and then also when it relates to like American producers, like the tariffs were increased for them.
Tariffs hurt us worse than the runaway inflation during the start of Biden's administration?
Yeah, so I wasn't making any claim about like whether or not inflation or whether or not trade war effects were like bigger or worse. Inflation was something that was likely to occur under whether or not there's a Trump or Biden presidency, as inflation's like always like an everywhere monetary phenomena. Michael, I appreciate the Cash App. Thank you so much. Right, but like when it relates to like the trade deficit and like, or not the trade deficit, like the attempt at like reducing the trade deficit by increasing tariffs, I don't see that to necessarily be an effective mechanism to do so.
So you understand why that trade deal was built originally with China, correct?
Yeah. So like, are you trying? What do you the trade? Are you talking about the trade deal?
It was essentially built to benefit China to grow on the global stage. And yes. What Trump did was he put pressure on that deal because it was no longer a beneficial deal to America. Like China has grown. They were actually on pace to overgrow our economy. But since
I don't think that's going to happen.
Pressure on that, and I will agree tariffs were not initially good for America, but that was something that needed to be done because we were in a deal that was no longer in our best interest.
Yeah. So, I mean, that it depends. Like the way that he responded to that isn't effective, right? That's what I would say in terms of the tariffs, right? But like when it relates to China, right? You made a claim that like they were gonna like on track to like pass us. Where would you get this notion from, right? As like their population is literally set to like be decreasing into the next coming decades. So it's likely that their economy is going to reach some point of stagnation that we could probably relate similarly to like Japan.
Right. And that's because of the circumstances that have happened over the past, let's say, 5 years.
No. That's because of particularly the one-child policy that has limited them actually producing children insofar as them not being able to reach replacement rates necessary to be able to sustain their aging population. Right. So there's going to be a lot of people who are a lot older and not as many people who are younger to actually fulfill that standard. Because the one-child policy, even though it's not in effect anymore, created social dynamics that still can continue to reduce fertility rates in the nation based upon just like the different types of social expectations that have been associated with like the society that exists now due to the fact that the one-child policy existed for so long.
Cool. Yeah, no, I guess we can kind of agree to disagree on that. I wouldn't say that China's economy was being wrecked by a one-child policy comparative.
It will be in the next coming decade. So there's going to be like euphoric growth for like probably the next few years or so, right? But then like it's likely going to end up like stabilizing.
Cool. Yeah, no, like I said, we can kind of just agree to disagree on that point because I think if you look at economic sources, kind of pre-COVID, honestly, pre-Trump probably would be even better. China was actually set to surpass us, but because of conditions with trade and COVID and I guess,
yeah, can you give me anyone that says that?
Policy.
Sarah, I appreciate all the hand hearts. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I can go and pull some sources after we're done talking right here. If I went and pulled them now, it'd probably just sit here for a minute, and I don't want to do that. But
sure.
Another thing I kind of wanted to hit at, the last guy talked about knowing real truth, and you had spoke to, you felt the best truth were reputable government sources.
Oh, when I was just talking about economic trends here. Yeah, so like it would relate to like the Federal Reserve, it would relate to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and then it would also relate to, I think the third one I referenced was the EIA, the Energy for Information, or Energy Information Agency.
I guess what would you deem our best health sources then?
Health sources?
Yep.
Depends on what you're referencing. Do you mean like illness? Like likely CDC? Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. And then like there's international information institutions and different agencies that can go over it.
Like, do you think the CDC, when they originally put out 95% effective one shot, was the most credible information you could find?
Yeah, for that particular strain. Yeah, that was correct with the first strain. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. What people don't realize is that science changes given the environmental conditions, right? So if it is the case that there are different, variants, well then clearly speaking, we're going to see different types of outcomes in terms of the vaccines and how they're effective against those. Okay, but we still saw effectiveness in terms of vaccinations against different types of strains than the original strain. But yeah, 95% was what it was.
And what do you think natural immunity's effectiveness was?
So natural immunity has a good effectiveness, right? But it is the case that you actually have to get COVID and put yourself at risks of all of the risks associated with COVID in order to get that natural immunity. And vaccine plus natural immunity is better anyway, but it is the case that there's an issue with the whole point of a vaccine is to reduce the likelihoods of the virus hurting you. So if you need to get the virus to be able to get these types of protection, well, then that doesn't really make sense because you're trying to protect yourself from the virus in the first place. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So I guess, do you have kind of a general ballpark idea of infection rate and death rate at the highest point of COVID?
Infection rate, like what specific statistics would you be looking for? Like how much more infectious was it than the flu?
I'm just trying to make sense of 95% effective when I don't ever remember the death rate being greater than 5%.
For overall COVID? Yeah, so death rate is a death rate was like around 1.6 to 2%, like globally, overall ages.
So wouldn't your natural immunity then be 95% effective in general?
Oh, okay. So we're talking a 95% okay. So I think here's the issue we're getting here. So it's going to be a reduced likelihood of you getting the virus, of you developing symptoms that are severe, right, and of you being hospitalized, right. So that's what we're relating to.
So people were being infected at a higher than 5% rate.
People were more likely to be infected given the fact that they were not vaccinated.
By a minuscule percentage.
No, by a relatively high percentage. We're talking like again, when it relates to this, it was when we're relating to like a 95% efficacy, right? That relates to like infection rate, right?
Right, and that's what I'm saying.
So that's going to be relating to like the spread. So you are significantly less likely to get it, right, and to transmit it to less people, right? Because actually, how long you were viral essentially is lower. So there was like a lower time in which you were infectious. So that's why you were less likely to spread it to as many people. Like I know the original strain was 2 times.
Your infection rate is greatly reduced by what percent?
With what strain?
Anyone. We'll just say the original one.
The original 95%.
Go with one.
That was what it was related to.
Yes, what I'm asking though is if you're not vaccinated, how much higher of a risk percentage-wise?
If you're not vaccinated, how much higher of risk? I just related to you again the 95% efficacy. That's the reduced likelihood of this happening to you.
Right, and you made the comment that it was a much greater risk, and I made the comment, to me, it seems like it was a minuscule difference.
I don't think 95% is a minuscule difference. And even if it's a minuscule difference, would you agree that it's better to do? Like, for example, right? If you could reduce...
at 95, just sorry to cut you off, but that's not the difference. You don't have a 95% difference in the chance of being infected if you took that shot or not.
What do you mean by that? Like, let's clarify that statement.
So if the unvaccinated were being infected at a 95% clip, we would have seen infection at a much higher rate than in general. I think it was typically at like 2%.
You mean the death rate?
Infection rate. Do you believe 95% of the world was infected? I'm confused.
No. So we're saying it has like at that time it had like a 95% efficacy in like preventing symptomatic like COVID, right? Okay. So it reduces the likelihood of you getting it, right? And then how long you are infectious to be able to spread it to other people.
So
I can send you stuff that explains this. Like if you literally just looked this up on Google one time during the pandemic, you would have learned this.
Oh, I did. I actually work for a biotech company and have a lot of inside information.
What?
I'm just trying to make.
And then how'd you not know this?
I know how a lot of the reporting was fixed and set, and a lot of the statistics weren't.
So if you have inside information, how'd you not know this? You literally could have used Google.
So I think you're confused on like the effectiveness percentage and what that actually means. What I'm trying to say is
I'm confused.
The difference between you getting vaccinated and not vaccinated and infection rate is actually a small percentage. That's not a large percentage. So based on...
Wait, what do you do at the biotech company? Like, what is your job?
Integrated DNA Technologies, part of Danaher, a corporation. Essentially, the company started off making oligos for research, specifically universities and stuff, but based off the technology our labs and stuff have, we actually got involved with some of the vaccine production and testing production. And don't get me wrong, I love good science, but me specifically, I'm a financial analyst for the company, so I get involved.
Wait, so you're a financial analyst and you do what? DNA what?
Integrated DNA Technologies is the company.
So you do, that's the company, but you're a financial analyst?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the financial analysts have nothing to do with this. What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
So a financial analyst that works for a science company doesn't just...
you have literally you have nothing to do with the mRNA vaccinations or anything to do with that. You're the financial analyst, bro.
Yeah, and I was part of conversations around how that product was built. For example, there's a company called Microgem based out of Europe. This isn't the vaccines I'm speaking on right now. This is the testing methods we had for COVID initially. This Microgem company was being funded through NIH grants. They were basically...
Can you tell me what mRNA is?
mRNA? The new form of vaccines we have?
No, can you just tell me what it means? What does it stand for?
So I'm going to do this and then I'll tell you what mRNA stands for.
No, just do it first. Say mRNA right now, because you're going to look it up.
What?
Come on, just tell me right now.
Say mRNA.
mRNA. Okay, he's looking it up. He's paused looking it up right now. So it's messenger ribonucleic acid. Okay? That's exactly what I mean, right? You're a financial analyst. You're not dealing with all of the different types of details that would be very specific in understanding how these vaccinations work, what efficacy rate means, right? You're the financial analyst, bro. Okay. And if you don't even know what mRNA stands for, I don't know how I'm supposed to believe that you have some knowledge about efficacy that is outside of my comprehension.
I'm not saying it's outside your comprehension. I was trying to make sense of the math. Like you were claiming that if you're not vaccinated, it was a 95% difference in infection rate.
Yes. So you are 95%. Do you want me to read it off specifically? I'll read it off the site, right? Right. This is specifically like, I appreciate the hand massage. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Right. This is what they say specifically, right? It says, the mRNA-based Pfizer and Moderna vaccines were shown to have 94 to 95% efficacy in preventing symptomatic COVID-19, calculated as 100 times 1 minus the attack rate with vaccination divided by the attack rate with placebo. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. It means that the population such as the one enrolled in the trials with accumulated COVID-19 attack rate over a period of 3 months of about 1% without the vaccination would expect roughly 0.05% of vaccinated people would get diseased. It does not mean that 95% of people are protected from disease with the vaccination. A general misconception of vaccine protection, also found in Lancet Infectious Diseases editorial. That's the end of that particular thing. Yeah, so again, right, it's not saying 95% of people are not going to get this. That's not the claim. We would expect roughly 0.05% of vaccinated people would get diseased.
So I guess you can dispute the claim that it's actually a minuscule difference.
Yeah. Yeah, we've just started making a bibliography on this. We have like 11 plus pages of different types of studies, different systematic reviews, right? Different types of studies that have placebo, right? Different things, literally 11 pages of different studies, okay? That I can send you, right? We're adding to my resource document. All right, the data, and this is just the beginning. We're going to separate it by the different types of studies as well, which is like, it's going to take a while, but like, there's just so much evidence, right, that is supporting the effectiveness of vaccinations, whether it just be the COVID vaccination or whether it be other types of vaccinations in general. So if you accept the efficacy of other types of vaccinations when it relates to the studies, well, then clearly we're also going to accept the efficacy when it relates to the studies here.
So efficacy of one vaccine means that's how everyone works.
No, I'm showing that the process that you use in which to say that this is effective, right, is the same process that you would use within the context of the situation with COVID vaccinations to indicate their effectiveness. Same process. So if you accept the process in one scenario, why would you deny the process in the other?
I'm just denying the true effectiveness of it. I'm not saying it's not effective. I'm just saying I don't believe the 95% effectiveness number was truth. It was more of a for the first strain. Yes, it's true. Absolutely. Cool. So yeah, if you can send me data, then
it's Linktree in my bio. Click on my Linktree, and then you can go check it.
Unvaccinated or getting infected at a 95% clip higher than the vaccinated.
Oh my gosh! Right. Okay. So do you want me to read it again? All right. Let's listen to Parker again. Okay. Pfizer and Moderna vaccines were shown to have a 94 to 95% of efficacy in preventing symptomatic COVID-19, calculated as 100 times 1 minus the attack rate of attack rate with vaccination divided by the attack rate with placebo, right? It means that in a population, I appreciate the handout, thank you so much, such as the one enrolled in the trials with cumulated COVID-19 attack rate over a period of 3 months of about 1% without a vaccination, we would expect roughly 0.05% of vaccinated people would get diseased. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and that's 95% less than the vaccinated rate. Or unvaccinated, my bad.
Yeah. So, okay. Yeah. So like, okay, we can also relate to the idea here that, again, if you want to relate to like long haul COVID symptoms, right? People literally don't talk about that. There are long haul symptoms that people have from COVID that people are still dealing with today, right? That are significantly more likely to happen given the fact that someone was not vaccinated. Okay. So literally the misinformation surrounding vaccinations led to so many people being negatively impacted that it's actually such a fucking terrible thing, because people use things like, oh, the mark of the beast and oh, these different types of things to spread medical misinformation that literally leads to the deaths of people. Okay. This is why I think it's so fucking important to like actually have evidence behind the positions that we have rather than just believing things based upon faith, right? Because that can lead to people literally dying when it relates to medicine.
Right. No, I agree. I guess I'm not trying to come from like a faith standpoint too. I'm just personally, I'm a former college athlete and have always taken pretty good care of my body in terms of sleep, what I input and stuff. And that's kind of the angle where I'm coming from. I'm more of like a natural health compared to pharmaceutical health, even though ironically I work for a company that plays into that. But that's kind of the perspective I'm coming from.
All right. Well,
for example, during COVID, again, tons of sources keeping that in mind, tons of reporting designed in different ways and scientific experiments. But one thing that I always kind of found a little weird is they would initially, and I know the studies have become more developed, but they would kind of group general people in these studies. Age was one specific thing, but for me personally, I thought they should have looked a little bit more at people's BMI in relation to COVID and how that would affect them. But I also
there's large extensive research on that as well.
And what does that say?
Yeah. So it is the case that it's not tracked to BMI, right? But there are particular types of things that do increase the likelihood of someone dying, as that is the case when it relates to almost every other type of disease, right? The flu, when it relates to any other type of disease that we'd relate to as respiratory illness, right? People who are obese, right, are at a significantly greater likelihood of negative things happening to them, right? That does not indicate BMI, right? BMI is actually like not really a good indicator of stuff like that. But yeah, we do know that someone is at a higher risk of like things like this happening. That is true for any type of disease.
Cool. So I guess, yeah, that's just the point after a long conversation. And I know we probably agree to disagree. I'm trying to get at is that maybe we can take a little bit more personal responsibility for our health as individuals.
Yeah, and taking personal responsibility starts with you getting vaccinated.
People like that.
It starts with you getting vaccinated.
Or I guess not spending hours on TikTok and maybe a few more in the gym.
Yeah. So do you think that like just spending a few hours in the gym is going to fix everyone's issues? Like,
if you're
just saying that, I'm going to be totally fucking real with you. People have been saying that for decades. Okay. How effective has that been? How effective has that been?
Pretty effective for the actually healthy people.
No, it has not been effective. Okay. Right. For some people, if you actually want to like incentivize people to go to the gym, right? Talk about the positive things that come from the gym, right? That would be a good way to incentivize people to go to the gym, right? Just saying that the only way to be healthy is by going to the gym, right? Isn't necessarily true. You can be healthy without going to the gym, but it is effective for some people to get their activity through going to the gym.
Right. And I guess I know I said gym, but I guess just exercise in general doesn't necessarily mean gym. You could go outside and go for a hike, and there's added benefits to that as well. But
yeah,
essentially any form of consistent movement or exercise in a society that's been culturized to sit in front of a computer for most of their time.
Yeah. So people can get activity, and they can, by the way, you can listen to like TikTok, and you can do that while walking or while getting activity. Right? You understand that like just because someone is on TikTok, that doesn't indicate that they're not engaging activity.
Right.
I know, I have lots of friends that actually like they run for miles and they'll listen to stuff like podcasts or they'll listen to debates when they're running.
Right.
Yeah, people in the chat are literally on the treadmill right now.
Cool. I guess one last question I'll ask too in terms of health and the science side of things. And again, I know we have past vaccines and this is kind of a newer technology. And I get, like you said, if we're accepting some things of past vaccines, why would we not accept this? I just want to stir a conversation around it, though. And I think, there's some extremes here, like you mentioned, where on the right side, sometimes people will be like, oh, we just need to hold faith. Nobody should be vaccinated. Like, this is ridiculous.
I don't think that's what they're saying. I think they're just saying that, like, oh, right, there's not really a push to get vaccinated, right? It's not really effective, right? When in reality, right, we do acknowledge the effectiveness of them. And some of those same people, right, will like say to get the flu vaccine. Okay, the flu vaccine is oftentimes going to be less effective than what we'd relate to with the COVID vaccines, right? So, because oftentimes when relating to the flu vaccine, these are guesses, right, about what's going to be spreading. Okay, so the efficacy rates when it relates to the flu vaccines oftentimes, right, are not as high. So like, and yet they still say to get the flu vaccine.
Cool. So I guess I was just trying to get to the point of our absolute best approach to vaccination is always going to be herd immunization.
Yeah, so you say herd immunization. We can reach herd immunization by vaccinating and vaccinating. You understand that, right? That was the whole point of trying to get vaccinated.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think sometimes those opposed to vaccines, they maybe think there's a better approach than just herd immunizing everybody. Or
herd immunity can be done through vaccination, right? Vaccination. Like, because people are going to be at a better likelihood of getting, if they do get the virus, if they are vaccinated, along with the idea that if most people were vaccinated, it would reduce the spread overall. So there's just going to be a compound impact of that.
So I guess you don't believe there's any way to immunize certain portions of the population and that be effective?
I don't see a way that, like if you're medically able, you should get vaccinated is essentially the point. And by the way, is you being against the vaccine, is that the reason why you're supporting Trump? No,
honestly.
No? Okay, so why are we even talking about this? Appreciate the gem gun. Thank you so much, Sierra.
Because I think this is kind of...
Because you know that Trump literally supported the vaccination. Yeah, like Operation Warp Speed.
I don't think Trump actually supported the vaccination. I think he eventually
Trump is literally vaccinated.
I think he played along eventually, but
Trump is literally vaccinated, and he literally pushed to get the vaccine out to more people, right, by Operation Warp Speed. So that's just not true. Appreciate the hanging lights. Thank you so much. Thank you for the coral as well. I appreciate it. And he's literally taken credit for it too.
So, I guess would you say people that were mandated to take the vaccine supported it?
People who are not necessarily.
That's what I'm trying to get at with Trump. I don't.
No, but Trump has literally talked about how he supports it.
But he eventually gave.
Trump literally has said at rallies multiple times and like taken credit for it, for Operation Warp Speed. So like he said to get vaccinated. He said that he's vaccinated, right? Things like that. So I don't understand what you're talking about.
I guess I don't get why he was against it originally, but I'd have to look at what changed his position then and why he's saying that.
When was he against it originally?
Trump was against pretty much everything initially COVID related.
He was against the masks, but not the vaccinations.
I guess why didn't he mandate it like Joe Biden did then?
Mandating because he's against like the government regulation when it relates to that, which realistically doesn't make sense to me because that's his voting base. Like you understand, like him not mandating it actually led to a death of a lot of people that did support Trump, like the deaths of that.
Really? I didn't realize that.
Yeah, because a lot of Republicans were less likely to get vaccinated, so they were more likely to die. And older people were more likely to die. Older people who are more likely to vote for Republicans.
So, speaking on older people, in terms of this vaccination too, do you think the effectiveness is as good for older people as it is younger people?
The effectiveness for the vaccination is obviously it's more pertinent for older people too, typically.
But we should
Because like
still
age, there's a huge association with age and deaths from vaccination. I mean, deaths from virus, not vaccination.
Cool. Well, that's all I got. I'm going to continue my walk and.
All right, for sure. All right, peace out. Let's go on to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request. If you disagree, we're just looking for some debates. Everyone, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. It helps get it out to more people. And the algorithm on TikTok has been a little bit weird recently. So if you do want to support me, everyone, tapping that screen helps it out, everyone. So I do appreciate everyone doing so. Keep tapping that screen. 500,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live copy link, send it to a few friends. Plus, if you want to support me as well, one of the best ways to support me is through Cash App and Venmo. It's in my bio. If you do want to support me, you can ask me any messages you have. And I get 100% of the proceeds there, whereas I get 33% here on TikTok. But I appreciate everyone. Y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, we're gonna go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Tap that screen in the meantime. Again, everyone, let's try to get to 500,000 likes, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
Sort of.
What do you mean, sort of?
I mean, like, I don't know. I agree with some things and I don't agree with some things.
Would you vote for him?
Well, I can't vote because I'm an immigrant, so.
Immigrants can vote.
No, only like, okay, so if you're here on a green card, you can't vote. I've been told that multiple times. I'm here on a green card.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, I'd have to check. I would have to check. Can they?
I've been told
with
so
green
many
card,
times
maybe you can with green card.
Citizen, so
I know after some point, as a resident, you can vote.
I mean, I think if you got dual citizenship, you could, but I'm not, so I'd never do that.
Yeah. So, yo, Latricia, thank you so much for the Cash App. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So yeah. Here, I'm trying to find this real quick. Apparently.
Yeah, everyone in the comments are saying you got to be a citizen. So.
Yeah. Okay. Apparently not. Apparently not with a green card.
I can't run for president either. So.
Yeah. Sure. So, okay. So here'd be my point then. Would you vote if you could?
If I could, shit. Maybe.
Maybe? What do you mean?
I'm so nervous. Okay, so I don't know, just some things he's done. They're just
like what?
Shit. Like the things he's done that are shit, or the things he's done that are good.
What are the things that he's done that are good?
Well.
Oh, you're paused, by the way. All right, everyone keep tapping that screen in the meantime. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live copy link, send it to a few friends, everyone. Keep tapping that screen, keep sharing the live, everyone. Again, if you do want to support me, Cash App, Cash App and Venmo's in the bio. Jalen, thank you so much for the confetti. I appreciate it. I think she's leaving, everyone. My messages keep like not loading all the way. I think she left, chat. I think she left. But tap that screen. Oh, yeah, she did just leave. All right. All right. We're gonna get the next person. Only do send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. We're just looking for some debates. Oh, shit. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
21.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
I don't support any of them.
All right. I am just looking for people who disagree with the topic. Appreciate you coming on. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Only do send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Bro's getting some nice sleep. Some nice sleep. Some nice sleep. That shit was wild, bro. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's go to the next person, everyone. That bro needs the machine from Drake and Josh. Does anyone remember that one? Anyone remember that? That machine from Drake and Josh? I need to get a new chair. This chair squeaks way too much. It's actually so brutal. It's so brutal. I've been trying to get it. I've been thinking about getting one for so long, but I've just been so lazy. Do y'all hear the squeaking all the time? It's so bad. Yo, what's up? How old are you? The squeak adds character. Oh my gosh, chat. Like, if y'all hear that, it's actually so bad. No, y'all don't hear it? Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
For sure. What's your birth year?
99.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Why so?
Because he's a good president.
What did he do that was good?
He is really good at building good gas prices and stuff.
So what relation does he have to gas prices that would be relevant to the gas prices that currently exist today? Like, how do you think he would have reduced gas prices?
Well, before he was, before Joe Biden was in president, or our president, when Trump was in office, he was really big on the gas prices, and they were a lot lower than they are now.
Yeah, so correlation doesn't equal causation. Just because two things are associated does not mean one caused the other. For example, there was 14.8% unemployment during Trump's presidency. Does that mean that it was caused by Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was?
I mean, no, sorry.
Oh, okay, so yeah, just because it's associated with the administration doesn't mean it was caused by them. So how do we know that this is particularly caused by Biden and not just associated with Biden?
I know what you mean. Like there's every job for every, the president only has some type of power over the gas prices and stuff, but yeah, I think he is a good president though. I mean, he's done a lot for the country. He's not really racist like people put him to be.
So what has he done for the country? And Shannon, I appreciate the Cash App. Thank you so much. And how do you feel about the Muslim ban?
It's very bad.
Very bad. How do you feel about the fact that he never apologized for saying the people who were within the Central Park Five should get the death penalty, even though they were exonerated?
Well, that's not really good for that to be. As far as what he's doing for the country, I think he is pretty good at what he's doing. As far as
like what? Lying about the election, separating children from their families, sending 83% of the tax cuts to the top 1%, people who are making above $500,000 per year, building the border wall when most people come into the country by flying here and overstaying visas.
Well, you can't read everything you read on the internet, right? This has to be scientific evidence that is backed up, right? So everything that you're saying is either by Reddit or unspecific scientific evidence.
Reddit. These are attributed across the board. What specifically do you dispute? And scientific evidence would relate to like something that would be empirically based, whereas this is related to like history or like I don't know how that would be scientific.
I mean, like, political science it's technically a science. It's just everything you're saying is not very factual.
What is not factual?
That he wants to build a border on where the country is and stuff. Like
he literally has.
Are you sure?
Yeah, what? Do you not remember him making a claim about border walls?
But I don't think he actually built the wall.
He built part of it, not all of it, but part of it.
Okay. Well,
And again, he said Mexico would pay for it. One, two. He also he didn't acknowledge that most people who are undocumented in the country, who come into the country, again, come here through by flying to the country and overstaying the visas. So again, the border wall doesn't actually limit most of the people coming into the country, like undocumented.
Okay, I know what you mean by that. But I guess, like, as far as him being a bad person, I mean, I don't really agree with him kind of being illegal in some aspects of his life, but as far as him making certain decisions based on our military and stuff, that's also why I support him, why he's good for president.
What decisions based upon the military? You just paused, by the way. Hello?
So, military is one of not our best. I have to say that. And he does everything just so he can protect our military and protect our country. As far as war, as far as...
What did he do specifically that protected our military? Was it his claims about John McCain saying the fact that he got captured by by another country or by another group as a veteran that somehow made him bad? Do you remember that?
That's part of it. Yeah, that's part of it. I would say, yeah, mainly.
So you like Trump's comments about John McCain?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, I'm not really agreeing with what Trump says most of the time, but I think he's still pretty good for being a president.
Yeah. So what did he do that was specific that was good? Because he, again, remember, he called him a loser, for being what's it called? For being captured. Okay. He's a veteran. So is that part of his good treatment of veterans? Or?
No, not really.
No. Okay. So what specifically? And he also said that he was not a war hero. Do you disagree with that as well?
I don't really agree with that, to be honest.
So what has he done for the military that you think is good?
I don't know. He just seems very concerned about the military. He's always very careful about the military. I don't know specifically what he's done to help the military, but I know that he really cares about the military.
Oh, okay. So you don't know what specifically he cares about, but he just cares about the military?
Yeah.
Okay. So if we actually compare Trump and Obama, right? We can compare the different times that they did golf trips. So golf was done by Trump a lot, 298 times, and he spent $144 million of taxpayer money in 4 years, whereas Obama spent 80 million in what's it called, 4 years. And so the types of clubs that Trump visited was 100% private, whereas most of the ones that Obama went to, which is on the top, was military. So if anyone did something for the military, it was actually Obama.
I don't like Obama though.
It wasn't okay. So, but he did more for the military here than Trump did, as Trump did all these at private, 100% golf trips private. And you actually know most of those golf trips where he spent taxpayer money at were at Mar-a-Lago, a lot of them. So,
but don't you know Obama's racist?
How is Obama racist?
He doesn't like Mexicans.
What clip do you have of that?
It's a proven fact that when the borders when he sent more Mexicans back to Mexico than any other president in history.
So that was based upon proportional numbers, and that's because he was president longer than Trump was. If you look yearly or proportionally, Trump does more. And again, that doesn't mean he's racist. If that makes him racist, well, then Trump's policies meant to limit immigration, right, and put up the border wall was racist, right? So Trump is not racist, but Obama is?
I think they're both racist. I think every president's just horrible at this point.
Oh, okay. So then why would you use that a point against Obama if the same thing also exists in the candidate in which you support?
I don't support no candidate or no system. I think all the presidents right now are just shit.
So you don't support Trump?
Well, I mean, not really.
No, but you would vote for Trump.
Not really. I don't want to vote for anybody because every president's on here that's just crap. They're all racist.
So you're not going to vote?
Well, I want to, but it would probably have to be a different president than Joe Biden and Donald Trump.
So you're not going to vote if it's Joe Biden versus Donald Trump?
No.
No. So then why are you talking about it if you're not even going to vote on it? Appreciate the boiling cauldron. Thank you so much, wasn't me.
I support Trump a little more than I do Joe Biden. That's all I got to say.
So why? Is it the being held liable for SA? Is it the lying about the elections for the past few years? Appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much. Is it the fact that he walks into pageants with little girls who are changing naked and then justifies it based upon the fact that he owns it? Are those reasons? Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
To be honest, I don't like Joe Biden or Donald Trump.
Yeah, but were those reasons why you support Trump?
No, not at all.
So what are some of the reasons? I appreciate the chasing the dream. I appreciate. Thank you so much. Wasn't me. W wasn't me in the comment section, everyone.
I mean, he's done a lot of things in terms of different topics. For example, business topic. He actually does a lot for the stock market. That's
what did he do for the stock market?
He kind of lowered the prices for the stocks.
He lowered the prices for the stocks.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's about it. That's from what I heard.
Mm-hmm. So that's a bad thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So why were we saying that's something that we support him for?
I just like some of his characteristics. That's it.
And you like some of the bad things?
No, I'm talking about the good characteristics.
And what are some of these good characteristics?
He's very confident. He's very he likes business, which I find it quite interesting. He's very invested in the stock market, and he very much cares about the gas prices.
So, okay. So do you think Bill Gates would be a good presidential candidate?
Probably.
Would you support Bill Gates over Trump?
Yeah, I like Bill Gates.
Oh, okay. So any business person who makes more money than Trump, would you support them over Trump?
No.
No. Why not?
Why not? What?
Why not? They're better business people than Trump.
Well, yeah.
Trump just inflates the assets of his companies and his businesses.
Yeah.
Allegedly. Oh, she left. Okay. Yeah, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, everyone. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends. If you do like my content, everyone, follow me if you've been ready, because I do go live literally every single day. If you want to support me, everyone, make sure to check out the Venmo, Cash App, Linktree. I mean, not Linktree, my bio. In my bio. If you do want to support me, I get 100% of the proceeds there, whereas I only get 33% on TikTok. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We're just looking for some debates. Keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 40 years old, sir.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
100%.
Why so?
He's the America First policies, the number of things he's done, not only to help the green energy, but the things he's done for the military, things he's done for LGBTQ, things he's done for the inner cities, all in 4 years. Oh, and not to mention that he's
so America First policy, green stuff.
Yeah. And
then LGBTQ. So let's question this real quick. Right. So what particular green policy did he engage in? Was that the reducing of regulations on companies?
October 19th in 2018, he signed and approved the Save Our Seas Act. So there's that one on October 19th. So, where we're supposed to be saving the sea turtles, what other president has actually done that?
Other presidents have done stuff that kind of relate to that, but I would agree that there are good things when it relates to like saving the seas or like clean air acts and stuff like that, right? But typically speaking, right, that's not going to relate to all the other things that he did, right? Whether it be like the increasing of our usages of like fossil fuels and whatnot, and pushing for that. Appreciate the duck. Thank you so much. In terms of how that can impact like CO2 emissions, the regulations that he places on like the CO2 emissions. Wait, I was claiming things about his like. Yeah, so I'm claiming that he was
pointing to the fact that we actually need that stuff to actually run our day-to-day lives. Fossil fuel is needed.
Yeah, no, but like you understand that like there are different types of ways in which we can use fossil fuels that would reduce the likelihood of it spreading so much in this particular way, which he does not advocate for. Actually, he disputes the notion of like human caused climate change to the degree in which is commonly referenced by like climate scientists.
It's been proven probably 3 weeks ago by multiple scientists that what they claim is climate change has actually all been proven false.
So can you give me the source?
Yeah, if you want to look it up, go right on ahead.
Can you give me a source?
Yeah, go ahead and look it up.
What's the title?
You can easily go look it up.
I look it up on trustmebro.com.
But I mean, if you want to go check it out, go right on ahead.
Yep, I searched up trustmebro.com. It's not coming up.
That's fine. I don't even go to trustmebro.com, so you can use whatever that source is. So,
Ryan, thank you so much. I appreciate the Cash App. Thank you so much. All right. You got anything?
Just sitting here waiting for you to, try to dispute the rest of my other claims.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the source.
That's fine. And
I was just directed to trustmebro.com. That's all I have right now.
Yeah, there's other sources out there too.
Yeah. And what are the sources?
Well, there's climate.nasa.gov put it out there as well.
Yeah, and where did climate.nasa.gov say this?
Institute of Health did the same thing.
Wait, where did they say this? Wait, by the way, no, they did not. Wait, hold on. Let's just be real here, right? They did not say that climate change is not caused by humans. They did not claim that. NASA absolutely backs the scientific consensus shared by climate scientists that indicates that climate change is likely caused by humans, like to the degree in which we see it today.
Well, so that's just not the article I'm showing. Back in, like I said, in April 4th of 2022, there's one that says
what's the title?
What's the title? Let me go find it again. Sorry. The Truth About Climate Change. That's on there. The fake climate catastrophe.
Wait, what's the title?
I literally just told you it.
Fake climate catastrophe. From where?
Just type it up.
Yeah, you didn't tell me a title. You didn't tell me a title.
I literally just told you the title. I'm literally reading it word for word.
You said fake climate catastrophe is the title?
Not going to hold your hand for this. I literally read you the total word for word.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did. I said truth about climate change, fake climate catastrophe. I literally read it word.
And what is it from?
Just look it up. I literally read it word for word. It's not hard to find. I'm not holding your hand on this.
I literally looked it up. Nothing's coming up.
Oh, that's funny because I'm literally looking at it right now. Okay.
Tell me where.
Fine. That's fine. Just because your source and your search engine doesn't bring everything up doesn't mean mine doesn't bring up.
So can you tell me what website it's from, so that I can isolate my search more, please?
The one that I have right now is PragerU is one of them that has it. I have like
PragerU.
Yeah. And we're silent.
That's a Trump website.
PragerU.
Just like people want to claim that, CNN's a credible
PragerU
source as well. So
let's type W's in the chat for PragerU, Prager University. Yes, I know what PragerU is, but
10 common myths about
PragerU did not justify.
How about that one? In February.
Here we go. We're looking at PragerU right now. Right. Yo, Jerry, I appreciate the Venmo. Thank you for the $40 Venmo. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, and in this, nowhere do they say that the scientists from NASA have claimed that there's not a consensus on the matter. Okay, so you're just like, you're not acknowledging reality here. You've just cited to me fucking PragerU.
I just cited you CBS News as well.
What's the CBS News? Where?
The 10 myths about climate change. Just look it up.
10 myths.
The thing about climate change.
Let's look it up right now. 10 myths about climate change.
Support climate change as there are that don't support it.
No, there's not.
There actually is.
No, because when we're talking about climate scientists, 97% of climate scientists indicate that climate change is likely caused by humans.
Scientists. So how many of those are actually under a specific funding that let's
wait, you said NBC, by the way? Where there's no NBC for
NBC.
What'd you say, CBS?
Yeah.
Okay. 10 common myths about climate change. Number one. Here we are. Give me 1 second. It's the sun. Okay, I don't see how that's related to what you're saying. It's kind of disputing other things. Carbon dioxide levels are tiny. They can't make a difference. So this is saying that human-caused climate change exists. Number three, scientists disagree on the cause of climate change. Contrary to popular belief, scientists do not disagree that climate change is happening, and that is caused by humans. Various analyses show that over 90% and 100% of publishing climate scientists agree that humans are the main cause of our warming climate. Many studies have evaluated the scientific consensus, but the most famous, which as of this summer has been downloaded 1 million times, is this 2013 paper quantifying that agreement at over 97%. According to NASA, multiple studies published in peer-reviewed scientific journals show that 97% or more of actively publishing climate scientists agree climate change trends over the past century are extremely likely due to human activities. In addition, most of the leading scientific organizations worldwide have issued public statements endorsing this position. This is the CBS News article that you just fucking cited me. It literally agrees with me. It cited the same fucking thing that I cited. It literally cited my 97% number. That's fucking wild.
That's awesome. Now let's go back to the Trump support.
Okay. What's that?
I don't know. That's what your whole thing is about.
Okay, go for it.
Supporting Trump.
Go for it.
And I still support Trump. So, yeah.
And why?
What he's done for the military, what he's done for black communities.
Like what?
What he's done for black communities.
Like what?
He's back in September of 18th of 2017. He made prioritized HBCUs. He signed the first.
I agree. He gave money. You want to know something funny though? Biden also gave money, right? And it's also the case that he used giving money to historically black universities to get black people to vote for him. Right? He said that.
Really going?
Hold on, let me finish. He said if you vote for me, he was president of the United States and said, if you vote for me, I will increase funding. Hold up, let me finish.
Black people.
Let me finish. He said, I'm muting you because you're not letting me finish, right? He said, right, that he would give historically black universities, right, more funding if they voted for him when he was already president of the United States. Okay, he could have done something at that very fucking moment as he was president of the United States, but instead decided to use it to get people to vote for him. That's the issue, dude. That's the biggest issue. When it relates to that, by the way. But yeah, you can unmute yourself, man. Yeah, yeah, Athena, you were right. You were definitely right. Yo, are you gonna unmute yourself, bro? Buddy. I invited you to unmute yourself, my guy. What you need to do is you need to click the guest in the bottom left, and then click the little microphone next to your name. I just invited you to unmute yourself. Oh, he just left. Okay. What was his name? Does anyone remember his name? He can send a guest request back. Brandon, send a guest request back, man. Come on, Brandon. Don't run away, Brandon. Come on. Brandon, come on. I think Brandon left, chat. I think Brandon left. He doesn't want to come back, everyone. That's so tough. That's so tough. All right, we're going to go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you disagree. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Again, only do send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, brother. I think we talked the other day. I'm 34.
Oh, for sure. Did we talk about this topic?
No, we talked about why I'm being gay was wrong.
Okay, for sure. So why do you support Trump?
Well, I'm a big Republican, but I do stand on a Republican platform. I do like the reason why Trump is very outspoken. We do need a president like that that's not afraid to say or stand up for our country.
Okay. So like you want him to be, like you said, confident, or what was your particular word verbiage?
I like the reason that Trump was very outspoken and not afraid to stand up. Yeah. So I like the reason.
So like what makes you think that Biden is not outspoken?
I never said that Biden wasn't.
Okay. So, I mean, if it's not a distinction between Trump and Biden, why would we support Trump then?
Well, the reason why I support Trump was because he was outspoken and not afraid to say what he wants to say and stand up for what.
Are you Catholic or Protestant?
No, I'm Christian.
Yeah. What denomination?
I am Church of God. It's Pentecostal.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, okay. So, there wouldn't necessarily be a religious basis for you to like this necessarily support either Trump or Biden, as they're both different denominations when it relates to Christianity. But if you want to reference Christianity, would you say that giving money to people who are rich rather than sufficing the needs of people who are currently struggling is a better method of spending money? Because 83% of the tax cuts within Trump's tax policy went to the top 1%. People that are making over $500,000 a year.
I don't think that's what we were actually talking about. I was actually talking about why Trump was outspoken and the Republican platform.
Yeah, outspoken. We just said that there was no distinction between Trump and Biden when it relates to being outspoken, and then when it relates to the Republican platform, what Republican platform do you support?
Well, what I mean by being outspoken was because of how he's not afraid to get on air and actually speaks what he wants to say. And
yeah, so do you support the 2016 Republican platform?
The 2016 Republican platform,
yep.
Yes.
Yeah. So you're against gay marriage?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So that could be part of the basis of this then. When it relates to Trump then, right? Do you think that people should be able to have access to healthcare, right? Even if they can't afford it?
Yes.
Okay. So do you agree that Biden is advocating for effective universal healthcare type policies that would be able to extend healthcare to health insurance and healthcare to millions of more Americans than Trump's policies would?
Well, if there was more access now than there was then, of course.
Yeah. So you disagree with Trump there?
I don't disagree with Trump, but if there's more access now than there was then I do agree for all healthcare.
Okay, I'm confused. So, like the idea. Okay, how do you feel about Trump being held liable for essay?
What now?
How do you feel about Trump being held liable or guilty in a civil court for essay?
Will you please refer what you're talking about?
Do you know what essay is?
No.
Sexual abuse?
Is there any proof of that?
He literally got held guilty in a civil court.
Is there proof of that?
He got held guilty in a civil court, which means preponderance of the evidence.
But did he spend any time in prison for that or jail?
He got held guilty, which made him have to pay a fine.
Is there any proof of that, though?
Yes, it's public information.
Okay. Well, I do not support that he did that. No, I don't support that. But that don't mean that I don't support Trump for other things.
Oh, he just got removed for community guidelines. All right, we're going to go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you disagree. We are just looking for some debates. We're going to get on to the next person. Again, only do send a guest request if you do disagree, everyone. Let's go into the next person here real quick, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. It will help get it out to more people. Share the live as well. Copy links. Send it to a few friends, everyone. All right, let's go to the next person. Again, only do send a guest request if you disagree. We are just looking for some debates. Again, please only do send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Only looking for disagreeers. All right. For some reason, it's not accepting this person either. We're going to go on to the next. Again, only do send a guest request if you disagree. If you do not disagree, I will be kicking you off and going on to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
Hi, I'm 41, about to be
For
42.
sure. Do you support Trump?
Of course, yeah.
Is there a way you could turn off the background noise?
Yeah, hang on a second. I just gotta go in another room. Okay.
For sure. So why do you support Trump?
So as far as presidents go, Trump was all about America first. Under his presidency, our economy was booming. We were doing well. He was all about making sure that on an international stage, everyone knew that America was going to be for America. He got us out of some terrible trade deals. He started the Build the Wall project, which was going to stop illegal immigration, which is a horrible thing that we now see the end result of, with 8 million people having crossed the border in the last 2 years. Trump was doing the things that needed to be done. And, COVID happened and it was terrible. And I don't agree with, him pushing the whole vaccine thing. But other than that, he stood for the unborn. He was unabashedly about protecting the lives of babies in the womb. And I remember watching his, one of the State of the Unions or an address he made to America. And he talked about what happened in New York and how they were lighting up the Empire State Building because Governor Cuomo was rejoicing that they were going to murder babies up until the point of birth, pretty much. And he found it disgusting. And I was so thankful to hear a president saying the things that myself and I know so many millions of other people felt about that thing. I lived in New York, so it was very crazy at the time. So
Did you know Trump has paid for abortions?
That wouldn't surprise me. I mean, here's the thing. He is a man. I don't worship him. I know that he's got a personal life that is disgusting. He's had many wives. So I don't look at him for his personality, for his any of that. He's not a great guy. Most politicians aren't. And then
also, where did Cuomo support policy that was up until birth?
It was up until like 8 or 9 months. I've lived in New York. I remember when he talked about it, about how they were going to give.
And was it for medical exception, or what was that for?
It was.
What was the type of abortion?
It was a carte blanche. It was going to obviously be a partial birth if it was up until 8 or 9 months pregnant.
Was it lethal abortion at that time?
When you say lethal abortion, every abortion is lethal. So I'm not sure what you mean.
Abortion. There are some abortions that are just terminations of pregnancies.
That's a murder.
Terminations of pregnancies.
A termination of a pregnancy is a murder.
Let me finish. No, that's not true. Terminations of pregnancies don't necessarily always indicate death, as there's something called induction of labor. right? Induction of labor under that definition would be considered an abortion as it's a termination of pregnancy, and it does not end in the fetus dying.
Okay, you don't know what you're talking about because
no, I do. Medically speaking, it's defined that way.
No, it is not. The only
Yes, it is.
the only time there is something called an induction of labor is when you're being induced to have a baby. Now, what you're maybe speaking of is someone who has had a baby pass in the womb, just like Jessa Duggar talked about the fact that she had a miscarriage and they had to do a DNC on her because her baby was dead. She did not pass her baby naturally, which the body would typically do, but for some women it does not happen naturally, so they need help. So they go in, they do a DNC, clear out the contents of the uterus. Some people literally have tried to say that that is considered an abortion. Her baby was already dead. And I think that's what you're referring to here. But if you
I'm just saying that under the medical definition, it's considered termination of pregnancy.
It is.
But all I'm saying is that there's just a distinction. This is just based upon the way that we're defining the words, right? That's simply all it is, right?
Okay.
There's no really distinction in terms of like what's happening.
There's
right?
a big distinction, though, if a child has a heartbeat and you are then proceeding to kill it versus a child
you care
that
about
is
heartbeat?
dead.
Who cares about a heartbeat? Like
It's a baby. It's a person.
Yeah.
Yes,
so,
I care.
Yeah. Do you think it's okay to pull the plug on an individual in your family in which is brain dead?
If there's no brain waves, that person is no longer alive. They're
They
being
can have brain
artificial. Then if the person has brain waves, then there's a potential that that person could wake up. Is that what you're saying?
No. There are EEG readings in the context of brain dead individuals, but we know that they're not like they don't have any type of subjective experience. They're not coming back.
You could
so there
say
are
that,
still
but-
brain waves, but there
Okay.
aren't like the necessary brain waves to produce some type of subjective experience. So like my point would be is that their hearts are still beating, their blood is still flowing, the rest of their body is still functioning, they're still breathing, right? Yet it is the case that we consider it to be fine to pull the plug on them. Why? Because they don't have some type of subjective experience. So if that is the basis of the value that we see within the context of brain dead individuals, then why wouldn't we say that to be the same thing when it relates to, right, say fetuses?
Because what you're talking about with a supposed brain dead individual, which is not accurate if you're saying that they have working brain waves, because at that point it would be up to the individual family to decide whether or not to keep them on in the hopes that they would come out of it or not. I mean, you have heard of cases where there was a mother, I remember her daughter had gotten some sort of dentistry, had a mishap, and she was literally fighting to keep her daughter on the machines, and the hospital wanted to take her daughter off because she did have brain waves. I don't know if that little girl ever came out of it or if she died. I don't know what happened, but the mother didn't want to pull the plug because she had registered brain waves. So I'm not going to say a doctor can tell
she wasn't
someone,
pronounced brain dead. I'm not quite sure.
She
but...
was the hospital and the courts were trying to have her pronounced brain dead, but because
so was it
yes,
pronounced?
because she had, they wanted to. The mother was fighting it in court because she wanted to. She was saying there was enough brain waves for them to constitute her daughter as not technically brain dead. Though the hospital was like, nope, she needs to be pulled off these machines. She's no longer viable. So the mom had this battle and moved her daughter to other hospitals to try and keep her alive as long as possible. This was years ago, but I can't remember the little girl's name, and I just remember it was a dentistry accident. Something happened, I think, with her wisdom teeth. But as far as a baby,
so here, one thing I do want to actually address that you said earlier. So like there was like that thing that you referenced with New York. I can send you a PolitiFact right now that says that it codifies Roe versus Wade into state law. Right. So this is it says previously women in New York could only get abortions after 24 weeks of pregnancy if their lives were threatened. According to this, under the law, he said women can get an abortion after 24 weeks if their health is threatened or the fetus isn't viable.
Right.
So this is the case that it's not viable, and
Again,
and if their health is threatened.
Yeah, a part of that threatening their health is also their mental health. So if a woman decides my mental health is being strained here because I've got this baby growing in my stomach, I'm just going to go kill my child. They can now go do that in New York. That's all you have to do is go to a doctor and say that my mental health.
Tell me where it says that.
They've made exceptions. I lived in New York. These were
Can you
conversations.
tell me where it says that for mental health?
Go ahead and talk to anybody else from New York, because these were conversations that were had and debated that women could then now go and say, my mental health is suffering. I need to have an abortion. And they were going to be given one.
Thing on that?
And it was not just because their physical health was suffering. And even still, if you're pregnant, you're going to have physical ailments. I mean, what's the level of ailment that will justify killing your child? I'm sorry. In my opinion, there is almost no reason to murder a baby, period. There's just not.
It's not considered murder prior to sentience under my worldview.
Right. That's your worldview. I'm a Christian. Yeah. My worldview is murder. So.
Yeah, so like Christianity itself is unjustified, so that wouldn't be a basis for considering this to be wrong.
What do you mean?
Right?
What do you mean Christianity itself is unjustified?
I think Christianity is false because it entails contradictions.
There are no contradictions in Christianity. The only contradictions you may find are contradictions that men have come up with. But we're getting off the topic of Trump, but we can go down this rabbit hole of so-called contradictions in Christianity, but there are none. I think
the problem of evil, there's perfection-based arguments. We can even provide arguments that don't relate to contradiction and instead reject the probability of theism in terms of Occam's razor, right? Requiring the simplest explanation, right? Requiring less assumptions to explain the question as to why we exist.
I mean, for me, the reason why I exist is to glorify God and enjoy him forever. The reason why you exist, maybe if you're an atheist, is so you can indulge yourself in whatever pleasures you want because all you've got is this life and then you die and become dust, right? So
I don't know what happens to me after I die.
Right.
And also that doesn't mean I just do anything for pleasure. Right? No, the point to my life is just defined by by me. Right? The truth maker of my own purpose. It doesn't mean I'm my own God. It's just the truth maker of my purpose, right, is going to be me.
How do you even have a stance of what is right or wrong when you have no objective morality outside of yourself to tell you? I have the word of God to tell me. He dictates what is right and what is wrong.
Yeah, if he dictates it, then it's not objective, right? Because objective would relate to something in which is mind independently true or stance independently true. Meaning that if God doesn't exist, there would still be facts about morality. Okay.
Well, here's the thing.
So the idea here is that if God is perceiving these facts of morality, I appreciate the little crown, thank you so much, and he's not determining them, well, that's the same as me perceiving them. So objective morality would still exist under an atheist worldview if you believe objective morality exists under a theist worldview.
That's not true. There's no way. Well, here's the thing. The reason why human beings have morality at all is because we were given a conscience by the God that created us. If we came from dirt, dust, rocks, or anything, excuse me?
You have yet to justify that, though.
Justify what?
That we come from some sort of God.
Well, I mean, you can look at creation and know that there was a God that created it. There's no order that comes from nothing. Everything can't come from a big bang. Nothing can't explode and
that's not the worldview that atheists relate to. By the way,
atheists believe they come from ooze. They believe that they came from like a fish soup, that something crawled out of ooze.
So primordial soup, right? You're referencing, so that's just referencing microbiological life, okay? No, and you don't dispute microbiological life, so that's
human beings are not a descendant of many eons ago. There was a fish that got feet, and somehow that grew.
Yeah. So why do we have similar DNA?
Because we have a God that allowed for different variations of whatever his creation was going to be.
How old is the Earth?
That's why.
How old is the Earth?
About 6,000 years old.
6,000 years old. So
about
the mere existence of the half-life of lead disproves that, as the half-life of lead is 4.6 billion years.
A lot of science is based on presuppositions of what these scientists, so-called scientists, are going to bring into it when they do these types of testing. We know that carbon dating is extremely flawed.
Carbon dating disproves the 6,000. Carbon dating goes back more than 6,000 years.
So inaccurate.
No, that's false.
Yeah.
Radiocarbon dating is absolutely effective. It's just after a particular point, it's not as effective. Okay, and that's based upon how many years there are. Yo, the Queen, thank you so much for the flying witch. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
This is a good debate, huh? I don't need to prove, guys. I'm reading some of the comments. They're saying I can't prove God. The thing is I don't need to prove to anyone who doesn't believe in God that God exists. The fact is that you all know God exists.
No.
You choose to reject him because you all want to be your own gods. Jesus Christ said that I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father but by me.
He's right.
Jesus is the truth, and he spoke of himself as the source of truth. And this is why, as a believer, you can stand firmly on his foundation of the things that he said and how he said the world began, how he said things are right or wrong. This is why it is evil to murder a child in the womb. This is why it is good to speak the truth and not tell a lie. It is good not to steal. It is good not to go and kill people. It's good to love your neighbor. All of these wonderful things that build societies are based in Christianity on the truth.
So, do you think lying is wrong in all circumstances?
Yes, even when we think we're telling a white lie.
So let me give you a
it's so wrong.
circumstance. Let me give you say it's 1943 and there is Jewish people in your attic, right?
Yes,
Nazi
Corrie
officials
ten
knock.
Boom. Yes, Corrie
Nazi
ten Boom.
officials knock on the door. They say, "Are there Jewish people in your attic?" Should you lie to them to save the Jewish people's lives, or should you not lie?
After reading The Hiding Place with Corrie ten Boom, and she talked about her experience with hiding Jews, she decided that in that time she was going to lie to protect them. And of course she understood she's forgiven and she was trying to preserve their lives. Her sister, on the other hand, had a Jewish girl working in her home.
I'm asking you specifically, should you lie in this scenario?
I'm just sharing this, that her sister had a girl who looked Aryan but was a Jew working in her house as a maid. And when they came to their door to ask, is this girl a Jew? She could not lie. She wouldn't lie. So she didn't. And she told them yes. And Corrie ten Boom said, why would you do that? Don't you realize she's going to go die? And her sister said to her, I trust that the Lord will deliver her. You know what happened?
And that's
she got taken to a holding place, and God delivered that girl, and she escaped, and she did not die. So
that was unlikely to happen. Yeah,
no,
so you know
it's
how
not. Well,
unlikely
God
that
is
happen?
sovereign.
That person, no, you believe that God exists. You have no justification for that, right? So
I don't.
Actually, in this scenario, I'm going to ask you the question: should you lie? Yes or no?
No. Lying
no, you
is a
should
sin.
not lie. Okay, so
No.
even in this scenario, you should tell them that person's Jewish, and that could lead to, likely speaking, their death.
Because I'm going to trust that God. When I look at the way we are to view God, I view God above all else. And I trust in Him to the extent that if it comes to another person's life where I'm going to sin against God, I'm going to, Lord willing, I would pray in the moment. I would choose to serve God. But that's one of those tough things that individuals, most of us have never been faced with that level of extreme direness and danger and all of those things. So I would love to say, oh yeah, I would never lie, but to protect someone that I loved, I don't know. I'm not perfect. I am a sinner myself. So, if it was my child that was going to be
but your
killed,
idea is you think that you should do something there that's going to lead to the death of these people. Right?
I think that I should do all that I could do.
I
think I should do all that I could do to protect life. Right. And then when the moment comes where there's a situation that there's no getting out of it, and I'm being forced to, I don't know, like if I would look more at like someone saying to me, you need
How
to
come
denounce.
God didn't deliver for the victims of World War II, many whom were Christian?
God is sovereign, and look, he works in ways that we don't understand. Corrie ten Boom talks about that. Her sister and her father died. She watched her sister waste away in a concentration camp and talked about the way her body looked as it was piled up on the rest of the bodies. And I mean, God doesn't have to do what we think. This is what I think a lot of human beings' problems are. We have such an inflated view of ourselves and such a low view of God. Like I said, we all want to be our own gods. You do, Parker. Everybody who doesn't agree with Jesus Christ, you all want to be your own gods. And that's why you reject the truth. It's true.
No, it's wrong.
It's true. You don't want God telling you, don't lie, don't steal, don't fornicate.
I have no issue with having a moral code. Right. My issue is with the fact that I have no ability to rationalize something like that. Okay. There is no rationalization for it. Thank you, love you. I appreciate it. I know you want to say that there is rationalization for it, but there absolutely is not. Okay. There are very clear cutout contradictions when it relates to these particular beliefs. Right. And there's no way that
what
in any world.
What contradictions are you speaking of? What contradictions are you talking about specifically?
Okay. We'll just give you the easiest one we could possibly run through. Okay. Given a perfect test taker, what do you expect to see?
Say that again. Given a perfect
test taker, what do you expect to see?
Someone who's you're asking me if someone who's taking a perfect test.
No, someone who's a perfect test taker. What do you expect to see on the tests?
Well, perfect scores.
Perfect scores, right? Given a perfect free throw shooter, what do you expect to see?
All right, perfect shots.
Perfect amount of free throws made.
Yeah.
Right? Given a perfect creator, what do you expect to see?
Perfection.
Perfect creation. Okay. Are we created by God?
Yes.
Are we perfect?
No, because
No,
you're
so
not.
that tells us that we don't have a perfect creator. Right?
But you don't
if we did have a
understand-
perfect
no,
creator,
oh,
we
but
would
that's-
expect to see under your worldview a perfect creation. We don't exist in a perfect creation, therefore
Do you
we
know
don't have a perfect
why we
creator.
don't exist in a perfect creation? Do you understand what happened? The creation was perfect at one point, but it got ruined because man chose to sin. Adam,
Which
the
actually
first,
tells us that they're not perfect. Okay,
the
'cause,
first
like, for
man,
example,
Adam was given, right? Adam, who was our representative of every human being that will walk the earth, has walked the earth, is walking the earth. He chose sin. And because of that, God cursed all of creation. God cursed man. He said, now you're going to die, because man wasn't supposed to die. He created us good. He created his creation good. But, man messed it up in the garden for us. So,
but the idea here is that he's not perfect. Because, for example, right, Jesus is perfect, and Jesus was tempted by the devil. But because Jesus was perfect, Jesus never succumbed to the temptation of the devil.
Right.
So if Adam was perfect, right, he could be tempted by the devil or tempted by the serpent, but would never succumb to that temptation as he is perfect. So the idea that there was a fall in the first place indicates to us that there's not a perfect creation, which is exactly what we would say is not to be expected under your worldview.
but the fact that Jesus came and redeemed creation from the fall and from sin and death, and now gives us the opportunity to have eternal life, and now gives us the opportunity to be in the right stance once again as human beings with God through Christ. All is perfect. This world is going to pass away, and there's going to be a new heavens and a new earth, because that's what Jesus said. So again, what you're looking for, Parker, unfortunately,
Wait,
is
so do we exist in perfection?
right now at this moment, no.
right?
Are we going to exist? Am I going to exist in perfection one day? Absolutely. Because I have the hope of Jesus Christ, because I know what's coming next. I think every person on this live right now, you can see what's happening in the world. It's going down, and you all see it. We've had COVID. There's going to be another one coming after COVID. World lockdowns.
How do you know there's another one?
Because they're planning it. I mean, really?
How do you know that they're planning it?
Come on, the Wuhan, China labs. I mean, leak all that crap, guys. Really? COVID was the biggest scam that ever existed.
How do you know that it was a scam?
Because it had a 99% survival rate, and the world went nuts.
No,
Went nuts.
No. The mortality rate was 1.6%.
It was not. And the only people who were really dying were the elderly or those with comorbidities. If you had a decent immune system, I'm not even talking about great immune system. If you had a decent immune system, you got a really bad flu for a week and you got over it. But what they were able to do.
No, what you're not understanding is that there's long haul COVID impacts, is that people who are dying, right, these are people that easily it could have been prevented. Right. And when it relates to every single virus, it is the case that a majority of the people who do die are people who are older and people who have pre-existing comorbidities.
Yes.
Right. But actually, the source that people commonly reference when it relates to the comorbidities, some of those comorbidities were actually caused by COVID. So when people reference the statistic in terms of like most people who died had like 4 comorbidities, some of those comorbidities were actually caused by COVID.
Most of the people who died were extremely obese. Like, let's be real. The state of health in America
Wait, you don't know
horrendous.
if it's most people. You don't know if it's most people, but actually, most people.
Wait,
hold up. Most people in the United States are overweight, right? But no, not most people. Most people that died were obese. That's not true.
They were old. They were out of shape. They had diabetes. They had high blood pressure. They had heart disease.
It was mostly age.
So, I mean, like, let's be real about, and any virus will be going after that subsect of people because they are more susceptible to illness. COVID was a scam that was done all over the world. Because the reason why it was done was so that they could see how far they could take a lockdown. That's what.
Yeah, but how do you know that's the case? How do you know that's the case? Right?
Because
Again, you made that
did it.
claim about them. No, wait. Just because COVID happened doesn't mean that these intentions about COVID are true. So first of all, you have to justify. Hold up.
Yeah.
First of all, you have to justify that there is this type of group or community that's controlling the world that plans something like this.
Okay, they
right?
did.
And then second of all, you have to give me the intention. How you can demonstrate intention.
So they ran the exercise about a year or two before it ever happened. They ran the scenario of a worldwide pandemic. Interestingly, it was based upon some sort of an influenza. I'm trying to remember the name of it.
Wait, so there was a pandemic team that existed prior to 2017.
And they ran a whole scenario.
So hold up. Which was created by particularly like Obama because there was the swine flu. right? The swine flu pandemic. So what they were doing was they were acknowledging that it's likely that there's going to be another virus that's going to spread in the future. So what we want to do is we want to have things in place so that we can have precautions for these future pandemics. Appreciate the confetti, thank you so much. But you want to know who got rid of that?
I'm glad that he did. Because
no, you're not. No, that's a bad thing. That's a really bad thing.
Effective.
Wait, lockdowns. Lockdowns. I agree.
Effective.
Wait. I agree. Hold up. The way that we did lockdowns was not effective. I agree with you, right? But it is the case that still vaccinations, wearing masks, social distancing, these were things that were significantly effective at reducing the likelihood of people dying of this particular illness.
The vaccines were a joke. They are a joke. They didn't prevent deaths.
No, they're not. They did. Yes, they did.
First of all, most people who got the vaccine still got COVID. Okay, like at first when they came out, you won't get COVID if you get the vaccine.
Wait. So hold up. Let me clarify. So like the first time when it came out, that's relating to the first variant. Okay, there are multiple different variants since the first variant. The first variant being Alpha. Second variant being Delta. Third variant being Omicron. And then we can relate to the different types of variants that even came out after that. So again, the reason why there are different impacts when it relates to that is because it's a different if it's a different one, right? But vaccines absolutely prevent death. Okay,
it did not prevent death.
Oh, yes, hold up. Yes, they absolutely do. Right, I can send you multiple different studies. I have an entire bibliography of like 11 different pages that shows the efficacy of different types of vaccinations like this. Kayla, thank you for the cash app. Thank you for the little crown. Thank you for the superpower as well.
Are you speaking specifically of the COVID vaccines? Because those have been shown that their efficacy almost immediately waned. Okay, they went from touting the fact that you wouldn't get COVID to then saying, well,
they never said
COVID,
you wouldn't.
but it won't be less severe. Yes, they did say it. I watched plenty of videos. They all said it when it first was being touted.
No. They said it was very unlikely, but they never said that you wouldn't get it at all.
When they tried to encourage people to get it.
94 to 95% efficacy does not indicate 100%.
And then they quickly realized, oh wait, people are actually still getting the virus even though they've been vaccinated. I think a lot of people got hip to that and didn't bother going to get a second one or a third one or whatever, however many they're on now. I think most people aren't even going to get in line when they come out with the newest one for the newest variant because it's all a scam. People were making billions off of this. The Pfizer CEO, he became a billionaire off of it. I mean, if you don't think that this was a money-making grab, I mean...
That's actually what incentivizes companies to produce these particular goods in the first place. I'm sorry to break it to you, we live in a capitalist economy. In order to incentivize people to create things that are going to be beneficial for the rest of the population, it is the case that there has to be some type of incentive when it relates to profit for them to do that in the first place.
Well,
right?
They made what was
you have to acknowledge
really
that. Wait, hold on. You have to acknowledge that, right? Again, if it was the case that there was no profit incentive, they would have had no incentive when it relates to this to produce a particular vaccine to that scale.
The vaccine isn't even effective, though. So it's a scam, and there's a ton of money on it.
It is effective, right? If it wasn't effective, then people...
to do what?
Reducing the likelihood of someone getting the virus, reducing the likelihood of how much they're likely to spread it to other people. Let me finish. No, we did not establish that's not true. We established that it is true. I can send you multiple of the fucking academic peer-reviewed studies that indicate this to be true.
You shouldn't
it is the case.
swear.
Let me finish.
It's distasteful.
I'm sorry. My bad. Right. So it is the case that someone is significantly less likely to die, significantly less likely to have harsh symptoms, significantly less likely to spread the virus to as many people for as long. They're significantly less likely to get the virus in the first place as well. So all of those things are true given the fact that someone is vaccinated. So clearly speaking, why would you indicate to me that you shouldn't be vaccinated when it reduces the statistical likelihood of all these negative things happening to me?
Okay, I want to ask you this. Who paid for that research? Who had a vested interest in making sure that research looked really favorable for the vaccine? Okay, because you know that research can be twisted and skewed based on who's funding it, right?
Yeah, so the fundings would be within the context of the conflicts of interest within the context of these studies. Secondly, these studies are international, right? It is all paid for by governments, by institutions, by colleges, by places all around the world.
It's not
specific. Hold up,
we know that the NIH is corrupt.
Let me finish. No, we don't. I think that must much appreciated. Right? It is the case that, again, it's not just one institution that is saying this. It is something that is seen internationally. So you would have to actually reference, I appreciate all the hat mustaches, thank you so much, an international conspiracy amongst doctors, amongst medical examiners, amongst people who are working in Pfizer, amongst people in Moderna, amongst governments, amongst all of these different types of institutions, literally internationally.
Yes,
right?
yes. Because, well,
in
most
saying
of
that
these,
this is completely corrupt.
Yeah, there's what, Pfizer, we got Johnson & Johnson,
in saying
Pfizer,
this is completely corrupt. Can I finish?
Those are, yeah.
In saying that this is completely corrupt, right, in terms of the whole process of the vaccinations. So could you describe to me that process right now?
Of what? of getting a vaccination, or what are
Did
you
you just
asking
listen to
me?
anything I just said?
You're asking me to describe the process of what exactly?
Of the corruption, right? Because it would have to be the medical examiners.
Okay,
the
so
nighttime thing is
so here's the
people
process.
working at the colleges.
Yeah.
It would have to be the people who are
Okay.
doctors and nurses.
Okay,
It would have
okay.
to be the people who are the. I
Okay.
appreciate the hat and mustache. Okay, okay. You don't want. Go ahead.
I'm gonna explain. You're asking me to explain all the things. Here's how the process of the corruption worked with that. When it came to COVID, they inflated the numbers by basically saying if you died and you had COVID, you were counted as a COVID death, even if you didn't die because of COVID. If you got into a car accident and had COVID at the time, they counted that as a COVID death. They were actually listing anyone who died around that time as a COVID death. That is true. I watched them say it. I watched the mayor of Chicago say it, that if you died
Hold up. There was
COVID,
like 2 places, right, where that was happening, right? And you know what happened? They fixed that immediately because the overall CDC statistics have a distinction between people who have died with COVID in their system and people who have died from COVID. So there is a distinction within all of the data, literally across the entire United States, in which that is the case. If you look at the CDC statistics.
How recent was that? Because
that's been since like 2020.
When we were in the height of the pandemic, they were not doing that. They were counting any death
Yes, they
as a
were.
COVID death. They
False.
were counting any and every death. Yes, they
False.
were. Okay. Can I ask you something though? Do you get any donors from like the DNC? Are you funded by anybody? Because there's a part of me that wonders, like, do you do these things to show for the Democrats?
Of course you fucking think this. Anyone who disagrees with you, let me speak for a second, okay? Anyone who disagrees with you, anyone who holds a position in which could relate to Trump being a bad person, immediately just paid off, immediately just corrupt, right? No one's sent me any money. I've never taken any money from any business. I've never taken any money other than from fucking people that send me donations or send me money and just threw this out by subscribing to me. That's it. That's the only money I've made on TikTok.
That's great. I mean, I'm
Right,
glad I could clear that up. I'm sorry to offend you. I wasn't trying to offend you. It's just that you.
No, I'm not offended.
You have a huge platform while you're swearing, so I assume you're offended. But
I swear all the time. That's just how I speak.
Oh, okay. So you've got a big platform, so it's just kind of natural that I'm going to ask those questions, because I sometimes wonder how organic is our TikTokers and all the people who get up here to do all of these things. I don't know how organic this
It's
whole
actually
thing
legitimately
is,
100% organic. 100% organic. And I can tell you that from my perspective because I've actually gone through it and I've been doing this for the past few years of debating for every single day. But it is literally 100% organic. There's not a single person in the TikTok debate space that is paid and bought and paid for. I promise you that.
Okay.
Right?
Well,
when it relates to the people, I know all of them.
I have appreciated the debate. I mean, I know your followers are just hating me so much, but I'm glad that we got to have the back and forth.
For sure. Appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request. If you disagree, we are just looking for some debates. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live copy link. Send it to a few friends, everyone. Let's go on to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you disagree. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Nice math. All right, go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We are just looking for some debates. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. All right, let's get to the next person. Again, only do send a guest request if you disagree. We are just only looking for some debates, everyone. Only looking for some debates. All right, everyone, keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live copy link. Send it to a few friends. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
By the power of the motorcycle and the number of laps.
Okay, all right, let's go to the next person. Again, only do send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Keep sharing the live copy link. Send it to a few friends, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Because Trump, well, when he was president, he went.
What's your birth year?
2003.
And you said you're 19?
Yes.
What month?
December 30th.
Okay, for sure. Go for it.
All right. So when Trump was president, it was a lot better than when Biden was president, because when Biden has been president, a lot of things has, it's like war, like stuff going down and shit, You probably know.
Okay, so like things bad under Biden, things good under Trump.
Huh?
Things bad under Biden, things good under Trump, therefore Biden bad.
Oh,
Is that your view?
Yeah.
Okay, so under Trump, there was 14.8% unemployment. Was that caused by Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So why did Trump cause the second most unemployment we've seen in American history rather than the Great Depression?
I mean, why are you playing that, bro?
That's actually your mic, dude. What? That's actually his mic. That's not even me. That's literally him. What the fuck? Chat, I'm so confused. Chat, what is going on? Did he leave? He just left, chat. I think he just left. Oh my gosh. That's actually so tough. All right, everyone, in the meantime, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you do want to support me, we're just going to go on to the next person. If you do want to support me, everyone, the best way to do so is Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. That's the best way to support me. I get to see your messages.
How are
if you do send
you?
it that way. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
So,
What's your birth year?
2002.
For sure.
So I'm not really sure like what I support because I go either way. So it says, why do you support Trump? It's not that I really support him. It's just, I feel like when he was in office, like food wasn't high, gas wasn't high. But then I wanted to ask you a question. When COVID and all of that was going on, why do you think the economy was doing so great? Well, I think it's because they were putting money in people's pockets for the people who have a hard time making money. I think when they put all these stimulus money in people's pockets, the economy was skyrocketing because those people had money to help build the economy and spend money.
Yeah, so that's actually like a response to a recessionary period. We would have seen a very bad recessionary period, but we had to stimulate aggregate demand, i.e. by giving like a stimulus, which was also given by both Trump and Biden. So I don't know why this is specific to like Trump then. That wouldn't really make any sense.
Like, why is the economy like not so great now?
Yeah, so there are many issues, right? First of all, it would relate to the runaway inflation caused by different things like gasoline and different types of spending in terms of aggregate demand, right? Secondly, when it relates to like the different issues, like globally speaking, with gas, that would be due to concerns with Russia-Ukraine situation and with OPEC limiting how much they're distributing gasoline to other places around the world. Nextly, also in the United States, there's huge issues with refineries in terms of getting them to like reduce costs. The field production of oil in the United States is actually the same rates as what it was under Trump, right? So I don't think it's necessarily a supply thing there when it relates to the field production of oil. I think it's an issue that would relate to the refineries. And by the field production of oil, I mean in the U.S., right? Because there's also like imports of oil from other places, like I just mentioned, Russian oil and OPEC, that would be able to reduce prices as well.
So, so like, do you think like if Trump was in office right now, do you think all of that stuff would be lowered? Because it seems like he
not necessarily. It seems would be relatively similar.
It seems like he got along pretty well with those other countries, though.
It would be relatively similar. Yeah, no economist would be like, yeah, it's going to be like drastically different, right? These are global phenomena that are happening.
So that's like.
Do you think Trump lost the election?
So I get confused about that. I mean, yes and no.
That's a contradiction.
I mean, I think a lot of people did vote for him and everything, and then like we all went to sleep and woke up and like surprisingly Biden was president.
That's because it took time to count the mail-in ballots, right? So we all knew this was going to happen prior to the election, because it takes time to count them, which is, again, Trump mailed in his ballot. It is the case that veterans, people who are in the U.S. military, international U.S. citizens have been using mail-in ballots for years, for decades, right? So it is the case that mail-in ballots have been used all the time, right? And it actually wasn't necessarily overnight. There was stuff prior to overnight as well. And a bit after as well, because it took time.
Well, I'll hop off and let like someone else come in, because there's like people
for sure. Appreciate you coming on.
There's like people in the comments saying like I'm confused and everything. No, it's just because I don't really want to say the wrong thing.
For sure, man. Appreciate you coming on.
And people will be in the comments bashing me, so I'm just gonna hop off and let someone else come in, and then I'll just
appreciate you coming on. We're gonna go on to the next person. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Thank you. Don't you believe it?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
54.
Is there a way you can turn off the TV in the background?
Sure, hold on.
For sure, man. Yeah, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
He's probably the best president we ever had.
How do you know he's the best president?
Well, there's no war under his administration. He's.
Are you going to turn off the TV then? For sure, bro. In the meantime, everyone keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, y'all. Share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends, everyone.
Okay, I did.
Okay, for sure. So what were you saying?
Why do you like or not like about Donald Trump?
Yeah, so first off, I could just relate to the idea that he's been lying about the election for the past few years, indicating that it's stolen, but even Trump-appointed judges did not vote in his favor when it relates to the court cases and the audits. So clearly speaking, it would either indicate to us that either he put corrupt judges into the federal courts, or it is the case that he lost the election. I think it's the fact that he lost the election, right? We could also relate to the idea that he engaged in things like the Muslim ban. He engaged in things like putting a wall on the southern border when it's not necessary, in the respect that most people who come into the country undocumented actually come here by flying to the country legally and overstaying visas, right? So going to the border doesn't necessarily reduce the likelihood of those particular things happening. Secondly, if he wants to actually dismantle the cartel's ability to put drugs to the border, fentanyl, right, sex traffic, other stuff like that, right, then what we need to do is we need to get rid of their power in the first place by making them like terrorist organizations classified by the United States. Secondly, getting rid of the drug war so that there can be American producers of different types of drugs. And then third of all, when it relates to them, we need to build up those economies, right, in South and Central America, right, to be able to sustain the people who are living in those countries, right, because it is the case that they have stranglehold that economy for decades.
Great. Do you think it's more important that we support Ukraine's border and not ours?
I think that we should support Ukraine when it relates to Lend-Lease to stop Russian aggression into Europe, because that can set bad precedent for countries like China in terms of invading like Taiwan. But yeah, I also think that we have protection on our border. I'm not against any protection. I'm not saying we should have open borders.
You're not answering the question.
The reses, thank you. I did answer the question. I think that we can care about both.
No, you didn't. I said, what border is more important? The border in the U.S. or Ukraine?
So the U.S. border, typically speaking, is going to be a lot more relevant to the United States, right? But it is the case that both of them are relevant. This would be a false dichotomy.
Do you know how many people that are coming in our border illegally? You can't be that stupid, right?
Yeah, most people who are coming into the country are actually coming through legal processes by flying here with visas.
No, sir.
Wait, hold up, with visas and overstaying the visas.
Sir.
That actually is how most people come into the country undocumented.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
No.
Yes, sir.
You're
That's
wrong.
actually factual.
You give me the source about how factual that is.
Yeah, I can send you stuff on that right now if you'd like. If you could send me anything that could relate to the idea that most people come into the country by going through the border wall, I would love to fucking see that, right? Because I can send you stuff now from Statista, from other types of places right now that will literally indicate to you that it is most people who come to the country overstay visas, okay?
So you would like everyone coming to our border just because you like
No, I don't argue for open borders, but I do think that we should make the processes a lot faster in the United States, because if we don't make the processes faster and instead it's around 7 to 10 years,
How many
it is the
people
case.
have-
Hold on, it is the case that people are more incentivized to come to the country through undocumented measures.
Okay, well that's horseshit. How
No,
many
it's
people?
not. That's factual.
Yeah, it is. It's horseshit.
Facts over feelings.
How many people? Well, I thought that's your part. Just be
Yeah,
silly.
facts over feelings, right? These are the facts, right? You can have your feelings about the facts, but these are the facts.
Dude, I know the facts.
Appreciate the
We have
cowboy
a
hat,
lot
thank
of
you.
people coming into our border that is not vetted, that are actually raping and killing people.
You have to say R word or SA, and by the way, undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than natural-born U.S. citizens.
That's bullshit.
That's not bullshit. Appreciate the hand heart. Thank you so much. I can send you stuff literally from multiple different institutions, right, that indicate that to be true. Right, and from the government. Appreciate the little crown. Thank you.
Well, let me ask you a question. What other countries lets illegals in their border?
Every country has illegal immigration.
Wrong. You know you're wrong.
Give me a country that has zero illegal immigration.
Okay, well, you had Brexit in England. Brexit. I'm sorry,
Brexit? That has nothing to do with immigration.
Well, you asked me a question. The border is kind of like Brexit in England.
Can you name to me one country in the world that has 0 illegal immigrants? Name one.
How does that make any sense? What are you talking about?
You said I made the claim that there's not a single place in the world that does not have illegal immigrants, right? And you made the claim, oh my gosh, there are places in the world that have no illegal immigrants. So I'm asking you, what country?
Antarctica.
Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate the Molly. Thank you so much.
I mean, if you want to go
I'm asking with the
semantics
population, my guy.
Do you think we can go to China? That
You
big
think
old
we can
wall?
go to China? Yes, we can go to China.
How?
You can fly there.
Oh, you... but they have a border, right?
Yeah,
They have a
China
wall.
does have borders. They don't have walls everywhere now.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
How old are you?
21.
Oh my God, you're a baby, man. You
How old are you?
I'm 54. I'm proud of it.
Oh my God, you're a raisin.
I'm perfectly fine with it.
What's your point?
But you know, you need to sleep. The purple around your eyes, you need to sleep.
They're hereditary, my guy.
Well, I think you're just obsessed about this whole thing.
Like, these are literally genetic. And if I'm so obsessed, then why are you on my live? Why'd you wait in my guest request?
Well, I'm just responding to you.
Yeah, seems like you're obsessed with me.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Was 9/11 an inside job, or was it just a bunch of Saudi Arabians just going crazy?
We have no good evidence to indicate that 9/11 was an inside job.
Really? Have you read the book David Ray Griffin?
No, I have not.
Well, you should. Maybe you should educate yourself.
Okay. Have you read the book?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
I have it right here.
For sure, right? Can you give me like, tell me what the book's about?
It's debunking debunkers.
So what, can you give me one example?
The Pentagon, Shanksville, all the planes that hit it. And actually, you can look up Shanksville on what's that, Google Map, Google Earth, and you can actually see the ravine. It was there before the plane crashed into it. So it was a false flag operation. I don't think people know.
Can you show me one place that says that?
How am I going to show you?
Give me one source that shows that.
Well, I just told you, David Ray Griffin.
No, I'm talking about like the thank you for the hand, I appreciate the ravine thing.
Google Earth?
Yeah, can you show me where on Google Earth I can find that?
Yeah, well, you can do it yourself. You don't need me to do it.
Yeah,
Look up Google Earth.
So yeah, I just looked up trustmebro.com right now. Where should I find it?
All right. I get it.
Yeah, I'm on trustmebro.com right now. Where's it at?
Where, what is?
Yeah, where's the thing that you just referenced? I'm on trustmebro.com right now.
Shanksville? You know about Shanksville? And flight, I think it's flight 357 or something like that. It's one of the 4 planes that crashed. I know. I'm just
asking about like you knowing the ravine is there first, right? But second of all, again, I don't think this is good evidence to indicate that it's an inside job.
Why?
You've failed to provide it to me.
No, it's the same picture before on Google Earth, and they want to sort of like Shanksville. Oh, there's a plane. There was no
Scott,
plane.
what I want you to do is I want you to go on Google Earth, right? After this, I want you to make a video, okay? And I want you to at me in the video, showing me on screen record, right, this particular ravine prior, right, to the attacks. So somehow it's on Google. So somehow it's on Google Earth prior to 2001.
Yes.
Yo, Sassy, thank you so much for the $100 on Cash App. Holy shit, Sassy, thank you so much. I appreciate it. W Sassy in the comment section, everyone. Holy shit. That's fucking wild.
Let me ask you another question.
Go ahead.
Did Building 7 on 9/11 collapse at free fall, or was it just fell for no reason?
It was because of the events. It was not an inside job.
Why?
Do you want me to give you the explanation from it?
Absolutely.
Okay, for sure. So you can also look this up yourself.
I don't need you to go on the computer right now. You should know this.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Building 6, 5, 7, all of them went down, and we're all
so if you look at NIST.gov, right, has questions and answers about the World Trade Center. Hey, man,
oh my God, the
finish?
NIST reports.
The NIST report, yes. Right, the collapse of World Trade Center 7 was caused by a single initiating event. The failure of the northeast building column brought on by fire-induced damage to the adjacent flooring system and connections, which stands in contrast to the World Trade Center 1 and World Trade Center 2 failures, which were brought on by multiple factors, including structural damage caused by the aircraft impact, extensive dislodgement of sprayed fire-resistive materials or fireproofing in the impacted region, and a weakening of the steel structures created by the fires.
Great. Who was the author of that?
I got you. Well, it's NIST.
Can you actually say the acronym as far as what NIST means?
No, I don't know what
National
NIST means.
Institution of Standards
and Technology.
That's right.
Which is the U.S. Department of Commerce. Okay, so what's your point?
Right. Who was the author?
Who was the author? That's who it is.
Well, no, there was a guy that wrote it. Who was the author?
Let me go to it at the bottom if there is one. They didn't put a person.
Yes, Barry.
Barry?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who Barry is. I don't know where it says that on this.
Well, who's the author? That is the author.
It doesn't say that there's an author on here.
That's right, because they covered it up. They scrubbed the whole internet.
No, Noah Brown, I appreciate the Cash App. Thank you so much. No, there's just not
So no.
This is just what it is.
That's right.
There's no author that's mentioned.
That's right. Can you
What's
not
your point?
think about that for a second? They buried it.
It's an
The NIST
official
report?
website of the United States government. Like, it might not have a...
It's a commerce. It's a commerce. That's all it is. It doesn't mean...
The U.S. Department of Commerce, right, would be relevant to this because this relates to the World Trade Center, which is related to commerce.
Okay. All right. Who was in the building of the twins? Was it elevator people sort of like...
By the way, why the fuck is
down?
this relevant to whether or not you support Biden?
That has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, so then why are you bringing this up?
I got your attention.
Are you sober, dude?
Absolutely.
Okay, so then would you like to provide me an argument that relates to why you support Trump?
Well, I think he's the only person that actually is for the people. Biden is a joke. You know that. Everybody like it with Clinton, George Bush.
Michael, thank you so much for the $70 Cash App. Holy shit, people are going fucking crazy today. Michael in the comment section. Holy fuck. Sorry, you can finish.
Well, I'm glad you're famous.
You can continue, man.
All right. What else do you want to talk about?
Whatever you were just saying. Like why you support Trump.
He didn't go to any kind of wars.
He didn't go into any wars. So it is the case that he increased the military drone strikes within the Middle East. He assassinated a top military general in Iran, right? So clearly speaking, he did engage in acts of war.
So like Afghanistan with Barry and Biden.
So yeah. So are you talking about like him pulling out of Afghanistan?
Which is worse?
What?
Well, you're talking about semantics. I mean, Biden pulled out.
Yeah, that was actually Trump's plan to pull out.
That's false. You know
it is true.
Okay, prove it.
Wait, prove what? I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Sorry. Say that again.
Say what again?
Yeah, so it is the case that Biden pulled out, right? And it was Trump's deal firstly. I can send you multiple news articles that indicate that he actually set up the particular date with the Taliban.
Okay, great. Do you know about the USS Liberty incident?
No.
Yeah, I know that. Do you know about the Gulf of Tonkin incident?
Can you tell me when Pearl Harbor happened?
I wasn't talking about Pearl Harbor.
Okay.
Talking about the Gulf of Tonkin incident.
Yeah, so what's your point?
It's a false flag.
How do you know
Johnson,
that?
L.B. Johnson and Lyndon B. Johnson went to Vietnam illegally to go to the Vietnam War. Now, you can look that up yourself. You don't need to, listen to me. But educate yourself.
How is this relevant?
How is it relevant?
Yeah.
Because our government is lying to us.
How is our government lying to us today?
Really?
Like, I'm just asking how specifically.
Okay. Do you know what Project Mockingbird is?
I've heard of it.
All right. That's when the CIA controls the media, and they admitted to it. They went to the Senate floor and admitted to it.
Yeah, how do they control the media?
But because they admitted they did.
Yeah, how do they control it?
Well, they're keeping suppression from a lot of people.
Keeping suppression from a lot of people? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I'm talking about anchors, news analysts, all this kind of stuff.
Appreciate the Panther Paws. Thank you so much, Aline.
So maybe you should.
So how do you?
No.
Again, I'm asking you, how do they do so? Right? How do they do so?
Before you say anything, look up Project Mockingbird on the Senate floor, and then look up on the Senate floor about Diebold that admitted voting.
Yo, Jenna, thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. W Jenna in the guests, in the chat right now. Thank you for the $40 Venmo. She asked, do you think the Earth is flat, Scott?
Good luck.
Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. No.
No.
Okay, good. Okay, so Operation Mockingbird is an alleged large-scale program of the United States Central Intelligence Agency that began in the early years of the Cold War and attempted to manipulate domestic American news media organizations for propaganda purposes. Yeah, it was wiretapping operation initiated by John F. Kennedy to identify sources of government leaks by eavesdropping on the communications of journalists. That's all it is. It's just looking for government leaks.
No. The CIA admitted to the Senate that they were actually involved in the media, and they could say or not say what is actually going on in America.
Yeah, so if you actually read the documents that relate to this, right, it's gonna specifically relate to the idea that it's being used, right, as a mechanism, as an alleged mechanism, right, in terms of developing data. Right, so it's developing data for how information is leaking from the United States government, right? It's not for controlling all of the government, right? It's again for that particular reason.
Okay. You guys need to wake up a little bit. You Gen Zs, I mean seriously, y'all are like clueless.
We're clueless?
Yes, absolutely clueless.
How are we clueless?
Because you don't know about information when it comes to history. History repeats itself.
Really? When did World War II start?
I think it's like Sunday, April 7th, 1942.
No. April 7th is my birthday, by the way, but 1939. with Poland, the invasion of Poland.
Yeah. What?
And we joined in 41 after Pearl Harbor, which was December 7th, 1941.
Okay, great. So it's Sunday.
So we don't know anything about, Gen Z knows nothing about history, yet you didn't know anything about history that I just related to.
Have you actually talked to somebody that is Gen Z? They're fucking morons.
I'm Gen Z.
They can't even tie their shoe.
Scott,
yeah,
I'm Gen Z.
You're a moron. You're a moron.
You literally couldn't tell me any of those history dates after you just said that we didn't understand history.
I just told you.
Told me what?
Your question.
What question?
All right. Stop.
No, answer my question. What question?
No, stop.
Stop what?
Just try to stay on topic a little bit.
Me? You said Gen
Yes.
Z. You said Gen Z is like dumb, right? But you haven't given me any
Yes.
justification for that. So can you give me one thing that Gen Z is dumb on?
Huh?
I said enough of this. I'm ready to watch.
All right.
Can you give me
later.
one thing in which Gen Z is dumb on?
See you later, guy.
Are you gonna pop another bourbon? Are you gonna pop another bourbon? Oh, gotta get some more Modelo's, chat. Gotta go get some more Modelo's. I appreciate the cap. Thank you so much, Rich. I appreciate it. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. He just left. Someone just made him get off. Enough of this. All right, we're gonna go to the next person. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live copy link. Send it to a few friends, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yes.
Hello?
Older than you.
Okay. Do you
Yeah,
support
can you hear
Trump?
me? Hell yeah.
Why so?
Why do you not?
Yeah, I can give you many reasons. First off, we could relate to the idea that he's been lying about the election for the past few years, indicating that it was stolen when there's no sufficient evidence to indicate that it was stolen. Firstly, it is the case that all the different audits...
It was stolen.
What?
Because there's no way in hell. Everybody fucking hates Biden.
Yeah,
Ain't no
people
way in
don't
hell
like
he won.
Biden, but the issue here is that particularly like Biden, right? People like Biden better than they do Trump. So people really hate Trump, okay? And that's why they voted for Biden. Not because they really like Biden, but because they really don't like Trump.
Why not? You know,
Why not?
Trump.
So I was kind of mentioning it earlier, but you cut me off. Would you like me to continue?
Yeah. Yeah, continue.
Okay, so 83% of the tax cuts went to the top 1%, indicating the top 1% being...
Listen. Before
You sound like you're underwater.
Facts. That's because I have a fucked up face. I have a paralyzed face. So
I'm sorry to hear that, man. I apologize.
yeah, I can't talk right. But anyways, before you spit bullshit, make sure they're facts. Do you know Trump actually got us out of more wars than so let's say how we were having all that bullshit with Russia. Trump went over there and had a meeting with Russia, and everything's cool now. Trump also went over to freaking China, Iran, or whatever that fucking place is, and had a meeting with them too, and got us all settled and good with them. And Biden's in now, and everything's going to shit.
Okay, so
economy is absolute fucking bullshit.
What'd you say?
Said the economy is absolute fucking bullshit.
Okay. So if we want to reference like the notions of foreign policy between Trump and Biden, wait. First of all, it is the case that Trump actually engaged in multiple different actions that we would associate with like wartime. One being the fact that he actually increased drone strikes within the Middle East. Two being the case that he actually assassinated the top military general in Iran.
Where do you get your facts for that?
What's up?
Where do you get your facts for that?
Yeah, I can send you resources that. What's up?
How do you know that?
How do I know like that drone strikes were increased in the Middle East?
Yes, if it's anything off the internet, it's absolute bullshit because the CIA,
Anything off the internet?
controls the internet. Oh yeah, the internet's full of
So then, what do I use for justification then?
Your own eyes and ears. Don't take other people's opinion as your own.
Wait. So wait, Bo, did you see the election get stolen?
Yes, I did.
You did. You saw everywhere in the U.S. where they had fraudulent votes. Nicole, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. You saw with your own two eyes.
I did see with my own two eyes how. Well, actually, I can't say that because that was on the news. So everything on the news is pretty much bullshit too. But it was on the news.
Yeah, but by the way, if you want my source when it relates,
they were using dead people's votes.
No, okay, I'll explain this here in a second. Here, so if you want a source when it relates to the particular like drone warfare and civilian casualties, look up U.S. drone warfare and civilian casualties from the Eagleton Political Journal. It's eagletonpoliticaljournal.rugers.edu. And then, sorry, what was the claim that you just made?
They were using dead people's to vote for Biden.
Oh, okay, so there were actually more dead people like that voted for Trump, first of all. Second of all, when it relates to dead people voting, they vote in every single election. It is the case that some people die after they vote. So that is the idea. So, I mean, that there's that type of votes in every single election, but proportionally speaking, there was less than like previous elections.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, let's see. Let's take, for example, Biden opened all the borders and let all these fucking people into our state. So now our state's being overrun with people that are not from the United States. Thanks to Biden.
So actually, if I can send you like stuff that indicates that we actually have the same proportions of people who are undocumented in the country, like as a percentage of our overall population now as we did under Trump.
Well, yeah, because the borders are open and they're not keeping tally anymore.
Wait, so if we have the same proportion of undocumented immigrants now as we did under Trump, then it seems like we, proportionally speaking, have similar amounts of people who are undocumented come into the country. So if there's no distinction in terms of the overall population of individuals in which are undocumented, well, this idea here that there's like undocumented people like all across the country everywhere now, and it wasn't under the case under Trump, is just not going to be true, as we have the same proportions of people.
There's not the same proportions. There's a lot more now that.
No, that's not true. Give me a single source. I can send you a source that literally indicates that it's the exact same, or relatively, I mean, basically the exact same proportions of undocumented people in the country now as were prior, in accordance with the overall population.
I don't read. But some person in the comments said that I need to read. I actually used to read every single day whenever I was in school. But since I'm not in school no more, I don't read. No. What am I supposed to read? The news where there ain't nothing but bullshit? Am I supposed to read the internet and stare at my phone whenever it's just bullshit? No.
Okay, yeah. So I'm so confused what your point is, dude. Like, if you don't read any like studies, you don't read any evidence, right? How are you going to say that you have a justified opinion?
Well, why do you say your opinion is justified?
Because I rely on evidence. I can send you evidence that indicates this to be true, like what I just referenced when it relates to the estimates of undocumented immigrants in the country now versus when it was under Trump's administration. I can give you evidence that indicates that. That's pretty clear.
Okay. How about your evidence? Where's your evidence that states that all of the gas prices of food, the prices of everything are not skyrocketing under Biden's administration?
Wait, I agree that prices are going up right now, but my point is that it's not something that you can wait. Hold up, it's not something that you can associate as caused by Biden. Okay, it is the case that these types of prices. Wait, hold up. It is the case that these types of price increases we see worldwide. We see inflation worldwide. So I don't understand why this would be specific to Biden or specific to the Biden administration when we see these types of price changes in inflation worldwide.
Does it ever occur to you that Biden is not mentally there and he shouldn't be in office?
I agree he's not as mentally there as he has been in the past, right? But that doesn't indicate to me that Trump is a better candidate than Biden, as it is. Hold up. That doesn't indicate. Let me finish. Let me fucking finish, please. That doesn't indicate that Trump is a. That doesn't indicate that Trump is a better candidate than Biden, as it is the case that we can question Trump's sanity, as it is the case that we have to look at the context of federal judges, as it is the case that we have to look at all these other things in terms of policy, right, that are not specific to just whether or not someone has a particular level of ability to like respond to a stimuli or something.
Yeah, I don't know where you get your so-called facts from, but this nation under Biden's administration has gone to complete shit.
Okay, so again, right, what are you looking at specifically, and how do you know that it was caused by Biden?
Well, it started happening the moment Biden took office. That's why.
Okay, so just because you associate two events to be around each other, that doesn't mean that one caused the other. This is called a correlation causation fallacy. So just because two events are associated does not mean one caused the other. So if we look at Trump's administration, there was 14.8% unemployment under his administration. Was that caused by him?
No, it's probably caused by the people.
It was probably caused by who?
The people, because they don't want to fucking work.
Oh, okay. So then why do you associate things to be caused by Biden whenever they happen under Biden's administration, but whenever something happens under Trump's administration, you don't associate to be caused by Trump?
Well, because the stuff that happens under Trump's administration, 14.8% unemployment. Well, there's a lot more unemployment now under Biden, and
not true. There's 3.8% unemployment right now.
That is so-called that is tallied, or that is kept record of.
There is 3.8% unemployment right now. That is the unemployment numbers right now.
All right. Under the Biden administration, do you know how many places have been having to shut down because everything? I don't believe in coincidences. So two events that they just happen around each other. No, they happen because the other one happened. That's why. There's no such thing as coincidence. Like there is coincidence.
Oh, okay. So association equals causation. So if that is the case, well, then it is the case that 14.8% unemployment under Trump's administration was caused by Trump.
Sure, if that's how you want to put it.
Okay, so the 1 million deaths that happened under his presidency when it relates to COVID, that was also because of Trump.
If that's how you want to say it, yeah. But also, you also got to look at.
So Trump caused 1 million deaths in the United States.
Hold on. Not necessarily.
That's what you just said. That's what you literally just said.
COVID is absolute bullshit. I don't believe in COVID not for 1 second.
You don't believe COVID existed? Okay, so then what did my grandma die of?
It wasn't COVID. She had something else, and the doctors refused to treat it because they were too busy.
How do you know that it wasn't COVID?
I've never had COVID. I've been around people with COVID, and whenever COVID happened.
So wait, you are around. Wait. Let me clarify. COVID doesn't exist, but you are around people with COVID. So real.
Well, yeah, COVID doesn't exist, but people that claim they had COVID, I went over there and I spent time with them. I hung out with them, just because people were saying, "Oh, COVID," so I tried to get it.
Oh, Bo, I have a question. Bo. Why do you have a Confederate flag in one of your videos?
Because it's a flag. It's Southern pride.
Oh, that's not Southern pride. That's pride for slavery, bro. That's pride for slavery. You know that flag that you're waving? That was actually created. Hold up. That flag that you're waving, that's not actually the one that was commonly used by the Confederacy one. That's actually one that was created by the fucking KKK. It's called the Dixie flag, right?
Okay, and?
That's not even the original flag, 1. 2, it's a fucking flag of traitors, right? Of people who literally wanted to secede from the Union insofar as what? To keep fucking slavery, to own people.
So you say, but I'm not racist, and I
And why'd
have
you
quite
just
a few
say
black
and?
friends. So
Why'd you just say and, bro? What do you mean you're not? What do you mean you're not? You literally support the Confederate flag. What are you talking about, dude?
just because I like a flag doesn't mean I'm racist.
Do you know what that flag
I've never
represents? Do you know what
flag.
that flag? Do you know what that flag represents?
Have you ever owned a slave?
No.
I've never owned a slave. My dad's never owned a slave. My dad's never
Then
owned a slave.
why are you fucking raising a flag that is in
You've never
support
owned
of
a slave.
slavery?
Because slavery is no more.
It literally still exists under
That
the
flag
13th
doesn't
Amendment.
stand
That's
for
false.
slavery
That's false.
anymore.
That's false. Bo, it exists under the 13th Amendment. The 13th Amendment allows for slavery in the United States so long as you are like convicted of a crime or you're in prison. That is the conditions.
What? So prison members. So prison
what?
members. That's what you're saying. You're saying people who.
Yeah.
So
it
what
is,
you're saying
it is
is people who
legal
go to
under the
prison are slaves.
Constitution to enslave them. Yes.
Well, it sounds like you shouldn't go to prison then, huh?
What? No, it sounds like we need to change the fucking 13th Amendment. I appreciate the superpower. Thank you so much. But we need to add another amendment to change that, how that impacts things. So again, can you explain why you think it's okay to hold the Confederate flag?
Because that's the rebel flag. That's Southern pride right there.
Yeah, Southern pride for what? Owning slaves.
For being Southern.
Owning people.
No, for being Southern.
For what?
See, the way you look at that flag and the way I look at that flag is two very different things. You have your opinion, and I have mine.
No, I have the facts. I have the facts. I have the facts.
Okay. Well, yeah, facts. Okay. I don't support slavery, and I don't own a slave, but I still fly the flag. So where's your facts?
Yeah, you're a slavery apologist.
How?
You're holding the fucking Confederate flag. You have the. What are you talking about?
So?
You're defending the usage of the Confederate flag. That is called slavery apologism. The flag literally made by the KKK.
I've never owned a slave. I have nothing to apologize for.
Oh my gosh, Emily, I appreciate
I don't give a
Thank you
shit.
so much. You're a slavery apologist.
No, I'm not.
Appreciate
I never
you,
owned a
Mike.
slave.
Thank you so much. Then why do you have a Confederate flag?
Because I like it.
You like the Confederate flag. What do you like it for?
Because it looks cool. It's red, white, and blue.
It looks cool. It looks cool. The flag created by the KKK to represent the owning of people, right? To use them for fucking forced labor, right? Is just cool to you?
Because that's a rebel flag. That's what it is. It's not KKK anymore. The KKK don't exist, and even if it does, I'm not part of it.
They do exist.
So what that flag stands for has nothing to do with me.
Yeah, what that flag stands for has everything to do with slavery, has everything to do with seceding from the Union, has everything to do with the owning of people, has everything to do with the 3/5 compromise, has everything to do with all of these different types of acts of racism, right? And that's what you're okay with, okay? And that's fundamentally fucked up, right? If you can't acknowledge that there's an issue with you having a Confederate flag, then I don't know what existence we are in, right? Like, what are you talking about?
Why is it a problem that I own that flag?
What do you mean? Why is it a problem? I just named them, right? It stands for slavery, right? It references the 3/5 compromise and indicating that black people are not equivalent to white people, right? It indicates racism, right? Do you not acknowledge that? It indicates treachery, oppression, Jim Crow laws.
No, I
do you not
don't
understand
acknowledge
that that's what it represents?
That's not what it represents to me. So I don't acknowledge those representations.
Okay, so if I have a flag that says white people are inferior, and I say that this flag, right, doesn't represent that to me, and instead it represents something else, right? Are you okay with that?
You do you. I really don't care.
You have no issue with that.
Nope. You live your own life. I'll live mine. I really don't care.
Okay, so if there's a flag that says that says white people should be enslaved. Okay? If there's a flag that says that, and I say, oh, it means something else, are you okay with that?
Well, when a flag literally says white people should be enslaved, obviously that's what it means.
Oh, and I'm saying it means something different. I'm saying it means something. I'm saying it means something different. I'm saying it means something different.
Does the flag actually say that on the flag, or is it just a flag and then you're saying that's what it stands for?
Here, we'll just ask this question this way. Let's say there's a particular logo that resembles that white people should be enslaved. Okay? If there's a particular logo that references that, and I run that logo everywhere, and I say it means something different, is that okay?
I don't see why not. If it means something different to you, it means something different.
Okay. If there's a particular logo that says it's okay to grape people, that's what it means. But I say it means something different. Is it okay for me to show that logo to everyone? And to put that on my chest?
If that's what you want to do, go for it.
That's okay. Are you Christian?
I believe in God.
Okay,
I'm not
so
a
if
Christian.
I have a particular logo that says to unalive Christians, that's what it means, right? But I say that it means something different, right? Is that okay?
You do you.
You have no issue with that.
You can fly whatever you want. I have no issues with any of it.
Do you have an issue with? Do you have an issue with someone flying a swastika?
No, that's what they want to do.
You have no issue. I have no issue with that.
With you. Listen. Okay, you can do and you can fly whatever flag you want. I have no issues with it because.
Oh, okay. What about the pride flag?
Let me finish. Quiet. Until you do something that I do not agree with, I'm not going to hold you accountable until you show the act of what that flag represents.
Okay. So what about the pride
I got a red
flag?
flag. Yeah, but listen. You fly a flag that says white people should be enslaved. I don't care until you start enslaving white people. Then I'm gonna have an opinion about it.
So if people were enslaved in the past, right? If people were enslaved in the past based upon that logo, would it then be okay to use the logo?
Hey, did you know that white people were slaves way before black people were slaves?
Hey, do you want to reconcile with the idea that literally black people were enslaved based upon that flag? Do you want to acknowledge that?
Sure, I acknowledge it. Okay.
So you said if it was something that affects people and people are enslaved based upon that flag, you would be against it. So you'd be against the Confederate flag as people were literally fucking enslaved.
I fly the flag. Yes. Do I own a slave? No. Do I support owning slaves? No. But I still fly the flag because I like the flag.
Thank you for the hand hearts. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
The flag is just a flag.
Okay, so I have a question, Bo. Are you against the usage of the pride flag?
No.
You have no issue with the BLM flag, or
if that's what you want to fly, then fly it.
You have no issue with the BLM flag?
No. If you want to fly it, go ahead and fly it.
Okay. Do you have any issue with people burning the American flag?
What kind of question is that?
Trump actually was for putting people in jail who burned the American flag. Are you in support of that policy?
Oh yeah, most definitely.
So if you burn the American flag, you should go to jail?
If you live in America and you burn the American flag, then yes, you should go to jail.
So you think it's okay to run a fucking swastika? You think it's okay to hold the Confederate flag, but you think it's fucking wrong to burn the American flag? Do you not think holding the fucking Confederate flag is anywhere fucking comparable to burning the American flag? Isn't that referencing treachery? Isn't that referencing being a traitor? Isn't that referencing literally things that you would consider to be literally in accordance with the death penalty under the
No, it's not
Constitution?
comparable at all.
What do you mean?
No, let's put it this way. Okay. Well, let's put it okay. If you want to burn the American flag on your own time, without, you're not recording it and posting on social media or some stupid bullshit.
No, post it on social media.
Then,
I'm going to post it on social media.
You can do whatever you want, but like I really don't care. Like if that's what you want to do, you go ahead and do it. But you're not going to do it publicly or take a video of it and post it on social media because that's just absolute stupid.
Okay.
That's
okay,
just stupidity.
then you can't post a video in which you have a Confederate flag on social media.
I'm not burning it.
So that is essentially it's akin to burning it, as it is the case that burning it is equivalent in the notion of disrespect as the Confederate flag. As the Confederate flag is based upon traitors, right? People that went against the Union and fought against the Union. So actually, if you want to say anything, that's actually greater disrespect based upon that notion. It's treachery.
How?
I literally just explained it. I just explained.
Well, you explain what that flag used to stand for in the past. You didn't tell me how that's some treachery now in today's time.
It is treachery now because it's representing something that is literally against. It's literally against the American institution. Appreciate the money gun. Thank you so much. It still stands for that. How does it not stand for it now? No response?
How does it stand for that now? There's no.
What is it referencing? Why are we calling it the Confederate flag?
Referencing exactly why. Like, I don't call it a Confederate flag. I call it a rebel flag.
Oh, so you don't call it? Okay, so what, rebel from what?
Being a rebel.
Rebelling against what?
Yee. Do you know what the Yee Nation is?
Rebelling against what? Rebelling against America, right?
No. Do you know what the Yee Nation is?
No. The Confederate flag is absolutely signaling rebelling against the fucking United States government. What is Yee?
If you don't know what Yee is, then obviously you're not Southern, you're not country, and you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not a redneck. What are you talking about?
You're a northern pessimist, is what you are.
Yeah, W.
W, what?
Yeah, W the North. W the North, for the North, for the North. Yee.
Anyways, alright. I used to live in California. Now I live in Arkansas. And
I can see why.
You can see why?
Yeah, I went to Arkansas recently. I can see why.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
What part of Arkansas? What part of Arkansas?
Fayetteville.
Fayetteville? That's a big old city. That's terrible. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, let me go where my friend AJ, who lives there, says all the Confederate flags are in the middle of nowhere in Arkansas.
Well, I'm actually kind of close to the Oklahoma border.
Okay.
I'm over by Fort Smith.
Okay.
I don't live in Fort Smith. I live in a little town.
Okay. Well, I'm confused. What point are you making?
I don't know. I thought we were just talking about Arkansas.
No. Okay. Yeah. Is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad? Or actually, wait, Bo. Let me ask you this question: do you think Trump is still president?
No, he's not, but he should be.
So you agree he lost the election?
Over some bullshit, yeah.
Oh, okay. So you believe that he's lying when he says that he won the election and that the election was stolen from him? You think he's lying, right?
No. That election was stolen. There ain't no way in hell Biden won. He can't even talk. And you expect people to vote for him?
I think Joe Biden would be able to keep up in a conversation with you, Bo.
You think so?
Yeah, absolutely. I would put money on Joe Biden winning that debate. Yo, Jenna, thank you for the 5 subscriptions. I appreciate it, Jenna. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, so Biden got the most votes in the United States history. Why? Because people don't fucking like Trump. That's the reason. It's not because people like Biden. It's because people don't like Trump. That's why I voted for Biden. That's why most of the people in the chat voted for Biden. Right? That's why most people in general who voted for Biden voted for Biden.
Well, that sucks. I'm sorry. I feel bad for y'all.
Mary, thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Why does it suck for me? You think that Biden won or lost the election, right? You think Trump got stolen from him? Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. So how do you think that it got stolen from him?
How did it not? There's a lot more people that like Trump than people that don't like Trump. Because the people that don't like Trump are all leftists.
Wait, what's his approval rating? Bo, what's his approval rating?
Well, everybody that I talk to likes Trump, so.
Yeah, because you live in the middle of buttfuck Arkansas.
I'm not in the middle. I'm more towards more towards the west side near Oklahoma.
Yeah. The middle was not like literal there. Yeah, so the approval rating for Trump is lower than 50% for sure. Yo, Emily, thank you so much for the feather flock. I appreciate it, Emily. Thank you so much. Why is Darth Maul sending roses? Like, yeah. So, like, are you gonna give us like a reason why you think it's stolen? Like, you just like said it was stolen. I'm asking you what's the evidence, because when we relate to like the audits actually indicate to us that like even Trump appointed judges didn't vote on the side in which the election was stolen.
It's because the judges even knew not to vote for Biden.
Matt, thank you so much for the chasing the dream. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You said what?
So that's because even the judges knew not to vote for Biden.
No, the judges voted in Biden's favor. They didn't even take the evidence from Trump, right? Because it is the case that there was not sufficient evidence. So if we're talking about people who were appointed by Biden, by Trump, it's either the case that Trump appointed corrupt judges or Trump lost the election. So which one is it?
So do you watch the news?
Not often.
Or not like the official news, because that's just a bunch of bullshit and that's all controlled. But it was like, there is evidence that Biden has been taking money to open borders and shit.
Yeah, can you give me evidence of that?
Well, if I could find the video, I'd send it to you. I don't know what the video is.
Lauren, thank you so much for the $10 Venmo. Thank you so much. Let me know when you find the video and trust me, bro.tv. Yo, Velvet, thank you so much for the 7-month subscription. I appreciate it, Velvet. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Absolute W's in the chat, everyone.
Why should I go waste my time finding a video that you won't even listen to or watch?
I will watch it. I'll play it right now on the fucking live in front of 3.6 thousand people.
Oh. I got a call coming in. See y'all later.
Yo, Athena, thank you so much for the hanging lights. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Bo got a buzz, everyone. Bo got a buzz. We're going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. Tap that screen, everyone. Love Lavender. Thank you so much for the 5-month subscription. I appreciate it, Lavender. Thank you so much. I don't know why it's not giving us the sub goal. That's honestly so weird. All right, we're going to go to the next person. Again, only do send a guest request. If you disagree, keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. Copy link. Send it to a few friends. If you disagree, do send a guest request right now, y'all. Thank you so much for the sub goal, everyone. Yo, what's up? Are you driving?
Am I driving? No.
Yeah.
It's a little windy, though.
Okay, for sure. So, yeah, so do you support Trump?
So I'll say I support Republicans. Whoever the Republicans put up as the nominee is who I'm going to vote for. But so the thing is you and I are going to disagree fundamentally on how our country should be run. So I kind of don't want to get into any of that. But I did want to go back to one thing that we might have some common ground on. You guys were on COVID, I think, 3 or 4 guests ago. Would you mind if I go back to that?
I mean, we have common ground. I do want to get to the points in which we would disagree with on, like, particularly. So, like, if you say that you relate to, or you think that you support Trump because you support any Republican candidate, right? Well, then my question would be: are you okay with the idea that he has been lying about the election for the past few years in terms of that there was sufficient evidence to indicate that it was stolen?
No, I'm not.
You're not okay with that.
No,
okay. So why would you say that that's preferable to Biden?
Well, I think any Republican is preferable to Biden right now.
Due to what reasons?
A lot of reasons. I mean, our inflationary problems didn't really start until we had our transportation guy. What the hell is that guy? I can't remember his name. I'm sorry. Our commissioner of transportation was on paternity leave for 6 months in the middle of a transportation crisis, and that kind of kicked off our inflation problems. When I think the administration should have said, "Hey, bud, you need to fucking get to work." You know what I'm saying? So I think that was a big part of it, and I don't believe that would have happened under Republican leadership.
Okay, so that's just like clearly not true. There's no economists that would indicate that no inflation would have happened. Oh, and by the way, can you stop that background noise in the back? There's no economist that would say that there's like no inflation under a Republican administration, right? That just wouldn't be the case, right? The inflation that we are particularly seeing now is related to like gas prices, right, and related to like supply chain issues, which were not caused by the administration, particularly.
Well, the supply chain issues were caused by the administration because the transportation commissioner sat on his ass while we were in the middle of a crisis and didn't do anything about it.
Wait, so I'm talking globally. I'm talking global supply chains. The U.S. is not like a huge part of the global supply chain. The global supply chain is going to relate to like countries around the world.
Sure, I understand that. Again, like I said, I only got on to find a tiny bit of common ground. Like I said, we're going to fundamentally disagree on pretty much everything. And I just wanted to know if we would disagree on this one specific point, if you don't mind.
For sure, go for it.
So the COVID vaccine. So RNA vaccine research has been around for a really long time. They've been researching it for years and years and years. They decided to roll it out for COVID. Do you think it was a good idea for the FDA to grant emergency usage without the actual, on average it takes about 10 years to get a vaccine approval. Do you think it was a good idea for them to do that before the numbers? Do you think it was a good idea for them to do that?
Oh, no, we had the numbers. We wouldn't have passed it without any numbers. There has to be some numbers for us to even give an EUA in the first place.
Yes, but again, like I said, the normal vaccine trial is on average 10 years, and we did that in a year and a half.
So I mean, actually, I think typically speaking, it's like I'm typically speaking the development 7 years, but it is the case that we had development for decades prior to this point. So we've had lots of that. Plus the funding is different now.
That's why I said there was massive RNA vaccine research beforehand.
Wait, but the 10 years only takes that long because of red tape, but the red tape was diminished and it was actually expedited because of the pandemic existing. So this could happen with other types of vaccinations. There just isn't pressing environmental concerns to bring that about with all these different types of vaccinations insofar as it would be needed to this degree.
No, I understand that, and again, like I said in the beginning, there has been RNA vaccine research for years and years and years. We just haven't released an RNA vaccine until now. Why do you think COVID was a good one to start it with under emergency circumstances instead of going with something that we've done before?
Yeah, I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. So what should we have done instead of doing EUA? Because that saved countless lives.
There's a million people out there smarter than I am that have better ideas than I do, and I won't presume to know better than they do. I'm not that kind of person. I would, again, better way. I think. Whoa! What it is, because like I said, I won't presume to be smarter than the people that run those institutions. I was just wondering if your opinion was that it was a good idea to release that under emergency.
EUA probably was the best circumstance. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, seeing all of what we see now, like I think we have very good evidence to believe that like we saved lots of lives with that.
Sure. So my second question would be, why do you believe, or what do you believe? Why do you think COVID became so politicized in the first place?
Anything like this would become politicized, as it is the case that people have differing opinions on like mandates and other stuff like that. This would have happened with any type of pandemic.
It didn't really happen with swine flu. Or any of those.
It happened in 1918 with the Spanish flu.
It's politicized.
There were people that were against mask usage at that time.
That doesn't surprise me at all. They didn't have the science we have now.
Mm-hmm.
No, again, those were my only questions. I was wondering why you thought it I think we should have politicians and movie stars saying, hey, get this vaccine because it's this vaccine. I think we should have doctors on TV saying, hey, we've done this research, get this vaccine. You know what I mean? I think it was done poorly, and I think that's why it was politicized so much, is because we had politicians and movie stars where they are not the person to tell Americans what to and not to put in their bodies. The Surgeon General and the head of these, the head of the CDC and the head of these organizations, these are the people that should have been in the forefront saying, hey, these vaccines have been tested, you should go get vaccinated. And I think it became more political because that didn't happen.
I appreciate the following for you. Thank you so much. Well, many people in the comment section were like Dr. Fauci were, right? So like, I mean, we could bring that up.
I'm sorry. Say what? Repeat.
Yeah, Fauci did that, right?
Yeah, Fauci was in the forefront, but he was really the only one. And you had more. You had.
I don't think he was the only one. But like,
he was definitely the main one, because you can't. There were not many doctors and heads of agencies coming out
here, Curtis.
On TV and saying, hey,
here's something I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to be extremely charitable. I think that we should have significantly more doctors coming out and talking about these types of things, right? But we do have to acknowledge there were doctors. There were. Just the thing is, the way that they were.
I'm not saying there wasn't.
The way that they were giving information to the public was not effective. I agree with you.
But
it is the case that they did have good evidence, though. They were busy like developing a vaccine, a lot of them. But we do need to make sure that there are people that are on TikTok who are doctors that can bring information like this.
Yes.
Like they should have been paying people, like the government, make sure that people are paid for the days in which they work, right? By coming on and just having conversations and clearing up misinformation in the public. Right.
Yes.
We have, not only that could be the case, we also have lots of public health officials that could have been in these positions to do so on TikTok as well. Or we could have done so with celebrities, right? Celebrities with medical professionals could have come on to talk about this type of stuff to make sure that there's more people, right, hearing about these different types of medical issues.
You mean medical professional celebrities, not just celebrities in general. Okay, yeah. Got it. Yeah, and I have no problem with that. A politician stands beside Fauci while Fauci says, hey, this is the thing to do. Yes, of course. But I think the biggest problem was we didn't have enough of that. And I think that's why it became so much more politicized than it should have.
Sure. I mean, I think that's part of it. Sure. I agree with you there.
Okay. Well, good, man. Thanks. I figured we might find a little common ground there. But yeah, we're going to disagree fundamentally on pretty much everything else. So,
all right, for sure.
There's not much reason for me to stay on. Yeah, man. Take it
Thank
easy.
you so much. All right, let's go to the next person, everyone. We got Scott back, everyone. Welcome back, Scott. What's up?
Okay. Drink up your beer. I'm going to pee.
Scott, you good, bro?
I'm good.
Yeah. So, welcome back. What's up? Did you get some more bourbon? Or Modelo? Which one was it? I can hear you breathing, bro. Are you there? Scott. No chat. The alcohol really got to him this time. Cheers to Scott. Cheers to Scott, man. The alcohol got to him this time. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live. Copy link, send it to a few friends, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, bro? I am 17.
You got to be 18 plus to join the live. TikTok rules. TikTok rules, everyone. 18 plus, y'all. 18 plus. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes real quick. Copy link, send it to a few friends. If you do like my content, follow me if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day. If you do want to support me, everyone, one of the best ways to support me second accounts all the time, though. I think that's where most of the peen stuff is going to be from now on, everyone. It's going to be like on the second accounts, not debates, but we will also have debates and stuff, just not as often as what we've been doing. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 36.
For sure. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Why so?
Well, I have multiple reasons. I want to hear a little bit more of your perspective, to be honest with you, because there's a couple things I don't agree with. I've been listening to your live I've been listening to you for a while, bro, and I appreciate you. You are younger than me. I like to hear a different aspect of it, and you're very educated in what you were speaking about, to a sense. I just have a few different, misunderstandings. I guess we have in certain things we've talked about. Obviously, I don't want to bring up be too sensitive. The Palestinian and Israel issue that came up earlier, in terms of Trump with money. You are aware that there is a treaty that was back like right before 1980, right? That we go ahead and we are giving over $3 billion to Israel and Egypt and all those people, correct?
That we were going to give them $3 billion?
We do. We have since I think it's 1979. We have been. That's a concurrent thing.
It's around that number. I know. I was looking at the numbers earlier. It's relatively similar amongst like the Trump and Biden here. I'm trying to look for the numbers I looked at earlier.
Rate. That's a flat thing that has been happening. That's not extra aid. I'm just saying. So when you're the one girl that was in there when you guys were all razzing everyone else on your opposition, is the fact is that regardless, that was going to happen. That's also like when Obama, I think, what did he give? 3.8 million. So there's going to be a basis of a flat line. So when people are saying, oh, well, we all think, and we all want to sit there and just go ahead and bash Trump.
Hey, by the way, I wasn't bringing that up as a response to Trump. Well,
it wasn't you. You're allowing your other guests on your side to make these statements. But it's just, and like I said, bro, I listen to you. I like you. It's the first time I've been on. I really do. And the thing about it is the unification process is having the understanding aspect so that we are different. We can communicate through the differences and we can have an understanding. Because the whole thing about it is I don't want to change you, and I'm hopefully that you don't want to change me. And that's the beauty, because we are individuals. We are beautiful in our own rights and our own selves. But I can be the way I am. Like I said, the guy that you were calling.
I do want to change people, right? I do want to change people. That is actually something really big about me.
Absolutely. Well, see, and that's the beauty with you. And like I said, I do think you have a big heart. I'm just saying that there are certain ways to approach it with certain people. Here's my thing. Some people are a little bit more sensitive to the way that you speak, the way that your vernacular is, how you construct yourself and how, you might be very to the point and blunt, and that's the thing. It's a sensitivity on other people. I'm not saying change yourself for that, but if that comes across your road in the present of yourself, It's having the emotional construct of yourself to sit there and say, all right, let me align myself a little bit better to get my point across, rather than making it such a abrasive statement that holds, say, your construct, say with your people. Guys, listen, here's my thing. I'm so sorry that, am I not using the right words for your chat?
But no, like
I'm not as smart as you. I get that.
No, it's fine. Like, what would be like considerably abrasive that you would reference, like in terms of the way that I reference things? Because
if you called a guy a redneck from Arkansas, I don't think that needs to be the way, because he wasn't just speaking the way that we needed to have. I'm not saying you. I'm not in this thing. I'm not saying challenging. Because listen, I do a lot of stupid stuff all day long that I look back and say, what the hell? I'm not. It's not a pinpoint. Because listen, I think you are a forefront. I think you're good. Listen. We don't align with our viewpoints, but I watch you, bro. Listen, and that's the thing, is I like hearing differences of opinions. I like hearing the other side, even if it's uncensored or censored, but it's getting the information, because why am I going to be myself closed down and just say, all right, listen, I will not put myself in the box as just being a Republican to what everyone else standpoints. I'll say I'm a progressive Republican. It doesn't matter. Like, everyone can change and everyone can have a difference of opinion, and I think the beauty of today's change, as much as it's being so mind warped, is that the fact is that I don't think there's been a time like this for as much open-mindedness in society. I think it's a good thing, but I do think it needs to be just, at least sometimes pump the brakes a little bit in certain things. We don't need to go full force 100% in everything and not know where we're coming at the end, at the end of the gate. So, all right, listen, I'm gonna let you go, bro.
Yeah. So the last thing I would say is that
I'm reading the chat, but listen, just thank you. I'm sorry. This is my first time ever being live, and it's the first time with so many people, and I'm anxious, I'm nervous, I'm sorry, but I do appreciate you letting me in to speak.
Yeah, for sure, man. Appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, man.
Appreciate it. I didn't mean to X him out there. I do apologize. I didn't mean to X. I thought he was actually like saying bye right there. But I did want to say one thing. The person's bio actually did have redneck in their bio. Right. One, two. There was actually one point I would point to with what he was kind of saying. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. I called him a raisin. Yeah, there's sometimes where I will give people the same energy they were giving me, because he was using my age to like demean my position. So I just kind of used the same sort of thing in response to see how he like sort of responded to that. But I do agree, I probably shouldn't always give the same energy. But yeah, let's go on to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you disagree. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live copy link, send it to a few people, everyone. Let's try to get to 2,000 people, everyone, in terms of the shares. So if you copy link, if you do send it to a few friends, it does help get out to more people. Got to match energy sometimes. Yeah, I see. The thing is, I really don't try to like always match energy, but for stuff like that, I might do it every once in a while. Because like matching energy can lead to like some very like absurd outcomes in terms of the things that you justify, but I don't think it's always true that it's bad, necessarily speaking.
Hey Parker, how are you doing?
Well, it's good. I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm doing well. I've got to get my phone plugged in.
Tina, thank you so much for the $25 Venmo. Tina, I appreciate it so much. Thank you very much. Appreciate the love you as well. I appreciate it, Rachel.
So I know I love watching your debates, because I know you go both ways, right? Like, you can actually listen and hear, and yet you still put out your point, right?
Absolutely.
So can we start off this? Why do you not support Trump?
Yeah. So when it relates to like the election, right, I think that he hasn't provided sufficient evidence that the election has been stolen. Yet years after the election being over, he's still claiming that it's stolen. Even with Trump appointed judges, like by himself appointed judges that didn't vote within the context of his favor. We're talking over 60 different types of court cases and audits in which it didn't indicate that he had sufficient evidence to overturn the election, right? So that's one really big point. Second, we can relate to the idea that he hyperfixated on particular things like the border wall, when those aren't really getting to the sole causes of a lot of the issues that we relate to in terms of like immigration and the border. And then it also doesn't reference like how many, like the actual like issue that would relate to quote unquote undocumented immigration, if there is one that we'd reference. Because actually most people who come into the country undocumented fly to the country and then overstay through visa. They don't go through the border wall. Secondly, the idea that people are coming to the country. the idea that people are coming to the country undocumented in the first place is, first of all, because the process takes so long, 7 to 10 years for people to get in the country legally, and because the cartel, right, can actually get people like through here through, again, them funding it through like sending drugs to America. So if it was the case that there was like decriminalized or legalized drugs and there's American producers of these drugs, well, then the drugs aren't going to be coming from the cartels. We can also make the cartels a terrorist organization to the United States, which would also help us get rid of the stranglehold that these cartels have on Central and South America. I can talk about tax breaks that Trump has given in terms of 83% of the tax cuts going to the top 1%, people making over $500,000 a year. And I can mention many other things in relation to healthcare, education, foreign policy, other stuff like that as to why I would support Biden over Trump.
So let's just start at the beginning, right? The first thing you said was because he never proved, and all of the judges throw out his causes for the election was stolen, right? Let's talk back and forth.
Yeah, he hasn't proven like sufficient evidence.
So when you see a state extending their election laws and the deadlines and how they collect ballots, how is that not voter fraud when the state did not vote on that?
Yeah, so the state should generally vote on that stuff like that, but like it is the case that it's
generally,
not fraud.
but it didn't happen.
Well, I'm making a should claim based upon like my own morals, not based upon like what currently the context of the law. So the law doesn't necessarily indicate that you have to do this, but I'm saying that generally speaking, it should be. Oh, I mean, could you tell me the law?
The law was this is the way you vote in these states, and they changed their laws at the last second in Georgia and Minnesota. They changed their laws at the last second to allow late voting.
So one, it wasn't necessarily last second. Two, it was also the case that like this was related to COVID and the mail-in ballots, right? So I mean, it was a case that we have never dealt with this level of mail-in ballots.
You're going to actually bring in COVID.
What's up?
You actually want to bring in COVID with this?
Yeah, that's actually the reason as to why we were using mail-in ballots to the degree that we did.
So where's COVID now?
It's still spreading, right? My mom actually just got COVID.
I've had COVID. Am I dead?
That is, I never said that everyone who gets COVID is dead.
Is it a flu or is it a disease that just is a shitty disease that... Now, think about this. Back in the beginning, think about this.
So, David,
way back. Hold on. Hold on.
No, let me respond to this first. The flu is less deadly and it's less transmissible than COVID.
Not true.
That's not true. However, that's not true. However,
no, it actually is. You can look at the CDC data.
No, I look at actually real life people that I've been involved with my wife with severe health issues that caught COVID and had very minimal issues compared to what the government was saying. Okay.
Yeah. So some people were impacted to the same degree as other things, right? But it's still true here that like COVID on average is significantly worse than the flu on average, right?
Okay.
If you want to relate to
back.
anecdotal evidence, I can just relate to the fact that my parents literally work in the medical field and they deal with flu patients and COVID patients.
No, let's go back to the beginning. When Trump said, here's a deadly virus that is being spread. We need to shut down travel from China and from these other countries that have had it. And Nancy Pelosi said he was racist for that. Now,
so like I don't necessarily know Nancy Pelosi's claim, but he was actually only cutting it off from places, not necessarily in which had people who have come from China, but were just specific to that region. And he actually took a very long time to then extend the ban in terms of people.
No, if you actually watch
other places around.
If you actually watched C-SPAN and the actual live coverage of what was going on at that time, you would see he tried to shut it down very early, and he was called racist for doing it. And
Appreciate
then
the
when
subscription, thank you so much. So he didn't cut off any other areas, right? When it relates to people where they could be
because
traveling
he was
from.
just the president, right?
Yeah, and he could have
Because he
cut
still
off
had
from
to
other
go through
areas.
Congress.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he did.
That was not through Congress at the time. That was actually an executive order, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he tried to put out an executive order that they shut down.
It's not through Congress. Wait, what do you mean they shut it down? Executive order. How did they shut it down?
They shut it down because they said, you know what? You're being racist by calling this a Chinese flu.
No, okay, so yeah, when he says that the China virus, that is absolutely like xenophobic. I don't know what you're talking about when it relates to that. Secondly, when it relates to like the Chinese virus, that is absolutely xenophobic, okay? That's ridiculous.
So did it or did it not initiate in China?
Chinese, what does Chinese mean?
I said China, not Chinese.
What does Chinese mean?
I said China. It's a country.
He called it the Chinese virus.
And?
Okay. The Chinese virus relates to like a nationality, okay? So it is the case that if it is referencing a nationality, right? By the way, everyone, Dean just got fucking bananaed on the second account even. If we're referencing a nationality, you're saying that this virus is because of the nationality, right? If you're saying that the virus originated in China, right? Then you say the virus originated in China. No one disputed that.
That's what he said.
That's not what he says. When he calls it the Chinese virus, it's not saying that it originated in virus, and it's not saying it originated in the area that is attributed to individuals in which are Chinese.
You got to look back at the beginning. You cannot say that just because his wording changed based on his basically condemnation of trying to shut down flights from China, which he tried to do as soon as it came out, and he was called racist. So
he was called racist for the Chinese virus thing, and then when it relates to the
right?
Hold up, let me finish. When it relates to what he was referencing, I appreciate Isaac. Thank you for the subscription. When it relates to the cutting off of places, right? He was called xenophobic because he did not specifically isolate it from many other countries that could have also had people coming to the United States. It was because he specifically isolated that place. Okay, he did
because
not
that's
actually.
Where it started, right?
Let me finish. No, he did not. If he wanted to get like it stopping to come from the United States, then he would have stopped the people coming in from places not only just in China, right? But from
that's
literally
where it started, right?
all different places. Wait, so again, all different places where where people traveled,
you keep dancing around.
Where people, I'm not dancing around anything. Where people traveled from China to different places in different countries around, because there were literally 5 million people that got out of that province at that particular time period that were in different countries that then flew to the United States and then spread it to people in the United States. Okay, that's the fucking issue.
That's an issue when he said, let's shut down travel from China. I know you're rubbing your head because you don't get it. Early on.
Can you tell me what I just said, Damon?
You said that they traveled to other countries and they're coming here and they were spreading.
So why didn't he cut off the travel from the countries that they traveled to?
He was trying, but Nancy Pelosi said
it was executive order.
Nancy Pelosi said you're a xenophobic and you're freaking.
Then why would he play into the notion in which he's xenophobic by not cutting off the travel to other countries?
Because just because the president says something doesn't mean that he doesn't have to go through the Congress and the House to get.
All he had to do was executive order. That's all he had to do.
So you're telling me that you've got somebody in the House, right, Speaker of the House, that's talking against what he's saying, and because
then he would not have been able to cut off travel from that particular place. Okay, so he was able to cut off travel from that place in the same way that he cut off travel from that one place.
Because he tried.
He could have cut it off for the other places as well.
He tried all of it. Anybody coming from China, right?
Yeah,
he tried. And he was called xenophobic.
Did he put restrictions on American citizens going back and forth from between China and the United States?
Yes.
Give me a source.
I lived it.
I'd love to see.
I watched daily CNBC lives. Give me a source.
Give me a source.
What's the source?
Oh my God.
I lived it.
What do you mean?
I lived it.
What do you mean? What's a source?
Yeah, what's the source? Where do you want me to go?
TrustMeBro.com. Okay, so
Oh, you want a .com. You want a .com of filtered information that says
he didn't
this.
listen. He didn't listen. TrustMeBro.com. Do you not know what I'm saying? That's not a source.
TrustMeBro.com.
Yeah.
TrustMeBro.com sounds to me exactly like somebody that's trying to put out their information on just one-sided information. Just like, quit ducking out of the camera.
Dude, it's a joke, man. It's a fucking joke.
You're a joke.
Okay, you can say I'm a joke. The trustmebro.com is a joke. I'm saying because you have no evidence for your claim that it's a trust me, bro. Please trust me, bro.
I watched it live.
Yeah, so where's the source? You said you watched it live.
I am the source.
For a source.
Yeah, I am the source.
Damon, that's not how it works.
So
I'm a source for you being wrong.
Me watching congressional hearings.
Yeah, I watch congressional hearings. I watch congressional hearings too, and I never heard it.
You're pretty young, and you probably were not near where you're at now when this stuff all happened. And I think in reality, if you had been where you're at now and watched what was actually going on the day-to-day basis when it comes down to the coronavirus, you'd probably have a different view.
Yes, I don't think I'm going to have a different view. I think that my view is pretty well thought out when it relates to these things. That's why I hold the view.
Thought out, but not knowledged out.
What do you mean knowledged out?
Because you haven't done enough research to understand that it was actually the Democrats who were shutting him down.
Yeah, so
from
can you search up the facts on Trump's travel restrictions? Factcheck.org. Can you look that up right now?
You want me to, or are you looking at somebody else?
No, I want you to look this up right now. I just told you. I have it pulled up right in front of me.
We've already gone through
Robert
this.
Farley.
We've already gone through this, Parker. We've already gone through this. If I have to go change off of this to prove to you, and I've proved to you.
No, you don't have to prove to me anything. I'm giving you a source. I'm not even asking for a source anymore. I'm giving you a source.
Your source is a freaking few-year-old opinion.
No,
of what really happened.
factcheck.org. It's factcheck.org. This literally goes over and gives links for each time he said things. Okay, it was posted on March 6, 2020.
Okay. It was February when he said to shut down travel from China. So your first
March
reference,
6th.
Yeah, your first reference is March 6th.
Yes.
His
February is before March.
Exactly. His first reference to shutting down travel was in February.
Exactly. This happened after.
No, but you just said exactly, but you're referencing something that started in March.
Why is that an issue? I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
Because it's based on what the news freaking changes, right? So a month later, dude, when I was
in the news, this is a fact check.
In the news is your facts.
This is in the news. This is the factcheck.org.
So your news is your facts. Let me ask you that.
I'm just saying in the section, they literally explain that it wasn't applied to Americans, the restrictions. Okay. Like you could.
No, it was applied to the Chinese.
Dude, what are you talking about?
The beginning of coronavirus.
And? I'm confused. Okay.
And how he tried to shut down travel and got called a fucking racist for doing that.
Did you hear my response to that? Tell me what my response. Tell me my response.
Your response to that was that I need to go look up something that started a month later.
That was a response to you saying that people who were Americans going back and forth between China and the United States got blocked from traveling. That was the different claim. When we were talking about the Chinese virus, that is absolutely racist. Okay, why is it specifically applied to Chinese people?
Because that's where it came from.
No, it didn't come from Chinese people. It came from China.
It came from Wuhan in a lab
Here's your subscription.
that
Thank you so much.
Obama was funding.
Again, right?
It's been proven.
Yeah, so there was funding given to like those particular like the particular virology lab, right, for studying different types of viruses. That does not mean that it was like intentfully spread, right, because of that.
Do you think that intent matters at this point?
Yes, intent does fucking matter. Yes.
So accident versus intent.
You understand?
Explain to me. Hold on. Explain to me. Accidentally releasing this into the world versus intentionally releasing this into the world. How does that change the outcome of how many people died?
It doesn't change the outcome of how many people who died, but it does change the idea in which this is whether or not it's like a conspiracy or some sort of like murder,
I'm not talking conspiracy.
Or if it's
I'm
just
talking
something
fact.
that accidentally happened. Okay, there's
so
a
you're
distinction between
acknowledging
intent
that it
and
accidentally happened, right?
What's up?
It sounds like you're acknowledging that it accidentally happened.
Thank you for the hand. I appreciate it. What absolutely happened.
Accidentally happened. You just said.
Yeah. So like, I was giving a distinction between the two different types of outcomes that could possibly be. Yeah, I think that is a plausible explanation as to why COVID is in the particular way it is. D, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. That's one plausible explanation. Another plausible explanation is the zoonotical leap. That's another plausible explanation.
But we've already had all the research. It's already been on the news. We know where it came from.
No, we don't.
Are you serious?
We do not know fully whether or not it came from the lab leak or whether or not it came from a zoonotical leap. Okay, we do not know.
It came from a lab leak in Wuhan.
Can you give me a source?
It's already been proven.
Give me evidence.
Look it up right now. If I look it up on my phone,
yes,
we have to shush, and then you will have to freaking sit there and talk shit on me.
That's fine. I'm not going to talk shit about you at all.
You've got another computer right there. Look it up.
Damon, I'm not going to talk shit about you. You can look it up and tell me what to look up.
Look up Wuhan.
It's just going to tell me what I say. And then you're going to be like, I'm going to dispute that. So look up your own source.
Show it on the screen.
You want me to look it up? I haven't looked it up yet. I said I can look it up and you're not going to look at it.
Yeah, look it up. Show it on the screen.
Okay. What do you want me to look up?
Look up Wuhan COVID leak.
Okay. The first thing that pops up is not even anything. I can read more on this. Actually, there's a New York Times article.
Yeah,
it's an opinion piece, and it says that it literally just says what I said. But I can't read more than that. So I can bring up science.org here. So here it is. There's a whistleblower claim that there is a rejection to the lab theory. CIA bribed its own COVID-19 origin team to reject lab leak theory. Anonymous whistleblower claims, right? But they don't have sufficient evidence to indicate that. COVID origins hearing that from the United States. This is from like the government, and this didn't come with any sufficient explanation. So, like, if you'd like to provide any
wait
source,
for you to back it up.
I just told you. I literally just told you. This is it. It literally talks about it, and it comes up with no sufficient explanation.
Exactly. No sufficient information. So what you're seeing is exactly what happens when news is told not to report.
Okay, so you agree with me that there's not sufficient evidence indicating that we know for certain, or even for most likely, that it's a lab leak. Again, I agree that it's plausible to be a lab leak, and I agree it's plausible to be a zoonotical leap. We don't have sufficient evidence indicating either or. And I have no issues with acknowledging it's a lab leak, given the evidence, as literally there are tweets from me from 2021 believing it's a lab leak. Okay. I have tweets, right, of myself that are still on Twitter, right, of me literally claiming it's a lab leak from May 2021, right? So I don't think I have an issue accepting that, right? But can you give me some like good evidence?
Like I said, just watching the live results, the live testing. Like, I get tired. So let me give you guys an example, right? Everybody in here is busting my balls. Okay. Let me give you guys a good example. Okay. Back about 15 years ago, I got a call at work. Said, hey, is this your address? Yes, this is my address. Well, your apartment building's on fire and you need to come home and give us access. By the time I got there, they broke down my front door and the place smelled like smoke. The next door neighbor's house had burned. What I watched on the news that night was that I was homeless. Sitting in my apartment. Yes, I had a broke down door. Yes, my place smelled like smoke. But the news reported that I was displaced and had nowhere to go. While I was sitting in my place, hating the stink, hating the breeze. News is not really news unless you watch it live. That's why with everything when it comes
So
down
some
to
local news got some story wrong. And that
yeah,
somehow
because
means
it's all for drama.
So Damon, this is called what's a composition fallacy. Okay, what a composition fallacy is that just because a part of something works a particular way doesn't mean the whole operates in the same sort of way. Okay,
Exactly.
So just
And
because
so the same thing.
listen, Damon. Just because a part of the media works a particular way does not indicate that all media works this way, right? If we were saying that this is legitimate reasoning and like good reasoning, that would tell us that we, physically speaking with our eyes, cannot see trees because trees are made up of atoms. Atoms are not visible to the human eye. Therefore, if we were to assume that the part works the same as the whole, right, that the whole of a tree is not visible to the human eye, right?
So
But you
explain that.
clearly know that's not true.
So explain this. If you watched a live broadcast of certain speeches, whether it's in CNBC or C-SPAN or on live news networks, and then you watch how the news spins it, at what point does that become your reality? And that's the problem that I've got with society nowadays, is because...
So you believe all information is bullshit. So if all information is bullshit, Damon, how do you accept your particular position?
Because you have to look at every different view, right?
I do. I literally look at every view.
Unless you watch it live. If you watch it live, then you will come to a conclusion of what that was. Now, if you didn't watch it live, then now you have to watch multiple news outlets. Let's say Fox, CNN, they're completely against each other. Let's just use those two as an example, right? Now you have to take part of what Fox said and part of what CNN said and come to a reasonable conclusion as a human being of facts.
Wait, Damon, I'm not disputing that, right? You can look at different types of news and then you can come to some sort of informed opinion, right? But like the thing is I'm referencing is that I will give you studies. I can give you stuff from the government. I can give you stuff across the board, and you're just not willing to accept it whenever it disagrees with you.
Send it
and that's
to
the
me.
fundamental issue that I have, Damon.
Send
with
it
your
to me.
position.
We're friends, but you gotta also understand that what you're sending to me is subjective to time.
This is not subjective. This is specifically from the government and this is evidence. What are you talking about?
Because, okay, send it to me. We'll research it and we'll discuss it later, right?
Yeah, for sure.
After I have time to research it. But what you're saying is that your subjective opinions that you believe are 100% the fact.
I didn't say 100%. I said these are most likely to be true, and these are not my subjective opinions. All right. Here. So like, I'm gonna send this to you right now, Damon. If you are, you are my friend. So I just sent you. I pasted the link to you. Right, it's already there. There's unclassified information on it or declassified information on it. I can send you stuff on that across the board. I appreciate the paper crane. Thank you so much. If you just like to read it and like to look through it, they don't come to sufficient explanations for this.
So they don't come to sufficient conclusions.
Yeah, like we don't know, like sufficiently speaking, whether or not it is a lab leak or a zoonotical leap. Again, I have no issue with accepting it's a lab leak, right? If it was, it's likely speaking accidental anyway, right? But like there is a legitimate question in that sense if it was intentional or not. But like it would be most likely that it would be accidental.
Let's ask the question: what's more likely than not?
What's more likely than not that it was I would say that it was like a zoonotical leap. That's probably what it was more likely than not. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
So you're of the belief that it was a bat that bit somebody.
No, it was so there are wet markets where they eat different types of bats. One of those bats were infected with it, right? And because lots of them are infected with it, over time it develops the ability to like it transmit to humans, right? Because there's so much interaction between humans and these different types of things.
But as humans, we know bats are freaking dirty and dangerous, right?
Not necessarily. Like it is the case that like bats are eaten in those types of countries as that's what's affordable to the masses.
But in general, humans understand that bats are dirty creatures. And so you're trying to make me believe
about that, but
you're trying to make me believe that somebody just ate a specific bat.
Wait, we know that pigs are dirty creatures, yet we still eat pork.
But they do not create disease.
They literally fucking do. Swine flu, influenza.
That's very minimal and compared to untested pork. Compared to what this caused, right? You're telling me that we eat pork on a daily basis.
Like, why are we sad about the sky puppies, man? Bats are just sky puppies. Come on. They're actually very clean animals. They're just sky puppies. Okay. I know they look scary. I'm still kind of fucking scared of them, but they're just sky puppies.
They carry disease. They carry rabies, right?
So do other fucking dogs. I mean, not dogs. Other animals, right? Like again, like
so how do they get it?
Pigs.
How do they get it?
Yo, Summer, thank you so much for the $40 Venmo. Summer, absolute W's for Summer. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Summer. How do you get it? Again, because there's so much interaction between these different types of animals and between humans, these different types of viruses, they can mutate. And they can mutate insofar as that they can actually transmit to humans. That's why they can make the zoonotical leap. Because there are like hundreds of thousands of viruses that could make a zoonotical leap right now. Right? But they aren't doing so because they have to develop that type of mutation. This could have just been one of those in which that happened to be the case. Again, the other plausible explanation is that it could have been, like, again, a lab leak, as it was the case that a few miles away from this particular wet market, there's a virology lab that does study viruses like this.
So you're basically saying, give me a percentage of what you believe.
I can't give you a percentage.
Why not?
I don't know. Again, I think that there's no sufficient explanation for whether or not it's the zoonotical leap or whether or not it's the what's it called? The lab leak, right? I don't know.
So if you're going to stand the ground,
Blasphemous, thank you for the $10 cash out. Thank you for the corgis, well, I appreciate it.
You have to be at least 51% sure that it was not a lab leak. Are you 51% sure that it was not a lab leak?
I'm not making a claim either or.
Why not? That's what we're arguing about.
Wait. By the way, more likely than not doesn't indicate 51%. Right? More likely than not would indicate that, or not more likely than not, more likely than the lab leak might indicate that one is 20% and the other one's 19%. Okay.
Okay, and the rest is undecided, right?
100%. Right? Because there could be other plausible explanations.
Explain some of those other plausible explanations.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just
No,
making
I'm
the
asking
basis
you.
that it can
So
be.
based on what we know,
Appreciate the rose. Thank you so much.
Based on what we know, what are the other plausible explanations?
I'm just saying that there can be. I didn't indicate that I know them. I'm just saying that there can be.
Well, I can be a fairy.
Okay.
You don't know that.
What do you mean by fairy?
Tinkerbell, flying around,
Cynthia, thank you
spreading
for the
magic.
Venmo. I appreciate it. No, you cannot be.
How not?
It's not physically possible.
So you know that 100%.
Given the physical conditions of our planet and the natural conditions, yes.
Okay, so you can say
given
that 100,
those things, assuming those things.
You can give that 100%. However, you cannot give a percentage based on two options.
Assuming those conditions. Again, yeah, I can't give you a determination on that now.
Why not?
I don't know.
You're standing your ground.
Yeah, I'm standing my ground for saying there's different plausible explanations.
What are they?
I just told you. Literally the lab leak and the zoonotical leap.
And then you said, so there's those two, and then what else? Because I said 5149.
Damon, I don't want to meta convo with you. I said there could be others than that. That's all I said, man.
I said 5149. Those are the two options, right?
No, those are not the only two options. That's
okay, what are the other options?
You said 51 or 49. You can have different levels of probability. One could be 65, one could be 35.
Okay, so what are the other options that you were actually arguing for?
Appreciate this description. Thank you so much. Dude, are you listening to me, man? I literally just told you I don't know any other explanations. I'm saying there can be. I'm just indicating logical possibility.
And so am I.
Okay.
So where are we disagreeing?
Please let me know, Damon. I would love to hear.
Because we dance around the facts, right? The facts are out there. The studies have been out there. We're almost 3 years out from COVID. Yet you're still dancing around what actually happened. And now let's get back to the why do you support
I'm not dancing
Trump?
around. I'm saying we don't have sufficient evidence. How's that dancing around?
Dancing around says, well, I don't know.
In the meantime, everyone tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes before I end today, everyone. We got like 12 more minutes on this live before I am going to go over to Dean's live. Dean wanted me to co-host with him. Appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much. So I might go do that.
So what do you want to talk to next?
Yeah, did you want to give me a reason why you support Trump? You got like 12 more minutes.
Because our economy was great. Because he tried his best despite Congress when it came down to dealing with COVID. It was not.
Kendi, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you.
It was not Trump that was pushing out checks. It was the Democrats saying, you have to do this.
So are you, in terms of vaccinations, and then gas prices, we already referenced that earlier. Just because two things are associated does not mean one caused the other. And then what was the claim that you just made? Sorry, I apologize.
It's about the subsidies that were paid. Was that from Trump or was that from the Democrats saying,
Madonna, thank you so much for the Venmo, Madonna. I appreciate it.
Our people need more money, more money, more money. Send them money because everything's shut down. We shut it down.
Okay. I don't know what you're trying to reference. You're just saying you shut down like areas of people coming to the country. Are you referencing the point that you were making earlier?
No, I'm talking about shutting down life, shutting down people going to work, and then sending out checks.
Okay. So you think that we shouldn't have shut down life? Is that your view?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we shouldn't shut down life, right? Shut down life and we should keep it open. You're saying that we should have put ourselves at a greater risk of it spreading to more people. Is that your worldview?
Natural selection has already happened, hasn't it?
Natural selection's a wild fucking view. Don't hold that. It's fucking insane. That's going to mean you don't hold the fucking, like if you get into a car accident, do you go to the hospital?
Depends on what your state is, doesn't it?
Yeah, if you got in a severe circumstance, would you go to the hospital?
If I got into a severe
car accident, would you go
where
to the hospital?
I was actually still able to be alive, yep, I would go to the hospital.
Yeah, so that's
if
not
I was
natural
in a car
selection.
accident where I was dead on scene, no. Why would anybody take me to the hospital?
Yeah, I understand. I said in the cases in which it's severe. It is the case. By the way, everyone in chat, Dean's going to be going live in a few minutes. That's why he did get his account back. Sorry, say what you just said again. I apologize. I just forgot.
So if I'm in a car accident and I'm able to be saved, I'm going to go to the hospital. However, if I'm in a car accident and I'm dead on scene, then what's the point of fighting?
So confused. Like, are you just saying like I'm just saying like in this scenario in which they are in a severe case, right? They would go to the hospital. That indicates that you did not leave it up to natural selection, right?
Natural selection decides that my injuries were not enough to sustain death, right? But at the same time,
death would occur if you did not go to the hospital.
And also the people in the hospital have the hands and knowledge to treat me to keep me alive. That's God's will.
Is that natural? Okay, so you consider that still natural?
That's God's will.
Okay. So so then what was your notion of natural selection then that you were referencing earlier? Because that's not natural selection.
No, you asked me about natural selection. What I'm saying
you brought up
is
natural selection, and then I asked you about
when it comes down to COVID, some people can't survive, some people can. Right?
Okay, and?
So at what point do we dictate that we need to shut down the country because people are so sick?
Here's my point, Damon. Like we could have, if we could have easily, if we had better international communication, done a way better idea by like just shutting down the country, right? It would have only impacted us for like a few weeks. We would have been back to normal, right? If everyone actually was able to fucking like do the right thing. The issue is people don't do that. The issue is people don't do that.
I'm so happy you said that.
So the point of doing things
I'm so
like
happy
this,
you said that.
Hey, if you don't shut the fuck up, I'm gonna kick you off my live, okay? Okay? Can you be quiet? Can you shut your mouth? That's what I fucking thought. Okay. So what was I saying? Can you remind me?
What do you want to remind you? Me that you just kicked off your live?
Yeah, I will kick you off
because I'm beating your ass?
No, you didn't beat anything, bro. I literally just told you to shut the fuck up because you're being annoying. You keep talking over me and then it gets me to forget things. So I want you to answer my question, tell me what I said, and then I'll continue.
What was your
be
question?
Quiet. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you. I forgot, dude. That's the whole point. Chat, does anyone chat remember? Because like when you interrupt like so fucking much, I do forget. Like, and I want to be able to address your points, but I do forget, man.
But it goes back to the same thing like I was saying at the beginning when Trump said, let's shut down travel from China.
Appreciate the handout. Thank you.
And he was wrong for doing that. Yet you just acknowledged my point. If things would have been done sooner, then we wouldn't have been going through this.
I remembered. So the idea is that we could have done lockdowns differently and it wouldn't have negatively impacted us to the same degree we did now. But the issue is that most people do not hold to that standard, right? And it is the case that the particular lockdowns, they were used to slow the context of everything, slow the spread, insofar as that we could get a vaccination to the public to increase it, the herd immunity. Because it is the case, if we just let it spread amongst people, it's going to be more likely that it mutates. And that's exactly what happened with Delta and Omicron and all the other different types of strains that have resulted, okay? Because we let it spread so much. Because we didn't stop the spread or slow the spread insofar as that we could have worldwide spread and distribution of vaccinations. There's also an issue in the way that we distributed vaccinations. We didn't send vaccinations for free to many different places around the world in terms of trying to produce more of them, right? Instead, we prioritized profit. That's a fucking issue, all right? I disagree with that. Now you can go.
So you're speaking exactly to what I'm saying, is when it comes down to what was trying to be shut down from the beginning and stopping the flow from the beginning, now you're saying we didn't do it soon enough when Trump tried to do that from the beginning and was called a xenophobe. So, yes, it takes time to create vaccines. It takes time to create a defense, right?
Okay,
this is what you just said.
Damon, the issue that you're not referencing is that I already referenced and I already gave you the response to this earlier. Okay. We only have a few more minutes. We got like 3 or 4 more minutes, by the way. I'm just letting you know. But Trump literally only cut off from one area and didn't limit people who are from the US going to China and then coming back. Okay. Those things still allowed for the spread to be at a greater extent. Okay. That's the conditions that I'm referencing. He didn't stop the spread when it relates to that.
And
that's
why
the
was
issue.
that?
Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Because he didn't pass the executive order for all of those other types of places. He only passed it for that one area.
So he tried to go through the House and the Senate to get authorization.
Did he have to go through the House and the Senate for the stopping of that one area?
Yeah, because he was denied.
He did?
Yes, he was denied by Nancy.
No. He was not denied. No, an executive order just goes through executive branch. I appreciate the hanging lights. Thank you so much. So it's only Trump that references it.
How confused are you?
I'm confused. So I'm so confused, Damon. You're so right, dude. You're so right. Like, honestly, you understand everything. You're the politics understander. You know what? You're the world understander. You're COVID understander. You understand everything. Damon, you're fucking all knowing.
No, I'm not.
You're the only one that can make certain claims about reality.
I'm waiting for you to actually give me facts.
I've given you so many.
You've danced in a circle the whole time we've been talking.
What did I dance around here? I answered everything you said.
You've answered it, but you've changed your position.
What did I change?
On what should have happened at the beginning when COVID came out.
How did I change?
Because you said no. Trump should have just put out an executive order, right? He tried. And he was called a freaking xenophobe.
Damon, you understand executive orders are passed by the president. They don't have to go through Congress. Okay? If Trump wanted to do it, he would have done it. You don't know how the executive process works at all. Damon, you say I don't understand anything, but you unironically, Damon, did you take a civics class in high school?
Yes.
Well, thank you for the subscription. You did?
Yes, and what happens is
I'm surprised you don't know this.
What happens is because even though he can write an executive order, it still has to go through scrutiny and get voted down by the House and the Senate. I'm surprised you don't know this.
That's not true.
I'm surprised you don't know this.
Damon, that is not true. Executive orders do not have to go through Congress. Look this up. I'll look it up right now and I'll show you that is false. Okay?
When they do it, it's an initial, this is the way it is. However, when it comes down to actually writing it into law, it has to still.
If you're writing into law,
It still
That's further. That's further. That's making it long term. Executive orders. The issue with them is that they're temporary.
is immediate, right?
The point
temporary.
is that
You just said it.
Yeah, they're temporary, right? But it is the case that
you
it
just said it. It's temporary.
Damon, shut the fuck up and listen for a second, okay? It is temporary insofar as that can be taken away by future presidents based upon their own usage of executive orders. But the issue is that no other president
can also be taken away by House.
Shut the fuck up, Damon. Be quiet. Be quiet. Okay? No other president would have gotten rid of that. It is the case that they would have held on to those things because or it would have been useless for them to get rid of it, as it would have been the case that it's already past that point. Okay?
You done rambling now?
Holy shit. Look up what an executive order is, man.
I know what an executive order is.
I'm going to show you. This is from the American Bar Association. An executive order is not something that needs to go through Congress.
No.
Right? It is specifically the executive branch. Right? It does not need to go through the legislative processes as it's not specifically relating to law.
However,
it's not
to
legislation.
Bring it into law. However,
we're not putting it into law. It's not law. It's literally executive order. It's not law.
It's temporary.
Yes.
Are you not getting that? You just said it.
Listen, look.
No, read. You listen and you look.
Read right here. Read this for me right now. Blake, I appreciate the baby dragon. Thank you so much. Read it for me. Read. Out loud.
I'm reading. I can't see it.
Executive orders are not legislation. They require no approval from Congress.
Okay. And
You're wrong.
Established that those are temporary.
Oh my gosh. They're temporary within the respect that other types of presidents can get rid of them. Right? But you want to know what's crazy? That wouldn't have been relevant.
Can the House and Senate.
No,
just
the House
like
and Senate
what Biden did.
No.
Just like what Biden did. He got overridden.
Okay, you can. Okay, I do agree with this. You can override based upon Congress. They didn't override.
So it's not all on Trump, right?
What's up?
So it's not all on Trump, right?
No, it is on Trump.
Why is it on Trump?
He could have passed the executive order. Congress never invalidated
but he had Democrats in control.
Listen, Congress never invalidated the executive order. But they would have to pass legislation that invalidates it, by the way. And they didn't pass any legislation that invalidates it.
And that was the Democrats who were saying, nope, we're not going to buy off on this.
No, that's not true. Again, because it is the case that they would have passed legislation to then have stopped that. You're not listening to me. You don't know how any of the processes work, bro. Dude, I'm gonna go on to my friend's live. Is there anything else you want to say?
Have a good night.
Okay, peace out. All right, everyone. We are going to be going over to Dean's live here real quick. Let me see if he is fully live right now. It is time to go over to his live real quick. Let me go check real quick. Is he live? Let me go tell him. Go live. Buddy. I'm ready. All right, everyone. Let me turn off sub only chat. I appreciate everyone who came on today. Everyone who did support me, absolutely amazing. Everyone, love y'all so much. Today was a good live to go and whatnot. He said he's live right now. It's Not Dean. Everyone go to It's Not Dean. Spam Parker raid. Spam love from Parker. I love everyone so much. Hopefully everyone had a great night. Everyone, peace out, y'all. Love y'all so much. Go to It's Not Dean. Spam Parker raid. Spam love from Parker. I'm going to be there in a second, everyone.